A young boy named Ye Wutian woke up in a scenic forest. The soaring birds and falling leaves gave an unreal idyll to the place. A bright ray of sunlight made the boy open his blue eyes. Because of the sudden awakening, the young man did not immediately realize where he was. "Is this heaven?" Ye Wutian exclaimed, amazed by the unreal beauty around him. Gradually, a memory of a recent scientific experiment came to his mind. "I seem to have died by doing the experiment," summarized the guy mentally. After that, Ye Wutian came to the conclusion that his life was boring. The monotonous lying down gradually became boring to him, and he stood up. Looking around, Ye Wutian was not convinced that he was in paradise. He looked around at the ordinary nature, a meadow with a lot of weeds. A sharp noise made Ye Wutian wary. He noticed a cute girl, Li Wan, who was quickly approaching. The girl was wearing sports sneakers, socks, and shorts. Ye Wutianyu didn't understand the girl's fussiness. In reality, the young girl was desperately looking for a toilet to relieve herself. Gradually, the bladder began to press unbearably, causing Li Wan to switch to fast running, which further surprised the young lad. Ye Wutian still were in the back of his mind, hoping that he was surrounded by the Garden of Eden. That being said, he immediately noticed the peculiarity of Li Wan's outfit. In his mind, he immediately recalled that this was how girls dressed a couple decades ago. Li Wan decided to stop searching for the toilet as the urges were becoming intolerable. Looking around, the girl didn't see any people around. She decided to relieve herself right here, away from prying eyes. "I have to do it," Li Wan decided. The girl didn't realize that a guy named Ye Wutian was watching her actions. "What the hell? What is this girl doing?" So silently he shrieked. The girl's overexposed, exhausted bladder emptied its entire contents. It was like the words of an ancient proverb that says a clear stream flows eastward, and the stars in the sky pay homage to the big bear. The guy watching Li Wan experienced a whole range of feelings at the same time. He was numb, unable to move, or even look away. Gradually, a stream of urine from Li Wan began to flow towards the startled Ye Wutian. The guy let out a restrained and startled cry of surprise. Surprisingly, the urine scared Ye Wutian. "Shit! What? Is it going to kill me?" That's what the shocked guy thought. "I have to hide as soon as possible," he decided, making frantic attempts to quickly jump to his feet. The boy's attention was suddenly attracted by a sharp, extraneous sound. He heard a suspicious and alarming hiss along with the murmur of urine.
The hissing could be heard very close by, with the girl squatting next to the tree. Ye Wutian frantically and tenaciously looked in front of him to see the source of the hissing.
Lightning fast, the head of a dangerous snake appeared from behind the bushes. It was a cobra, for it had a recognizable hood around its head. The snake quickly jumped out from behind the bushes and started heading towards the girl. Li Wan continued to squat, not even aware of the mortal danger that threatened her. Ye Wutian only had time to shout, "Be careful! Poisonous snake!" The guy was sweating in terror, wanting to protect the girl somehow. At the same time, the cobra had already crawled close to the girl. The sound of the stranger's voice made Li Wan extremely scared. She was completely sure that she was alone in this part of the forest. "What? Who? Is there someone here?" She only managed to shout out. Her face was colored with a grimace of shock and fear. At the same time, the snake attacked the defenseless victim, lightning fast biting the girl's buttock. Li Wan came to a frozen horror. The shock of hearing the voice and the incomprehensible pain of the unexpected bite mixed together. At the same moment, the girl decided to flee. She jumped to her feet, but she couldn't hold on to her sneakers and fell down. When the girl fell, the snake had already crawled away. A still shocked Ye Wutian was watching all of this. He stood there, and there was no way he would be able to help Li Wan. In intense fear during the fall, the girl was only able to give a short shriek. Watching what was happening, Ye Wutian couldn't even utter words. What had happened was beyond his comprehension. The guy saw Li Wan falling, but because of the confusion and surprise, he couldn't help her in any way. All that happened frightened some of the forest dwellers. The noise and shrieks frightened the birds, causing them to fly sharply into the sky. The girl's fall came next to Ye Wutian. He too could not stay on his feet and collapsed on the ground. Gradually recovering from the shock, Ye Wutian sensed the girl's close presence. The fallen Li Wan could only say hurt. Everything that had happened had shaken her badly. Ye Wutian and Li Wan looked at each other for a few moments. Their gazes were filled with surprise and confusion. Suddenly, the girl slapped Ye Wutian hard. She thought the guy was intentionally watching her. "Who are you? Ah!" Only managed to ineffectually ask and shouted out the guy. Taking advantage of the guy's confusion, Li Wan started beating him with her fists. Ye Wutian had a strange thought in his head that he had been beaten out of nowhere. Then the thought came into the guy's head that everything that had happened to him could be an ill-fated love affair, or even a favorable occasion for a good acquaintance. The few inhabitants of the forest watched what was happening on the ground. Even the bird in the nest stopped singing because of what they saw. Yewutian quickly realized that he had to save the situation. He jumped to his feet and said, "Miss, I really didn't have any bad intentions. It was just an accident," was how he explained everything that had happened. "I am not a bad person," Yewutian continued to say persuasively. But his words had little effect on the girl. Her gaze continued to glow with disbelief and surprise. Here Li Wan abruptly interrupted the guy with words, "Would a bad person call himself a bad person?" Yewutian continued to reassure the girl with persuasive words where he described how a poisonous snake had stealthily crept up on the girl. But the girl did not think of giving up. She asked sharply, "What happened before that snake appeared? What were you doing there? Why are you here?" Yewutian couldn't answer clearly. He was completely confused. He explained to the girl that he was not in the forest to watch her pee. Li Wan was not relenting. She couldn't understand that Yewutian could have happened to be nearby when the snake appeared. "You're a pervert," she kept telling the guy. Suddenly the girl's endless swearing and accusations were silenced as she felt sick. "I feel so dizzy," was all she could manage to say in a faint voice. Yewutian said, "This is the poison taking effect." The guy wanted to help the girl, but she waved him away, although the strength was gradually leaving Li Wan. "Don't! Stay away!" shouted the girl to the guy. Li Wan felt worse and worse. She only had time to utter another accusation. "You just peeked at me writing, and now you're saying..." Yewutian got a chance to speak and informed the girl, "The venom of this snake is very strong. I must help you get rid of it." The guy was in full determination to save the girl. The poisoning continued to affect Li Wan's body. She could no longer speak much and clearly. "Your life is at stake. If you continue like this, you will die." Yewutian continued to persuade her like this. The girl's last quiet words were, "I don't want a pervert like you to help me." The young man watched Li Wan's strength leave Li Wan with obvious anxiety. The effect of the poison had reached a critical point in the girl's body. She could no longer stand. Her legs gave out. Losing consciousness, Li Wan fell into the arms of the dazed and agitated Yewutian. In a brief moment, the lad exclaimed only again, remembering that not long ago the two of them and the girl were already lying on the ground. Suddenly there was a sharp noise and rustling of leaves from outside. It sounded as if an adult was walking through the forest. The silhouette of an old man appeared in the distance. The old man's silhouette appeared in the distance, and it was obvious from his appearance that he was very excited and preoccupied. Gradually approaching, the old man began to shout, "Granddaughter! Granddaughter, where are you? Let's go home with Grandpa." He gradually approached. He was carrying a large knife called a machete. This weapon helped the old man clean through the impregnable thickets. At the same moment, Li Wan was lying on the ground and Yewutian was trying to bring her to her senses. This was exactly what the girl's grandfather saw. The old man was immensely amazed to find his granddaughter in the woods in the arms of a strange young man. The grandfather was filled with surprise and anger. Grandpa was still in great shock at what he had seen. He couldn't believe what he had witnessed. The bastard. He could only squeeze out his words to Yewutian. The boy noticed the machete in the old man's hands and realized that he had to act immediately. "Wait!" shouted Yewutian to the grandfather. At the same time, the young man kept trying to bring the girl to her senses, shaking her and shouting, "Hey, wake up!" The old man's anger was at its peak. He lunged at the boy with a machete, shouting, "How dare you molest my granddaughter? I'll beat you to death, you son of a bitch!" With all his efforts, Yewutian was able to dodge and catch the machete blade between his palms. This saved the young man's life. Yewutian did not give up trying to reason with the angry old man. "No, I didn't mean to do that. I'm serious. You better stop now or your granddaughter will die." Li Wan woke up just in time. Through the veil, she saw her new acquaintance lying on the ground. At the same time, her grandfather did not give up trying to attack the young man with a machete. "Eh? Grandfather," her granddaughter weakly said. "Grandpa, I'm so cold." Li Wan gradually came to her senses. The waking girl caught the attention of the grandfather and the young boy. They stopped fighting and turned toward her. "Granddaughter," the dumbfounded old man could only say. The old man ran up to his granddaughter, who was still lying on the ground. "What happened to you? Don't scare Grandpa." Yewutian realized that he needed to act immediately. He realized the severity of the girl's condition and shouted, "Not good." While the grandfather was confused, the boy resolutely rushed towards Li Wan. What was happening shocked the old man. Yewutian began to unceremoniously undress the already semi-conscious girl. Grandpa's feelings changed from anger to stupefaction. Then he felt shame and shock as he watched the boy. The old man could hardly believe the reality of what was happening. "Asshole! What are you doing?" Yewutian continued to unceremoniously undress the girl, replying at the same time to Grandpa taking off her pants. The old man could not believe his eyes. He was stunned, not knowing what to do. He was speechless with shock and anger. The boy gradually got over himself and realized that he should immediately explain everything to his grandfather. "Old man, I don't mind if you cut me, but right now we need to think of a way to save your granddaughter." Ye Wuqian spoke so calmly and clearly. Grandpa gradually came to his senses and listened to the young man's words. "She was bitten by a snake. It's a poisonous cobra. If we don't hurry, she will die." The guy further explained his actions. "I must suck out the snake's venom as quickly as possible." The boy's words increasingly shocked the grandfather and pissed him off. He couldn't even say a word in anger. Here the old man realized everything and decided to act on his own. "If anyone's going to suck out the poison, it's going to be me. Step aside." So decisively the old man answered the young man. "Here." Ye Wuqian even cheered up a little. He said to his grandfather in a lenient manner, "I'll let you suck it. By the way, the bite point is her butt." Such an answer slightly embarrassed the old man. The option of sucking poison out of his granddaughter's butt completely confused the already shocked grandfather. Ye Wuqian continued to speak. "Old man, are you sure you want to suck it out of your granddaughter's buttocks? Aren't you afraid that once your granddaughter finds out what you did, it will be too difficult for her to move on with her life?" Grandpa even turned away, thinking about what was going on. The old man wanted to say something intelligible, but his thoughts were jumbled in his head. He only said quietly, This. Taking advantage of Grandpa's confusion, the guy decided to take the initiative. Ye Wuqian said, "What, no more aces up your sleeve? Move aside." The young man started to approach the girl, but the old man grabbed him firmly. "Wait! Don't touch my granddaughter's ass," that's what Grandpa said. Ye Wuqian pretended to agree with the old man. The young man spoke in a low voice. "All right, then you do it. But what if it leaves a scar on your granddaughter's heart?" The old man stopped and thought hard. He was digesting only two possible options to save his granddaughter. The grandfather decided to give the initiative to the young boy. Grandpa turned around and said, "Maybe it would be better if you did it." This turn caused Ye Wuqian to be slightly confused. Meanwhile, the snake venom was penetrating deeper and deeper into the girl's body. The arguments between the boy and the old man were taking up the time so valuable for the rescue. Ye Wuqian thought, "I can still save her. Just a little more and we will lose her." The harsh reality of his granddaughter's possible imminent demise continued to deeply disturb the old man. Here the young man gathered his thoughts and realized, even with my medical background, I've never sucked poison out of an ass. The old man immediately realized that the boy was the only one who could save his granddaughter. The old man said conciliatory words. "Young man, I beg you. I have only one granddaughter." To increase Ye Wuqian's determination, he calmed himself down and thought, "Okay, this is important. Saving people's lives." There was no other way out. The young man resolutely, without hesitation, began to suck out the poison from the girl's ass. Li Wan herself remained unconscious at the same time. After sucking a small amount of poison, the guy spat it out to the side. He repeated this behavior several times. Grandfather watched with anxiety and tension. His anger had already faded. The old man had resigned himself to the fact that the only way to save his granddaughter was to suck out the poison. In the end, the guy managed to suck the poison blood from the girl's body. But there was still a long way to complete healing. Ye Wuqian said to his grandfather, "Old man, go and gather these herbs. Lobelia Chinese lemongrass, rhizomes, coptis, Chinese lemongrass, golden cypress, scorchion, slender Chinese pipe, Rihum rabargau, Prunella vulgaris. All of these can be found in the mountains." The old man listened attentively, then answered, "These herbs. I don't know any of them." The young lad realized that he would have to do everything himself. "Forget it then. I'll go and gather them myself." The search for medicinal herbs was not a quick one. Ye Wuqian spent at least 3 hours searching for healing potions. Once back, the young man set about preparing the medicinal herbs he had found. The young girl was still unconscious. The snake venom poisoning had seriously exhausted Li Wan. All the herbal treatment that was going on interested the grandfather. He approached and asked the young man, "Are you really a doctor?" The guy was sitting and resting at that time. Then Ye Wuqian replied to Grandpa, "Are you suspicious of me? If you don't believe me, I can stop helping her." The girl at this time was still lying on the ground unconscious and motionless. The old man immediately hurriedly excused himself. "No, I was just asking." The grandfather's look showed that he had full faith in the boy's abilities. For his part, Ye Wuqian also decided to reassure his grandfather. The young man said, "Don't worry. I don't take people's lives lightly." The exhausted old man decided to thank the guy and said, "Well, thank you." Then an important question came into Ye Wuqian's mind. If it wasn't for the shocking snake incident, Perhaps the guy would have voiced his question earlier, but he could only gather his thoughts now. Old man. Ye Wuqian began to speak. What year is it? The boy asked quite seriously. You and your granddaughter are wearing very old clothes. They are two styles from decades ago. The old man was as surprised by such a question as he was by everything that had happened before. As strange as it was to the grandfather, he decided to answer the young man simply and clearly. He began to say, now, 2019. Such was the end of Grandpa's phrase. This simple information shocked Ye Wuqian. With a slurred tongue, he only had time to ask what? The old man's answer made Ye Wuqian forget everything. He simply couldn't believe his ears, believing that there was a mistake after all. Eh? What did you say? What year is it? The shocked boy asked again. For the grandfather, Ye Wuqian's surprised state was incomprehensible. The old man couldn't understand why the phrase about the current year 2019 had put the young man in such a state. It's the current year of 20. Is there some kind of problem? Why don't we go to my house and check the calendar? The excited guy even grabbed the surprised old man by the shoulders. The boy got over himself and agreed to his grandfather's proposal. Let's go. Let's go to your house and check the calendar. Ye Wuqian practically grabbed his grandfather by the scruff of the neck and prepared to rush to the old man's house. Stop, the grandfather replied sharply. My granddaughter is still lying there with her bare ass. Don't forget about her. The young man no longer heard his grandfather's words. They came together to the house where the old man and his granddaughter lived. Without delay, they went inside. They brought the unconscious Li Wan with them. Ye Wuqian looked at the ordinary tear-off calendar. On the page, he clearly saw the 5th day of 20. There was no longer any doubt in his mind. The young boy was still standing in front of the calendar, unable to take his eyes away. Now, isn't it 2089? Asked Ye Wuqian confusedly. The grandfather silently watched the young man's mental anguish from the sidelines. How is it 2019 now? For the 100th time, the guy asked. How did it even happen? He was perplexed. Ye Wuqian was still looking at the calendar. Then, suddenly, a mirror caught the boy's attention. It was hanging next to the calendar. There was a comb on the shelf next to the mirror. Ye Wuqian went to the mirror and saw his reflection there. He was shocked to see himself. Is that me? The guy asked, barely moving his lips. The reflection in the mirror mirrored his movements exactly. Apparently the guy didn't like his youthful appearance. Shit. Where's my omega chin? My beautiful mole? Where's my peak of beauty? Why did they all disappear? The old man looked at Ye Wuqian with bewilderment and incomprehension. Why are young people nowadays so narcissistic? The grandfather asked rhetorically.
Old man, suddenly a guy said sharply and clearly. Who is the leader of the alliance now? The young man continued to ask.
Grandfather staggered at the question he didn't understand. What kind of leader? What are you talking about? Already more irritated, the old man asked. Putting his hands behind his back, he began to explain everything to the boy. This is a Huaxia country, and there are many neighboring countries too. My country, Ying country. But I've never heard of any alliance. That's how he summarized it. Huaxia, Ye Wuqian thought. Some thoughts and conjectures flashed through his mind. Slowly, historical facts popped up in the guy's head. Before the alliance was formed, of course, they were all independent countries. Could it be that during the explosion my soul traveled through time? The guy wondered. And I traveled back decades? Ye Wuqian made a brief conclusion. Suddenly, the old man and the young man were attracted by the girl's weakened voice. Grandfather, Li Wan said in a low voice. The girl's strength had already come, and she pulled herself up on the bed. Grandfather. Ia. Li Wan was still unable to finish her sentence. Her hand frantically clutched at the sheet. The grandfather was moved to tears by the awakening of his granddaughter. Small tears of joy even appeared on the aged face. At last you are awake. Everything is fine now, so he comforted the girl. Li Wan perplexedly asked, What happened to me? Why am I at home? Aren't we chopping wood in the mountains? The girl naively clarified. The delighted grandfather began to tell his granddaughter about all the events of the previous day. My girl, I was very worried about you. You were bitten by a poisonous snake. Fortunately, this man saved you, the old man said, pointing to Ye Wuqian. The boy was extremely flattered by his grandfather's words. Ye Wuqian was pleased that the girl would think of him as a savior. Gradually coming to her senses, Li Wan saw the young guy and memories began to come back to her. Bastard! Pervert! The girl started shouting at the guy. The grandfather tried to calm the girl down. Granddaughter, don't be so rude to him, the old man said condescendingly. Grandpa's words couldn't calm the girl down. Why are you sticking up for him? she asked angrily. He looked up my butt, Li Wan added with disgust. Ye Wutian was beginning to be amused by this scene. The young man decided to talk to the girl personally. He approached his grandfather and said, "Let me explain to her," Ye Wutian added, turning to the old man. "The boiled medicinal herbs are almost ready. You can go and fetch them." Grandpa agreed with the young man. "Good. I'll go right now," the old man replied. He realized that a healing herbal decoction would help restore his granddaughter's health. After the old man left, Ye Wutian and Li Wan were left alone. The girl was still looking at the guy with horror and disgust. It was completely strange and incomprehensible for her to see a young man she hated next to her bed. Slowly, the girl decided to break the awkward silence. So, awkwardly, she began. "You helped me with this," she said, pointing to the bandaged wound on her buttock. The beginning of the communication pleased the boy. He began to respond eagerly. "Yes, I applied the medicine to your ass," Ye Wuqian said with pleasure. Moving a little closer to the girl, Na continued to speak. "Besides, I also sucked out all the poison with my mouth. Are you satisfied now?" the boy asked in a friendly manner. The girl was embarrassed by such details. Li Wan looked at Ye Wuqian with a steady gaze. Her gaze was a mixture of feelings. She couldn't understand why she liked this guy, even though she hated and even feared him at the same time. The guy was also looking at his interlocutor uninterruptedly. Ye Wutian was extremely satisfied that his efforts to save the girl had succeeded. The silence was interrupted by Li Wan's harsh voice. "Why did you do this to me? Who will marry me in the future now?" The girl felt offended. He frantically clutched at the sheet. To reassure Li Wan, the guy continued to explain the events that had happened to her. "I had to do it, unless you want your grandfather to help you suck out the poison." At this point, the girl hesitated. She hated the idea of Ye Wuqian sucking poison out of her ass. But the thought that her own grandfather might have done it was more unpleasant to her. The guy suddenly remembered that he was in a different time dimension. "This is strange. Why am I suddenly traveling through time?" he thought. "The explosion in the lab could only take me a few meters. But how could it take me 70 years back?" Ye Wutian continued to ponder logically. The young man decided to give the girl a chance to rest. Turning around, he headed for the door. "You haven't fully recovered yet," he said as he walked. "Have a good rest," the boy wished Li Wan. What's your name?" the girl suddenly asked conciliatingly. Ye Wutian replied simply and unambiguously. The girl, meanwhile, remained lying on the bed. She was still unconsciously clutching the sheet in her hands. Li Wan was slightly surprised when she heard the young man's name. Ye Wutian, such an arrogant name, she thought. The girl decided to give her name as well. "My name is Li Wan Er." An understandable question arose in the girl's mind. "Ah, yes. What were you doing on that mountain? You don't look like someone from our village." Ye Wutian was already standing at the door but decided to answer. "I have no idea either. I just woke up there and heard the sounds of someone peeing." "So you saw everything?" Li Wan asked him sharply. Slightly amused, the girl continued to speak. No way. You said that you just woke up. So definitely you were still confused. There's no way you saw that." "Well, I always wake up very quickly," Ye Wutian replied. He liked to keep a conversation with the girl. No, don't joke like that. You're teasing me on purpose," the girl said with naive amusement. "You didn't really see anything, did you?" she finally asked. Ye Wutian decided to answer her frankly. "You mean when you were writing?" "I'm sorry, but I saw everything, and I saw everything quite clearly." Li Wan was shocked by such a simple answer from a guy. In the back of her mind, she had hoped until this moment that Ye Wutian hadn't seen when she was writing. The girl could no longer contain her anger and threw herself at the young man. "Pervert! I'll kill you!" she shouted at the boy. "Don't move or the wound will get worse," Ye Wutian replied worriedly.
"Ouch!" Li Wan shouted sharply and fell down. "My butt hurts so much," she added in a weak voice. The girl stretched out on the bed with a painful grimace.
Ye Wutian became agitated when he saw his new acquaintance fall. "I told you not to move so much," he said. The girl made attempts to stand up but was unable to do so because of the intense pain. "Ouch, ow, my butt," she continued to wail. Quite suddenly, the guy started undressing the lying Li Wan. He grabbed her buttock with his hands. "Pervert! What are you doing?" the girl screamed hysterically. "Don't move, I'll give you a massage to ease the pain." Ye Wutian began to explain his actions. "Don't," Li Wan replied sharply. The young man's idea was not to her liking. "You bastard! You filthy pervert!" she shouted. The girl wailed loudly. The sound of her voice echoed throughout the neighborhood. Then Grandpa came back into the room. He was holding a cup with fragrant herbal tea. "Young man, your medicine is ready." The old man noticed that his granddaughter was completely head over heels under the blanket. Grandpa didn't know what had happened before between Li Wan and Ye Wutian. Because of this, the old man said, "Foolish girl. Why are you hiding under the blanket? It's the middle of summer. Aren't you afraid of suffocating?" The girl's head peeked out from under the blanket. "From now on, I have nothing to do with that pervert. Until the day I die, I won't stop doing it." The grandfather did not understand everything that was happening. He decided to ask Ye Wutian for clarification. "Young man, what's wrong?" The boy was tired of standing. He sat down beside the table, putting both feet up. To the old man's question, he answered simply and directly. "Nothing. I just gave her a massage to ease the pain. Maybe she doesn't like having her pants washed off twice a day." This was Ye Wutian's opinion. To himself, he remembered the feeling of his hands touching the girl's legs. He thought, they are quite elastic. The feeling is not bad. The girl started shouting at Ye Wutian, "I'm warning you. If you dare to tell anyone, I, Li Waner, swear to the heavens that I will kill you." With that, the guy listened to the girl's screams without any emotion. Ye Wutian decided to respond in his own way to the girl's rudeness. "You're flat everywhere except your ass. I'm not interested in that." Here the young man turned to the grandfather standing next to him. "Old man, give her some medicine to drink." "I won't drink it," Li Wan replied sharply. "Who knows if it has poison in it," she suddenly said. Ye Wutian didn't know what to say to such a guess. The guy further decided not to waste any time. He took the cup from his grandfather's hands and started to offer it to the girl. Silly girl. Just listen to the doctor. Li Wan started to hide under the blanket again. The young man stood beside her and leisurely said, "I don't care if you die or stay alive. I'm only afraid that you'll ruin me." Ye Wutian medicine's reputation legend. The guy kept urging the girl to take the healing tea. "Now that I have saved you, you must stay alive." So he finished his speech. At this, Li Wan reacted to Ye Wutian's words without any confidence. A medical legend? Then I'm a medicine fairy. Let me tell you, I won't drink." Such a categorical refusal discouraged Ye Wutian. He was confused, not knowing what to say. "Indeed," replied the boy slyly. Then he added, "You don't want to take it verbally, but you want it applied externally." Ye Wutian entered the taste and started to further speak. It seems that the naked ass fairy was not pleasurable enough before. "Do you want me to check your injury again?" the guy suddenly suggested. Such words made the girl feel embarrassed and even blushed. Don't come any closer, don't come any closer, I'll drink," Li Wan finally agreed. With a sudden movement, the girl took the cup from Ye Wutian's hands. Such haste on the guy's part surprised him. "I'll drink it, okay," Li Wan confirmed. The pleasant taste of the healing herb soothed the girl. For some reason she thought, "God, you like taking my pants off so much. Pervert," the girl thought without anger. A grandfather came up and started to inquire about his granddaughter's condition. "Young man, my granddaughter's injury is not very severe, right?" Ye Wutian hurriedly consoled the old man. "It's not a big deal. She just needs some follow-up treatment." Then the boy decided to address the old man with an unexpected proposal. "I have nowhere to go now anyway," the young man began cautiously. Then he added, "Would you mind if I stayed here for a few days?" Grandpa willingly agreed to Ye Wutian's suggestion. "No problem. As long as you can cure my granddaughter, you can stay here as long as you want." And so ended this unusual day full of adventures. Night shrouded the village and the house where the grandfather and his granddaughter lived. This night, Li Wan slept very poorly and anxiously. The stress and events of the previous day had a strong impact on her weak and vulnerable psyche. In her dreams, she kept seeing Ye Wutian. "Dirty pervert," the girl whispered through her sleep. The dream made the girl's mind relive the adventures that had struck her again. She felt that Ye Wutian wanted to undress her again. Don't take off my shorts," the girl said through her sleep. Ye Wutian, unlike his new acquaintance, could not fall asleep. He lay with his eyes open and looked away. The boy hung his shirt up to dry. He himself lay on the bed without a blanket. Ye Wutian was worried about his current fate. It wasn't easy for a guy to accept his young appearance. If I really had traveled back in time, then who was the owner of this body? To concentrate, the young man scrutinizes his palm. According to Li Waner and her grandfather, I am not from this village. If that's the case, why did I wake up in a barren mountain? Furthermore, this body is very weak, probably due to too much alcohol and bodily pleasure. Here a sharp hunch struck the young man. Oh shit, too much alcohol and bodily pleasures, so he repeated to himself. Gradually, the guy's mind began to connect a logical chain. No wonder whenever I saw Li Waner, I felt aroused. It was all because of that body. Although I wasn't a virgin in the past, but I was definitely not that horny. Slowly, the thoughts took the guy further and further away. It can't be that I was reborn in the body of a super pervert. Could it be that the original owner of this body was killed, and the corpse was thrown into the barren mountains? This was Ye Wutian's fantasy. The guy made a clear and concise decision. Okay, I must clearly investigate the previous life of this body. With this decision, Ye Wutian fell asleep. The clear morning burst into the room where Ye Tian was sleeping, but it wasn't the rays of the sun that woke him up. "Old man Li, come out quickly." That's what the boy heard through his sleep. "We'll break in if you don't come out." Such shouts of strangers woke up the boy. He had not yet fully realized everything that was happening. "Damn it, it's early morning, let me sleep." Grandpa was already standing dressed in the street. He was surrounded by a group of people who clearly did not come with good intentions. "Old man Li!" "Don't say I didn't remind you. The 2-day deadline is expiring." The leader of the gang stood closest to Grandpa, holding a pipe in his hands. "Either give us our money back or give me that girl." That's how he specified his demands to his grandfather. "Old man Joe, what are you going to do bringing so many people here? Do you guys want to kidnap her?" the old man asked so angrily. Grandpa came right up to the Roo and started talking. "I told you I don't have any money yet. I won't give you my granddaughter to pay you back." "So categorically," replied the grandfather. Li Wan came to the window. She decided to put the people who came to rest. "Old man Ju, could you give us a little more time to pay off the debt? I promise you, as soon as we have the money, we will pay it back as soon as possible." A gang named Ju said to Li Wan, "Girl, Hu Zi will be your husband. You will be his wife. Ever since he was a child, he has been in love with you. He will be kind to you." Hu Zi turned out to be a big burly man with a gold chain around his neck. "Da Wan Er, I will be kind to you." That's what he said while looking intently at the girl. Hu Zi's words made the girl laugh. "Brother Hu Tzu, I've told you many times that I don't have such feelings for you. Please leave me alone." Ju said to Grandpa, "I already gave you a chance." Then Ye turned to his gang of henchmen and told them, "Break in and get Wan Er out. I'll make sure that she and Hu Zi get married today." The people who passed by were expressing more and more aggression. Hu Zi was especially happy. "Haha, Wan Er is finally mine," he said so joyfully. "Let's go." There was a shout from the crowd. Grandpa bravely stood up to defend his home. "Halt! As long as I'm here, I won't let anyone enter this door." The old man's appearance was full of determination. The old man decided to give a decisive fight to the gang of bandits. He boldly stepped forward with his arm out. The bandits encircled the old man. Hu Zi grabbed Grandpa by the scruff of the neck. "Old man, you better take care of yourself," Hu Zi said threateningly. Suddenly, the door of the house opened. Ye Wutian came out. The appearance of a strange guy surprised the whole gang. "Yi. What are you doing?" Ye Wutian asked sharply. The boy stood in the doorway. He looked sternly at everyone present. "I don't care what happened between you two before, but right now Li Wan Er is my patient." The crowd outside the house stared in amazement and silence at Ye Wutian. He continued to say, "No one can touch her until she recovers." Hu Zi was the first to come to his senses. "Who are you? What is your relationship with Wan Er?" he asked Ye Wutian angrily. At the same time, Ye Wutian did not show any signs of fear. "All you need to know is that Li Wan Er is injured. She is now my patient. Without my permission, no one can touch her." This was how the young man finished his speech. At the same time, Li Wan was watching from the window. The girl was struck by what was happening outside. Is this pervert trying to protect me? This is absolutely none of his business. Such thoughts swarmed in her head. Meanwhile, the conflict between Hu Zi and Ye Wutian continued to escalate. The big guy approached the guy and threatened him. "Damn, are you trying to scare me so badly? No one in this village will scare me." Hu Zi brought his fist to the young man's face. Ye Wutian wasn't afraid. "Do you want to fight? I see you're very brave." This was his reply to Hu Zi. The guy suddenly brought his palm to the big guy's face. Ye Wutian opened his palm. In it was a pile of earth. "Do you see this dust?" Ye Wutian asked cheerfully. "What?" Hu Zi stared at the palm of his hand with the pile of earth in confusion. He didn't understand Ye Wutian's actions. Suddenly, Ye Wutian blew on his palm. A pile of dust flew into the big guy's face. Hu Zi was not prepared for such a thing. While the tall man stood dumbfounded, Ye Wutian continued to speak. "I just want to tell you that dealing with you is as easy as blowing off this dust." "What the hell is this?" Hu Zi was furious. "Are you trying to do something to me?" he angrily asked the guy. Ye Wutian turned around and started to walk away. "Come here!" Hu Zi shouted angrily after him. The leader of the gang, named Ju, intervened. "Hu Zi, stop!" he shouted angrily at the big guy. Ju walked over to Ye Wutian and began to speak. "Boy, you're not from our village. Why are you protecting them? Do you like that girl too?" Shaky thought to himself. This guy is deliberately angering Huzi. He's wrong. Li Wan looked out of the window of the house. Ye Wutian immediately told her, I know what you want to say. Don't worry. I don't like this type of woman. The girl boiled up. Pervert. What do you mean? What kind of woman am I? Ye Wutian turned around to face Ju. So how much do they owe you? And why do you need such a big crowd? Joe decided to answer everything directly. That's 20,000. He named the exact amount to Ye Wutian. Such information infuriated the young man. What? 20,000, he asked again. Only 20,000 and you want to take his granddaughter. The guy stood in front of the crowd and started telling them, you are all from the same village and you are still bullying the old man and his granddaughter. Aren't you guys ashamed? The crowd was silent. It was then that Huzi suddenly spoke with anger. He was completely confident and unwavering in his intentions. Whatever it takes, he began. Waner will be mine, Huzi shouted and rushed towards Ye Wutian. The big guy wanted to beat up the young boy. Seeing all this, the girl became worried. Watch out, she shouted to Ye Wutian. That kind of concern touched the guy. Wow, I didn't think you'd be worried about me. At this time, the young man was standing by the window where Li Wan was looking out of. Who's worried about you? Dodge! Your body won't be able to withstand his punch! Huzi was already standing right next to the young man and raised his hand to strike. It was as if everything around him had frozen. People stood around in a daze, watching Huzi attacking the guy. Even the nature itself froze. It was the young girl who was most frightened. She was terrified because she was worried about the fate of the boy. The enraged Huzi prepared to attack Ye Wutian. The big guy's punch never reached Ye Wutian. Huzi's hand couldn't even touch the guy. Inexplicably, the exhausted big guy fell to his knees on the ground. He mumbled, What? What is it? I can't tense my arm. Ye Wutian turned around and firmly said, I said that dealing with you is as easy as blowing dust. The gang members surrounded Huzi, who was lying on the ground. Joe asked the stooped Huzi, Are you all right? Get up quickly. Apparently, the big guy didn't even have the strength to get up. He stood on his hands and knees and said, I can't get up, I can't tense my body. The crowd was greatly surprised at what was happening. There were shouts of, how did he suddenly fall down and can't get up? It must be that guy's doing it. That guy is too suspicious. It turned out that Mr. Ju was the apex Huzi's own grandfather. Mr. Ju ran up excitedly to Ye Wutian. What have you done to my grandson? Let him be normal again, or we won't let you go. That's when Li Wan's grandfather intervened. He turned to the young man. The old man timidly said, Young man, we are from the same village after all. Maybe you can The grandfather did not finish the sentence, but the boy guessed the old man's wish. Ye Wutian said. He stepped away from his grandfather and walked towards Huzi, who was lying down. The young man, like a wizard, brought his hand over the lying big man. This time I'll let you go. The big man's condition changed abruptly and unexpectedly. He felt his mobility begin to return. Strength returned to his arms and legs. I can move again, the big man said in surprise. He was able to get to his feet. The boy decided that the conflict was over. He turned around and started walking back to the house. Ye Wutian said to the crowd, Come back in 3 days for the money. And right now, get lost! The young man ended the conversation so briefly. The crowd looked at him with confusion and surprise. Hu Tzu said to his grandfather, Ju grandfather, What are we going to do? Don't tell me we're just going to leave it. Then the big man added, Yan is satisfied. Wan Er is mine. Grandpa Ju thought and said judiciously, This man is dangerous. We should never mess with him. There is a reason for everything. In 3 days we will demand the money. Let's see if he can raise 20,000 or not. Ju then turned to the crowd and said in a commanding voice, Leave! The gang obediently turned and began to disperse. They agreed with their leader's decision. The gang's departure made Li Wan happy. She happily looked out the window and said at last they were gone. The girl still couldn't believe that everything had ended so well. Just then, Ye Wutian suddenly walked into the girl's room. Hey, Waner, were you worried about me just now? The girl continued to still stare out the window. Li Wan's speech came back to her. He turned to the boy and said, No, I wasn't worried. I wish Brother Huzi had beaten you to a pulp. The boy's appearance showed no excitement. Ott replied calmly, Even if there are 10 guys like him, I can still give them a kick in the ass. Here, all of a sudden, Li Wan showed genuine surprise. Yes. What just happened? Why did he suddenly fall down? Did you do something to him? Ye Wutian decided to explain everything. I'm a medical legend. This is nothing compared to what I can do. Then the boy remembered how he had prepared a healing potion from the herbs he had gathered in the forest that evening. He thought, fortunately, we gathered a lot of herbs yesterday. I turned them into different powders last night. Without them, we'd be in real trouble today. I must make more powder for the future. That's how the boy finally decided. This is when Li Wan decided to break the silence. Ha ha, I don't believe you're that strong. The girl's words confused the boy. He thought, can't believe I'm considered a liar in this decade. It's sad. Just then, Yewutian walked up to the girl closely and pointed his finger at her breasts. At the same time, he said, by the way, not only can I cure anything, I can also make your boobs bigger. Are you interested? The girl was dumbfounded by such an offer. The guy continued to stand next to the girl. She couldn't think of anything to say to him. In Li Wan's mind, there was resentment, shame, and anger towards Yewutian at the same time. What? What? Did I say something bad? Yewutian asked like that. He saw that the girl was almost crying. Li Wan started to whimper. They tease me at school. They call me the princess of the blackboard. And now you're also bullying me. Yewutian was discouraged by the girl's reaction. The boy decided to make it up to Li Wan. Don't cry, he said. I'm telling the truth. I'm not making fun of you. I really can. Li Wan, still crying, replied, it is okay, then help me do it. The girl fell silent and looked at Yewutian with tears in her eyes. Li Wan suddenly unzipped her sports sweatshirt and shouted, Yewutian, can you make them bigger? The idea of enlarging her breasts appealed to Li Wan. Such actions of the girl came as a surprise to Yewutian. He did not take his eyes off her breasts. Such a reversal in the girl's behavior was incomprehensible to the guy. He looked at Li Wan, not knowing what to say to her. Yewutian could only say, oh shit. Everything that was happening shocked him, but the guy didn't do anything. They parted in silence with the girl. Morning came, and the sun illuminated the house where the granddaughter and grandfather lived. Li Wan had to go to school that day. Walking out of the house, the girl thought, yesterday he said he could help me enlarge my breasts, but in the end he didn't do anything. Li Wan kept pondering Yewutian's words yesterday. Could he really be doing this? What if he just wanted to take advantage of me? The school continued to mock Li Wan. Look here. The bored princess is dreaming again. It is so flat that even an airplane can take off on it. The girl felt insulted. Li Wan came running home. Opening the door, she shrieked, I don't want to be a plank princess. Help me enlarge my breasts. When Li Wan's words were heard by her grandfather, he was confused. A girl asked the old man, Grandpa, why are you in his room? The old man replied, this guy went to gather herbs. During this time, I wanted to clean this room. Granddaughter, why are you talking about? Here Li Wan impatiently decided to help the old man finish his sentence. Did she say breast augmentation? Li Wan was suddenly frightened by her own words. She suddenly turned around and started running away. What? I didn't say anything like that. Grandpa was surprised. He shouted after her. Ah, granddaughter. Li Wan was running fast. She didn't look at her feet. Suddenly she tripped over a rock. While running, Li Wan saw Yewutian walking towards her. I'm back, said the guy just as Li Wan ran towards him and fell down. The collision with the girl caused the guy to fall and drop his bag of herbs. Lying on the ground, Yewutian and Li Wan gradually came to their senses. The girl felt pain from where the snake had bitten her. Ow, my butt! The girl screamed in pain. Yewutian immediately replied to her. Hey, I told you to refrain from physical exertion. The guy got up and started walking over to the girl. Now I'll have to get a massage again. The girl was taken aback by this suggestion. What? Pervert, no, don't, screamed Li Wan. The guy still honored his offer and gave her a massage. Then Yewutian went inside and started making another tea from a set of herbs. The girl lay on the bed, watching Yewutian prepare a potion that could help her. Pervert, scoundrel, Li Wan continued to say. Li Wan continued to prepare the potion nonchalantly. He said to the girl, your repeated insults make me tired. Ah, yes, what type of seafood sells for the highest price? Li Wan replied to him, Reiki, obviously. Each of them is worth several hundred yuan. The boy continued to prepare the healing potion in the bowl. The girl's answer pleased him. Oh, really? Then let's focus on catching crayfish. Grandpa came into the room unexpectedly. Hey, kid, I brought what you asked for. Yewutian turned to him. The old man placed a large straw jug in the center of the room. He asked the boy, are you sure you want this? The guy liked the contents of the jug. Yeah, exactly. That's exactly what we need. Yewutian took a few swigs from the jug. He had obviously decided to cook something special. All the guy's actions aroused surprise and genuine interest in the girl and her grandfather. At last the potion was ready. The boy was satisfied. Well, he said. Let's go fishing, Yewutian said. He took the straw jug and headed out. They all came to the seashore. There they threw a jug into the water. It was tied on a rope to a post on the shore. Underwater, the jug was in an open state. It was standing on the seabed. A guy and a girl sat on the shore. They were waiting. A good crayfish catching could bring them a big income. Yewutian sat in silence. He was looking at Li Wan. The guy might have wanted to say something, but the right words weren't there. The girl was also silent. Various thoughts crossed her mind. For some reason, Li Wan began to think about the future tense where Ye Wutian came from. In the girl's mind, the guy was saying these words, "I really like girls like this, innocent and beautiful." The guy was remembering what girls from the future era might look like. Guy's mind was saying these words, "Unlike the girls I came from, filled with lust and violence." In comparison, Li Wan is pretty much a miniature angel. Maybe that's a heavenly angel for me. Then the voice of the grandfather was heard from afar. The old man ran and shouted, "Oh my God, we're rich, it's a miracle." Ye Wuqian and Li Wan turned around to their grandfather in surprise. "Grandpa? What happened?" Grandpa excitedly shouted, "Granddaughter, Ye Wutian, come quickly and look at this. Look how many crayfish have gathered on the shore." At the same time, equally interesting events were taking place in the Yinchuan building in the eastern city. On a high floor in her office sat a lonely female president of the company. The woman sat looking out the window. She had a view of the big city in front of her. Is he really dead? The woman wondered. Her gaze was fixed and detached. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door. The door was labeled Office of the General Manager. A secretary entered the office of the female director. She informed the director, "The bank has sent another notice." The female director turned around in her chair toward the secretary. She asked her subordinate, "Is it still about debt repayment?" The secretary replied, "Yes. Xiao Man, organize a dinner with President Zhu on my behalf." The headmistress's hand nervously clutched at the papers on the table. The secretary plucked up courage and said, "Madam President, Zhu is not a good person. Having lunch with him is like entering a tiger's den." The female director calmly remarked, "I know very well what kind of man he is. If it weren't for his interference, the company wouldn't be what it is. But what's the point of knowing his true colors, if we have no other choice at the moment?" The secretary still did not agree with her superior's proposal. She timidly objected, but the female director had already pointed out unequivocally and sharply, "Please organize this." At this time, in the Li family home of Li Wang and grandfather, life was going on as usual. They had a nice seafood dinner. Grandpa also served a dish of crayfish that he had caught earlier. The old man thanked the young man. "Ye Wutian, please accept my thanks." Grandpa's excitement even made him cry. "After selling these crayfish, the debts are finally covered. I finally paid back the money I borrowed from old man Joe. Thank you very much." Just then, a girl spoke up. She turned to Ye Wutian. "Hey, you pervert! How did you do that?" "Those crayfish actually swam to the shore, expecting us to catch them. That's amazing." The girl was still amazed by the recent successful fishing trip. Ye Wutian turned to the people around him and said, "Would you believe me if I told you that I am a superhuman?" Li Wan was skeptical of the guy's words. "You don't have to say anything if you don't want to." The girl realized that the young man's actions were worthy of gratitude. He said in any case. Li Wan ended her sentence with the words, "Thank you." She suddenly felt awkward at the table. "You don't have to thank me," said Ye Wutian. "Just stop kicking me when I give you a massage." Li Wan sharply replied, "If you pull down my pants, do you think I want to hit you? Why do you say such annoying things to me when I'm trying to thank you?" There was a sudden knock at the door. Everyone in the house was surprised. "Who's there? Come in," Grandpa said. Ju's silhouette appeared in the open doorway. Li Wan, her grandfather, and Ye Wutian were greatly surprised by the appearance of the gang leader. "Oh, that smells delicious. What are you guys celebrating?" Joey came into the room. The old man asked Ju sharply, "I returned the money. Why did you come here?" Gang's Ju started to conciliatory speak. "Actually, I'm here to apologize and discuss something about Hu Zi." Zhao went on to say, "You see, as for Wan I think she and Hu Tzu." The girl was visibly nervous. She realized that she was going to be forcibly handed over to the big guy from the gang named Hu Zi. Suddenly, Ye Wutian came up from behind. The guy turned to Joey. He asked, "Are you still trying to set Wan up with your grandson?" Here the guy took the bewildered Li Wan's hand and said, "Let me explain to you today." Ye Wutian pressed Li Wan against him and said unequivocally, "She is my girlfriend." Guy addressed Joe directly, "Make your grandson give her up." "Ye Wutian." Abruptly, the girl cried out. She was startled by Ye Wutian's recent confession. Unexpectedly and invisibly to others, the guy pinched the girl's ass. Li Wan didn't know how to react to such actions of the young man. He only said woof, but she didn't swear. Still, anger was bursting out of Li Wan. She shouted at the guy, "You!" She was offended by such a prank of his. Ye Wuqian turned to the girl and began to explain the situation to her. "Do you want to marry Zhou Huzi? I'm putting on a show so that they won't pester you in the future." Li Wan remained silent. She realized that this would be the best solution to her situation. At this time, Zhou was looking carefully at the guy and girl's embrace. To himself, he thought she doesn't feel uncomfortable in his embrace. It seems like the girl really likes him. After standing there for a moment, Zhu exhaled quietly and decided to leave. While near the door, he said, "Okay, the young ones have their own things to do. I have some things to do too. So I'm leaving." Ye Wutian and Li Wan watched Ju's departure in silence. They were still standing there, hugging each other. After the gang left, the girl shouted at the guy, "Pervert! How dare you grab me? I'll bite you to death!" Walking away into the distance, Ju didn't know what was going on in the room. He was slightly surprised by the noise and shouting he heard as he walked. Thus ended the day. Night descended on the village and on the ladies of Li. The sky was lighted by the month and the stars. During the evening, Li Wan and Ye Wutian sat on the bed and talked. The girl still wanted a boob job. She was teased for her small boobs at school. "Hey, can you really make them bigger?" Ye Wutian began to explain to her the details of the upcoming procedure. The girl asked in response, "Do you need to do the surgery? You're not going to put some silicone in there, right? It's not going to hurt, is it? I don't like pain." Then the guy answered her van air. "In the past, I have enlarged the breasts of the president's own daughter. Dealing with yours is very easy." The girl didn't believe Ye Wutian. The president's daughter? What a braggart. Silently, the boy began to stir the potion in the bowl. He was completely focused. The smell of the potion caught the girl's attention. "What is it? It smells good." "It's not food," said the boy. He poured some of the prepared potion into the palm of his hand. "This is not food," said Ye Wutian. "I need to massage it on you. You ready? I think you should think about it again." The guy decided to get the girl's full consent. Suddenly, Li Wan was silent. She only now realized the importance of what the guy wanted to do to her breasts. The girl even closed her eyes with excitement. She realized that she couldn't wait any longer. Just then, Li Wan said it's okay. She lifted up her t-shirt. "I'm going to pretend to be touched by a dog. Let's get started." A dog. That's how surprised Ye Wutian thought. After thinking for a bit, the guy said, "Then I won't be polite either." He started to smear the girl's breasts. Li Wan felt uncomfortable. She uttered, "Ah," while Ye Wutian was giving her a breast augmentation procedure. The girl was uncomfortable, but she tolerated it. For the sake of breast augmentation, she was willing to endure the discomfort. Ye Wutian felt ashamed and uncomfortable. At this time, Ye Wutian smeared boob enlargement ointment on her breasts. The boy felt awkward as well. Thoughts were swarming in his head. This feeling soft and hard is hard to put into words. Could it be magnificent? For some reason, the appearance of the girl's breasts reminded tightening buns. That's what he thought sooner small buns thought. The procedure went on for a long time. Li Wan and Ye Wutian sat opposite each other on the bed. Outside, evening was gradually coming on. Silence covered the neighborhood. You could hear the croaking of a frog in the nearest pond. After an hour, the breast augmentation procedure was over. The girl lay down and stretched out on the bed. Huh, she repeated tiredly. Moving away from the resting girl, Li Wan said, "I will prepare a medicine for you for tomorrow. Be sure to take it." That's what he said while wiping his hands. Ye Wutian went outside. He was very tired. Rivers of sweat were running down his body. He sought rest in the cool of the evening. Guy began to analyze the state of his health. "This body is very weak. I was suffocating from a simple massage. Looks like I need to make myself some medicine to supplement myself, not to mention strengthening this body. The previous owner of this body died of natural causes. A strong body will be better in unexpected situations." The boy looked up at the sky. Thoughts were still swarming in his head. Speaking of that, something he thought about. There was a full moon in the sky. Looking up at the starry sky, Ye Wutian pondered. "I never thought that controlling my desires also requires skill." A bright day has descended on East Town. Buildings and houses sparkled with cleanliness. In one of the offices, the son came to see his director father. "Dad," according to the reports, "that bastard is dead." That's how the son finished his line. The guy is full of self-importance because of the important information he's given. My father reacted sharply to what he heard. He turned and asked again, "Is he dead? How did it happen?" My father asked excitedly. There was a look of genuine interest on his face. The son began to give details. "I'm not sure about the details, but they say he was killed by a bunch of scum. That's pretty profitable for us." Heh. That's the conclusion the son drew. The father turned to his son and spoke. "Your second uncle doesn't know yet. Don't spread this information. Pretend not to know."
The young man said confidently, "I know what to do. If I see my uncle, I don't know anything. Let's wait and see how events unfold."
The father remembered something else and checked with his son. "Yes. How is your relationship with Xin Yue going? You bragged about how good your relationship was. Don't tell me that you haven't settled on that woman yet." The son replied sharply to his father, "Xun Yue is not like other women." The father pointed his finger at his son and began to say, "If she is like other women, then she will not be back in Ouyang Xin Yue. This step is important. We must achieve the goal. Our family must cooperate with the Ouyang family to raise our status." The boy bowed to his father and said, "I will do my best." A clear morning came to the house where Li Wan and her grandfather lived. Everyone woke up. Ye Wutian sat at the table and leisurely stirred the herbs in his plate. Just then, Li Wan abruptly broke into the room. She had a frightened look on her face. The girl's appearance scared Ye Wuqian. "Hey, bad news! We have to hurry up and leave!" With such unexpected words, Ye Wuqian dropped his potion bowl. It fell and shattered. The broken bowl really upset the guy. He cried out, "My substance! I spent a lot of time on it." Li Wan shouted, "Oh my god, this is not the time for medicine. There's a plague in the village. Grandpa wants us to leave immediately." That's the news from an excited Li Wan. Ye Wuqian only asked briefly, "Huh?" The meaning of the words the girl said had not yet reached him. "Either way, just run." The girl grabbed Ye Wuqian's hand. He clearly wanted him to run after her. "The guy's just now thinking about the plague. Why did the plague come out of nowhere?" As the young men ran out of the house, they were confronted on their way by people in white medical uniforms. The medics were wearing bacteriological defense suits. "Stop!" the medics shouted at Li Wan and Ye Wuqian. The young men froze in bewilderment. They realized that they could not escape. The senior of the medics sternly said, "To prevent the plague from spreading, you are in quarantine. Go to the quarantine center immediately." Ye Wuqian became very angry. He shouted at the senior doctor, "What? Just because you're stupid? Quarantine everyone indiscriminately." Then the guy angrily added, "We don't even have symptoms of the disease. Get lost." Suddenly, a weapon appeared in the medic's hands. They pointed them at Ye Wuqian and Li Wan. The senior medic sternly pronounced, "The resisting ones will be tranquilized." The boy stood looking at the armed doctors. Tranquilizers, he thought. So harsh. Li Wan came up behind Ye Wutong. She told him, "Let's just follow them." The boy was desperate. He didn't know what to do. The medics with guns scared him, but he didn't want to go to the quarantine. Still, the young people agreed to go to the quarantine. They were brought to a large building. There were a lot of medics in protective suits around. The medics opened the door and brought Li Wan and Ye Wuqian in. "Stay here!" The boy marveled at the goings-on inside the quarantine. There were many completely different people there. Due to the lack of seats on the benches, many sat directly on the floor. There were several men sitting near the wall. Ye Wuqian noted that they looked very bad. It looked like they were really sick. Standing off to the side were several young boys. They also looked unwell. Just then, Li Wan's grandfather suddenly appeared. He came from the side and shouted, "Foolish girl!" The old man approached his granddaughter and began to rebuke her. "Foolish girl. Didn't I tell you to run away with that guy? Why did you come back?" The girl decided to justify herself. Those men came too fast. Then a guy I didn't know intervened. Apparently he knew Grandpa. Old Man Li. For several hours since the plague broke out, the entire village has been blocked off. No one can escape. The grandfather walked up to his granddaughter and started telling her, "What can we do? I am already an old man. It's okay if I die. But my silly granddaughter is so young. If something bad happens to her." Li Wan was upset at such words. All she could say was "Grandpa." Li Wan continued to comfort Grandpa. "Grandpa, don't worry. Aren't there any doctors here? Everything will be fine soon." The old man didn't calm down. "A doctor? Humph. If they could solve this problem, they wouldn't have to blockade the entire village." At the same time, Li Wan was standing by the window. He looked thoughtfully at the people on the street. The boy wondered what kind of plague was this. He noticed a group of doctors in white coats without protective suits on the street. Ye Wuqian stood there and continued to think. "I heard that the patients had symptoms such as fever, headache, muscle pain, and so on." The young man was sinking deeper and deeper into thought. "I know all about herbs, but not all about medicine. Although I'm pretty good at medical herbs, but I'm not very good at diagnostics. Anyway, I'll just go over there and take a look." Ye Wuqian went to the door, opened it, and said to the girl, "Stay here. I'll come out and have a look." The girl grabbed Ye Wuqian by the arm. "Hey, don't go outside." Ye Wuqian was confused. Here, Li Wan voiced her guess. "What if you are also infected with this strange disease?" Grandpa came over and joined the conversation. "Yes, there's no reason for you to go there. Why don't we just wait?" Ye Wuqian thought for a moment. He understood all the risks facing him. The guy was determined not to back down. As he walked out the door, he said, "Relax, I'll be fine." Ye Wuqian's remarkable calmness amazed the grandfather, and especially the girl. He opened the door wide to make sure and stepped bravely outside. He didn't know exactly what awaited him, but he was ready for anything. Ye Wuqian walked bravely down the street. There, he saw doctors with stretchers. There were also some civilians around. Suddenly, the silhouette of a medic in a protective suit appeared in front of the boy. "Freeze," the doctor said so sternly. Ye Wuqian stopped. "Here," the medicine man already said in a more friendly manner. "What are you doing? Didn't I say you can't go out?"
Ye Wuqian decided to tell the doctors about his medical skills and knowledge. "I went for a walk. What's the situation now? Any solutions? Tell me if you need my help." The doctor answered the guy. "We have put so much effort and mobilized so much manpower. And yet we can't solve this problem. How can you offer any help? Then the medic finished his speech. Go back inside now. Don't bother us.
The medic's behavior surprised the guy a little. He thought all the doctors in this era are so testy. Turning to the doctor, he said, "Okay, you go back to your business too. Don't pay any attention to me." The doctor said sharply and angrily, "Are you deaf? Didn't you hear what I said? Go back!" Ye Wutian replied judiciously, "I am responsible for my own body. What right do you have to tell me what to do?" The medic was a little dumbfounded by Ye Wutian's determination. He was amazed by the guy's calmness. "Okay." The doctor squeezed himself out. The medic looked at Ye Wutian with anger. "Okay," he repeated. "Okay, if you have the courage." Then the doctor suddenly turned to the side and started shouting, "Quarantine officer! Where are you? This guy wants to escape and spread the infection. Shoot him!" Ye Wutian was surprised by what had happened. "What the hell? I just want to offer help. Now I'm someone who's spreading the plague." Here, the guy said directly to the medic, "You're shameless!" A senior doctor intervened in the conversation. He asked, "Why are you talking so loudly?" The senior doctor approached the medic and Ye Wutian. He wanted to know the reason for their conflict. What happened? The appearance of the senior doctor pleased the medic, who was already fed up with Ye Wutian. The medic hurriedly said, "Old man, you have come at a very good time. This guy says he can solve this problem." The senior medic looked at Ye Wutian carefully. Then he turned to Wei Junji. "The medic, you can't say such things. This young man, according to you, does he look like a doctor?" Ye Wutian intervened in the conversation. "Did he refer to the medic Wei Junji? Isn't that equivalent to hypocrite in Chinese?" "Exactly. And your parents are just geniuses." The medic came close to the guy and wanted to hit him. Ye Wutian dodged. The medic started talking. "What do you care about my name? Do you even have a certificate? If you don't, get lost. Do you want to help? Are you even qualified?" The guy stopped the medic's speech. "Let me ask you." Ye Wutian began to speak. Ye Wutian decided to test the medic's medical knowledge. Among all the herbs, what effect does the rhizome of Animarina and butterfly bush flower have? The medic was discouraged by Ye Wutian's question. He didn't know what to answer and only asked what. Ye Wutian decided to brag about his knowledge. Their effect is to purify the body, to drain the fire inside the body. Perfect for some profane people like you. The medic suddenly became angry. "A profanity-loving man? Who do you mean? Say what you said again." The doctor suddenly grabbed Ye Wutian by the scruff of the neck. The angrier the medicine man got, the more calmly Ye Wutian spoke to him. He continued to talk about the benefits of medicinal herbs, and then cinnabar, polygala root, fusheng, so that your body wouldn't be so weak. Just then Ye Wutian suddenly raised her hand. It was relaxed. It was not clenched into a fist. With a strong but sharp movement, the boy struck the medic's arm. This is how he freed himself from the doctor's grip. After that, the guy said calmly, "No one is more skilled in herbs than me. If I'm not qualified, neither are you." Suddenly, a senior medic walked over. He turned to Ye Wutian. "Hey, kid, are you a doctor of Chinese medicine?" The guy, politely and businesslike, replied, "Not really. I'm not a doctor. I'm just familiar with herbs." The senior doctor looked at Ye Wutian with genuine interest through his glasses. "If you're not a doctor, how can you prescribe medicine? Kid, you're too modest." The senior medic took the boy by the shoulder and led the way. This surprised Wei Junzi very much. At this time, the senior medic spoke. "Let me escort you to show you the patient." They entered an ordinary hospital. The interior was unremarkable. Next, Ye Wutian and the medics entered the ward. There was a patient lying on the bed. A nurse was standing next to him. The patient was unconscious. The nurse was adjusting the blanket. Then the patient opened his eyes suddenly. He looked up with an unseeing gaze. The color of his face was an unhealthy gray. The senior medic asked Ye Wutian, "How is he? Anything strange? What do you think about it?" Did the guy answer? Wei Junzi came over and said, "I thought he had something real. But in reality, he's just a charlatan. Why did he have to drag you here?" Ye Wutian was irritated by these words of the medic. He roughly turned around and said, "Can you shut up?" This kind of answer made Wei Junzi angry. He was furious. The medic couldn't find the right words and only said, "You." Wei Junzi's behavior did not please the senior doctor. He thought, looking at his subordinate, "You talked nonsense without thinking. You were frightened by a single glance from him." To himself, the chief medical officer decided, "He's not a very good student. I shouldn't have chosen him to be my apprentice." The senior doctor continued to read the patient's diagnosis on the bed. Fever, headache, muscle pain. These symptoms are common in many cases. We suspect it's an infectious disease caused by some virus. But we need some time to wait for the results of the medical examination. Here, the senior medic's thoughts were interrupted by Ye Wutian's words. "Old man Wu, I have a recipe. You can try it. Give me some paper and a pen." After receiving a pen and paper, Ye Wutian began to write the prescription. He felt the strength and desire to help the patient. The guy quickly wrote on a piece of paper a list of the herbs he needed. Ephedra, conifer, 20 g ginseng, 20 g scutellaria, 15 g longanus, 10 g milk flower peony, 25 g. The guy finished his recipe with such herbs: almond 20 gr, sapochnica divaricata 20 gr. Immediately he gave the finished recipe to the senior medic. At the end, Ye Wutian said boil all the herbs with 3 liters of water in a water bowl. Give the medicine 3 times a day. The recipe is called. Here the boy voiced to the senior doctor the name of his recipe from a whole bunch of herbs. Life extending soup. Ye Wuqian's recipe pleased the senior doctor. Life extension soup? I've seen that title on the archive before. But there was no recipe there. I never thought that this young man might know the recipe. Here the senior doctor handed the prescription to the nurse and told her, take this. Follow the prescription. Try to make it. The nurse briefly replied, yes. Everything that was happening caused Wei Junzi to be in disbelief. He said life extension soup. It sounds pathetic. But Ye Wutian decided to ignore the medic's displeasure. He was satisfied that he was able to make a prescription that could help save the patient.
The guy turned to the medic and said with amusement, hey, you're not that capable, but your sarcastic comments are top-notch.
Ye Wutian continued to speak to Wei Junzi. Let me ask you, do you have a wife? If you do, please leave her while you can. Don't hurt her. Such words and mocking tone made Wei Junzi lose his temper. He was sinking deeper and deeper into anger. Here, Wei Junzi asked Ye Wutian angrily. You bastard! What do you mean by that? I won't let you go until you give me an explanation. Here Ye Wutian looked at the medic and began to speak shrewdly. Don't you feel your heavy waist and swollen legs? And that it is uncomfortable for you to pee? And your lower body feels cold? Wei Junzi was astonished at these words. Here, the already completely frightened Wei Junzi asked Ye Wutian, how do you know this? Ye Wutian continued to voice his exact diagnosis. Not only that, you also have frequent headaches. You don't sleep well, always dreaming. You often go to the restroom at night. You have a pale face. Wei Junzi was stunned by the accurate diagnosis. He thought impossible. He said everything correctly. But Ye Wutian didn't stop. You have kidney failure, and you have trouble getting an erection. Based on your current situation, you definitely can't satisfy your wife. That's why I told you to leave. The accusations of sexual weakness hurt the medic badly. Wei Junzi shouted, you're lying. I have great sex every night, and my wife begs me to continue every time. Wei Junzi continued to get angry. He said, You stop talking nonsense. A group of medics in the ward began to express their opinions about the conversation. They were struck by Wei Junzi's violent reaction. Snippets of conversations were heard. It seems that Wei Junzi's facial expression proves it all. He looks quite fierce. But then we only saw his appearance, not his illness. Poor guy. A nurse entered the room. She carried a bowl of medicine on a tray. The medicine is ready! The nurse's arrival pleased the chief doctor. He hurried the nurse, hurry up, give it to the patient. The nurse began to pour the healing potion into the patient's mouth. He was very weak and painful. The senior doctor looked at all this with disbelief. He wanted to help the patient, but he didn't know how effective the potion would be. It took time to get results from the decoction. The doctors and nurses waited for an hour. In the past hour, the patient's appearance had improved. The medics leaned over his bed. The doctors were amazed. Face looks pink, breathing stable. The patient appears to be sleeping. The prescription's really working. Who the hell is this guy? Hard to believe he's from this little village. Wei Junzi was most amazed by the patient's dramatic healing. He still believed that Ye Wutian was a charlatan. There were various thoughts in Wei Junzi's mind. He kept thinking about Ye Wutian. So he really is a highly skilled doctor. If that's the case, then my illness. Wei Junzi realized that he could get help from the guy. He said to Ye Wuqian doctor, yeah. In general, Wei Junzi realized that there was nothing more to hide. The medic began to talk about his problems. I don't try to hide the fact that my temper today was very rough, because my wife threw a tantrum last night and threw me out of bed. I think you can ask me. Here, quite unexpectedly, Ye Wutian replied categorically, no. Wei Junzi realized that he would no longer have a chance of being cured of his ailment. He turned to Ye Wutian more and more pleadingly. Dr. Ye, I am only 30 years old. I still have many positions that I haven't tried. I can't accept this fact. Help me. When you help me, I'll pay you very generously. Ye Wutian replied to the medic pale face. Powerless bottom. It is your lust and alcohol addiction that is destroying your body. How can this concern me? Next, Ye Wutian continued to say to Wei Junzi, I am not a real doctor. I have no obligation to save other people. I only do what I like to do. In the end, Yewanim decided to leave. In parting, he said that the plague was now resolved. Treat the other patients with the same prescription. Goodbye. All the doctors and medical staff looked after Ewutian. They were amazed at his help in curing the patient. Wei Junzi reproached himself the most. I was bloody blind. I shouldn't have been rude to him. I'm so tired, how can I cure my illness? The senior physician recalled the healing that had happened with interest. He thought about Yewutian. This young man is amazing, he's incredible. Yewutian's help helped in curing patients. Using his medicine, more than 10 infected people were cured. No new infections appeared again. The problem of plague was solved for the village. Eunani became one of the doctors in the village whom everyone began to respect. Dr. E, I want to thank you for saving the village. That's how one of the villagers addressed him. Yewentian only replied modestly, I told you I'm not a doctor. Life went on as usual in the Lee household. It had been a week since Yewutian had helped to heal the plague patient. The time came and the guy realized that he could use his medical skills to help himself. Yewutian decided to strengthen his physical strength. He smeared his body with a special solution of medicinal herbs. He was amazed by the power the herbs brought him. The action of the herbs only made him shout, "Ah!" Yewutian, feeling the coming of strength, encouraged his body absorb everything. The boy felt a sudden increase in his muscles. They began to grow and enlarge on their own. The herbal treatment made the guy into a big, strong athlete. Yewutian thought to himself, this weak body finally becomes stronger after nursing it. Of course, it's not just the upper body. The boy was overjoyed at his success. He shouted out progress. Yewutian was pleased with his success. The young man felt a surge of sexual energy in him. For some reason, he visualized an elephant with its trunk rising. Yewutian thought to himself, Hehehe. Even my useless dick has become more vigorous. Health is important for men, especially the most important part of the body. I should pay attention to it too. Li Wan suddenly came over. Hey, let me give you some good news. There are reporters who want to... That's when the girl saw Yewutian. Li Wan noticed that the guy's body had changed. It had become strong and pumped up. Just then she finished her sentence. To interview you. Li Wan simultaneously noticed Yewutian's strong erection. Immediately she was overcome with shame, horror, and anger. A girl nearby found a bottle and threw it at the guy. You asshole, she shouted at him. What did you just show me? Yewanyu was ashamed and discouraged. There was no way he had expected to be caught by Li Wan. In confusion, the guy walked right up to the wall. My dick stood up for the first time in a long time. For some reason, Yewutian said to his dick, Don't beat him to death. The sun was shining brightly over the Li family's house. The day was in full swing. Just as Li Wan said earlier, reporters came to the village. They approached Yewutian. The cute reporter introduced herself. Hello, I'm Wang Fangxi, a TV reporter. Yewutian stood surrounded by a group of people. There were people from the village, reporters, Li Wan and her grandfather. The reporter spoke, I have been looking for you for a long time to interview you. Could you please give me some time? Please. The guy turned to the reporter and started to answer her. Were you looking for me? Let me not tell you. First of all, I'm not even a doctor. Secondly, I don't have time right now, so leave now. Iwuchin thought to himself, the owner of this body was probably killed by the haters. If I agree to be interviewed, they might find out about me on TV. My whereabouts will be revealed. And with that, the haters will follow me here and kill me. I should be gone by then. Here the guy changed his tone to a friendly one. He turned to the reporter. Reporter Wang, you must interview Dr. Wu. I'm just a peasant. They played key roles. I'm just a peasant. They played key roles in destroying the virus. The reporter wouldn't stop. The villagers said you were a great doctor. That must be you. She held the microphone up to Yewutian. By doing this interview, you gain some reputation for yourself. You don't want to be buried without praise, really. The villagers around him started cheering the guy up. Yes, Dr. E, you should just agree to the interview. After you get fame, you won't need to worry about money. It's a great opportunity. Li Wan also turned to the guy. If you end up on TV, you'll be a celebrity. That's awesome. Yewuchin replied to the girl. Leave me alone, little girl. Don't be a part of this. Li Wan only briefly replied, Ha! The reporter kept harassing the guy. Look, everyone says you're a doctor. You have to stop hiding it. That's when the guy came up with the original answer. He listened to everything what the reporter said and asked, Yes? Then the guy pointed his finger at the reporter and started telling her, If the whole village says you are my wife, then you will be my wife. People were outraged by Yewuchian's words. What is he doing? Flirting with journalist Wang in front of everyone. Shameless. The crowd was indignant. The reporter decided to make the best of the current situation. She took a flirtatious look at the guy and said, You said you want to marry me? Then let me interview you first. At that, the reporter thought, How dare he take advantage of me? Not now, not now. I have to get to know him first.
The journalist's answer pleased Ye Wutian. For some time, they stood looking at each other in silence.
It was the guy who spoke first. You can even tolerate such harassment from a stranger, a woman with no dignity. That's the kind of wife I want. This is how Ye Wutian finished his speech. The conversation going on seriously worried Li Wan. She thought about Ye Wutian. Does he really not need this? Just saying no like that. But how dare he flirt with her right in front of everyone? A senior doctor from the hospital, whose name was Dr. Wu, approached the crowd. "What's going on here?" he asked. The boy was confused. Dr. Wu. Ye Wutian was happy and satisfied to see the doctor. As the guy thought, Dr. Wu would help clarify things for the reporter. The guy approached the doctor with a single question. Did you tell her? Dr. Wu understood the question. Did he check with Ye Wutian about the plague? The doctor began to detail why he shared the information with reporters. You did it. I can't take credit away from you. Your skill made me realize that there is still hope for Chinese medicine. A genius like you could save many lives. Ye Wutian decided to answer directly. I'm not a doctor. I don't care about saving lives. The guy noticed that someone was videotaping. He turned to the cameraman. Hey, you with the camera. Give me the tape. Now. I'll be doomed if this goes public, the guy thought to himself. Not to mention saving other lives. The journalist stood up for her cameraman. Don't listen to him and carry on. We have the right to do that. That's when Ye Wutian rudely replied, and I have the right to say no. Get out of here and leave the tape. Dr. Wu decided to defuse the situation. He said, okay, how about we all compromise and talk? You could become friends. The journalist went to the doctor. Dr. Wu, it's not me. He's being unreasonable. What does he think I'm going to do to him? I can tolerate this attitude and flirting. Why can't he take a moment to do an interview? It's not like it's going to hurt. Ye Wutian was approached by one of the other reporters. Mr. E, it will be good for your reputation if you give an interview. You don't have to go that far. Ye Wutian thought to himself. I wanted to stay in the village for a couple days and then leave. But news travels fast. We need to leave as soon as possible. You, come inside with me, we need to talk, only you. That's what Ye Wutian said. The reporter got scared. What? What do you want to do to me? Only an idiot would go in there with you. Ye Wutian stopped and said to the journalist, really? Then take a look at your hand. The reporter was confused. She didn't dare to comply with the guy's request and look at the hand. Gradually, the journalist grew bolder and looked at her hand. Only now did the girl notice that her hands were completely black. The reporter was astonished and shocked. Memories of the plague immediately surfaced in her mind. You bastard! What did you do to me? The guy turned around and started to walk away. He said to the reporter, come in if you want me to look at your hand. Otherwise, they might stay like that for life. I'm the only one who can help you. A shocked reporter stood behind him. The journalist pointed threateningly towards Ye Wutian. How dare you threaten me like that? Do you think you are the only doctor in the world? The girl turned around and saw Dr. Wu. She decided to ask him for help. The reporter said in a pitiful voice, Dr. Wu, take a look at this. Do you know how to treat it? The doctor looked carefully at the girl's hands. He couldn't understand what had happened to her. It's... he started to say. After thinking for a while, the doctor said, I'm too old for this. All I can say is that this stain is caused by herbs mixed together. But I can't even tell you which herbs, let alone the treatment. How could it be? Even Uncle Wu has no idea, discouragedly thought the reporter. She clearly didn't trust Ye, but there was no way out. Just go with Mr. E. Even though he's boisterous and arrogant, he's still a good person. Don't forget that he solved the plague problem, said Wu. That bastard? Let's see what kind of dirty trick he wants to pull, said the reporter. Yutian led the girl to his apartment. He noticed 2 sloppily thrown brooms by the front door. Journalist Wang, can you do me a favor? In return, I'll heal your hands, asked E, standing with his back to the girl. But my hands are like this because of you. How could you think I would help you? The journalist replied angrily. She was still looking at the boy with suspicion. You have to listen to me. If your hands are not properly treated within 1 hour, they will remain like this forever, he said. He turned to her and said, I need you to find information about one person, and that person is me. What? Are you kidding me? You know exactly who you are. Why bother me to find out information about yourself? Besides, what makes you think I have the ability to verify a person? Don't play dumb. You're not an ordinary person. Otherwise, you would have been fired from your post as a journalist for having a temper. At least 10 times, Wutian said. From what I've heard from others, Dr. Wu is a respected man in the medical field. You call him Uncle Wu and even act like a spoiled child in front of him. That's not exactly what an ordinary journalist can do. This guy is not as simple as he looks. He knows and understands too much, thought the journalist. To be honest, I've lost my memory. I woke up in the vicinity of a fishing village, so maybe I was about to be thrown into the sea, suggested E. I planned to conceal my identity and secretly investigate the village. And you disrupted my plan. I've been killed once, and I don't want to be killed a second time. Are you telling the truth? Have you really lost your memory? Reporter Wang asked fearfully. The disbelief on her face gave way to astonishment. If he really was thrown into the sea by his enemies, they'll definitely want to kill him again. I just wanted to do an interview after all. I never thought that someone could die because of this, thought the girl. He put a bowl of water on the table and began to add something to it. He said, I have no reason to lie. Besides, if you hadn't made such a mess, I would never have been in such a dangerous situation. So you must help me. Is this really the antidote? Van thought incredulously as she approached the bowl and saw the strange-looking liquid there. Put your hands in it and wait for 3 minutes, ordered Wutian. The girl reluctantly obeyed. The antidote turned a cloudy white color. 3 minutes later, Van stretched out her arms and found that they had returned to their original shade. Amazing, that's just wonderful, the girl rejoiced. Your hands are cured, said E, hinting that it was her turn to fulfill her part of the bargain. And the journalist could not admire her hands. Look at the journalist Wang's hands, shouted someone from the audience as they walked out to the others. Everyone stared in amazement at the miraculous healing. Oh my God, they are restored. He is worthy of the title Amazing Dr. E, the girl thought gratefully. Turning one last time to the guy standing in the doorway, Van said, What you asked me to do will be done. Come on, we're done here. With these words, the journalist left, taking the reporters and the camera crew with her. Mr. E, let me ask you something. What did you talk to Wang about? What did you ask her to do? Dr. Wu asked politely, no more than she could handle. Why in fact do you ask? The young man evaded a direct answer. I'm just afraid that if your relationship goes sour, it will be very difficult to reach a compromise later. You know who she is, don't you? Wu asked. Mr. E, do you have any plans for the future? There's a vacancy for a director in our hospital's traditional Chinese medicine department. Would you like to try it? Dr. Wu asked. No, I don't. By the way, the interview is already over. You can go back if you have nothing else to do here, answered E, literally pushing him in the back. Don't give up so quickly. Besides the position of director of the TCM department, I have good conditions for you, much better than here, and you can ask for anything you want, including an apartment, a car, and money. Thank you for your offer. I appreciate it. But I'm not a doctor, so no matter how attractive the terms are, I can't say yes, said E. He emphatically escorted the last guest out, shoving him outside the courtyard, not forgetting to say, Goodbye, Dr. Wu. At night, Ye was admiring the stars after going out on the balcony. Ye Wutian, Li Wan timidly approached him. It was in her house that Ye had found temporary shelter. Do you really have to go? Can you stay? The girl asked. After many hardships and worries, she didn't want to let the boy go. So much has happened. It's not right for me to stay here. I was planning to stay here a little longer, said E. I'm not afraid. If there is something dangerous, we can face it together. I don't feel afraid, cried Li. Uchin looked at her regretfully and said, Aha, silly girl. Even if I leave, I can still come back to see you at your school. Do you promise? Pinky swear, Li demanded. Okay, the boy agreed, and they crossed their little fingers. Why does my heart feel so heavy? That feeling of being cared for? It's a great feeling, thought Uchan. Mr. E, I'm old, and I may not be able to help you. So this is the world for young people like you. Do whatever it takes to reach your goals. No matter what decision you make, I will always be for you, said Grandpa Li. Thank you, said E. At that moment, the door opened, and a shaven-headed man with a gold chain around his neck burst into the house. Joe Huji, why have you come? Asked the master of the house. He was quite surprised by the unusual guest. Miracle, Dr. E. Please take me as your disciple. Huji knelt down on his knees, showing his respect. You come here to make him your teacher? Li was no less impressed than her grandfather by Wuchen's influence. You have good intuition. You realize that by following me you can stand out. But unfortunately, I'm not going to take on any student. Go away, said E. Teacher, is there something unsatisfactory about me? That's fine. As long as you point it out, I will fix it and make you satisfied, assured Joe. Just go away. I really don't have any plans for you, said E. What the hell? Did he even understand what I said? Did he even call me a teacher? Thought Wutian. Master, I really want to learn from you. Please take me. Joe bowed. He didn't believe that there was an objective reason for refusal. With your IQ, how could you have come up with that idea? It must have been thought up by old man Joe. That old fox, Mr. Li exclaimed. Huji, please stand up. He always stands on everything. It is absolutely useless to kneel right now, said Wan Er. Yes, the teacher's mistress. You're the boss here, Joe readily replied, rising from his knees. The mistress of a teacher? What's a teacher's mistress? Teacher's mistress? That is nonsense, said the girl indignantly, sitting on the floor. Teacher's mistress. Here's 20,000 yuan as my tuition fee, Zhou said, laying out a tight wad of banknotes on the table. If that's not enough, just say so. I have to go, he exclaimed, saying goodbye at the door. Teacher's mistress. What a cool reference to me, thought the girl, looking at Yi with infinite love. Mr. Lee's villa. Reporter Wang, you are so quick. Is there any good news? Yi asked the reporter. The girl with the folder in her hand just stood there looking at him. Why do you have that look on your face? Why are you looking at me like I'm some kind of pervert? The journalist handed him a folder. Here, look at the file on yourself. Utian touched the girl's hand lightly as he handed over the folder. So disgusting. We must clean it quickly. She began to wipe the hand that the young man had touched with squeamishness. Shit. As if I had done something offensive, he tearfully started pulling documents out of the folder. Is it serious? He asked, reading the writing on the sheet. What the fuck? The young man finally burst out and angrily threw the documents all over the room, knocking over the furniture. Journalist Wang? Are you sure these documents really refer to me? He asked the girl. Of course you do. So just shut up. I feel disgusting breathing the same air as you in this room. Damn it! These papers are really evidence of me! Uchan shouted in his heart, holding a stack of sheets in his hands. How could he be called a human being? He's an absolute scumbag. How the earth only bears people like him. The questionnaire with Yi's biography and compromising photos was broadcasting. Fancy, wasteful, and unscrupulous. Asking his family for money every day. The photo shows Yushin in a green jacket and sunglasses throwing money around. Indulging in debauchery with dangerous gangs, meeting different girls for sex or whatever. Continued his discredited biography. Tried everything outrageous. Did it in nightclubs almost every night. A total pervert, summarized the questionnaire. No wonder I was very weak and fragile at first. Turns out it was caused by sexual excess. A pervert like this is definitely unprecedented. Based on that, he must have a strong penis. In that world, I wasn't sexualized. How could I have traveled through time and become such a person? No wonder I always wanted to sexually harass Li Wan. It's all the body's fault. Given your current facial expression, you really have lost your memory. But have you really forgotten everything? Wang asked. Of course. I'm a person with moral values. How could I be a person who was ruled by his lust? Justified Yi. I don't know if it's a coincidence or not, but the real owner of this body is also named Ye Wutian. That's good. This fact saves me from so much trouble in the future, thought the young man. While dozens of pages tell you information about the women you've dated, there's still something else useful here, said the reporter. You have company and finances. I noticed that too, replied the young man. I don't have a girlfriend in this world. Now I only have finances, he thought. I understand your company is on the verge of bankruptcy, and your finances are in trouble too, said the girl, holding a stack of documents in her hands. What kind of trouble? Asked Yi. It's a setup, replied the journalist confidently, flipping through the documents. A setup? Was the original owner of the body discarded into a barren wasteland? Is there any connection between the two problems? Thought Uchan. From who? Why should I tell you? I don't think I need to tell you, right? The girl asked. It's your own business, she said. He looked at the journalist perplexed and asked, Okay, what do you want to know? That's great. I love dealing with brilliant people. Before this, you had no knowledge of medicinal herbs. Tell me, how did you learn all this? She asked. Journalist Wang, what if I say I don't know? It's just the two of us in the house. Vanner and Grandpa went shopping. Aren't you afraid of me? Afraid? Why should I be afraid of you? You're the one in danger, and you're the one who could be killed at any moment, not me, replied the girl. Immediately, in a single leap, Yuchen crossed the distance that separated him and the journalist and threw her to the floor. Bastard! What are you doing? You want to use force because you can't speak up. Honestly, I was awarded a black belt in judo. You can't take advantage of me, the girl cried out in tears. He put his finger to his lips. Shh, shh, shh. Don't move, look at this. He showed the journalist the wall in which 2 holes appeared. The girl knew right away. Bullet holes. So that's why he attacked me. Turns out E was saving my life. I assume the killer is outside now, Yutian said. He and the journalist were sitting under the window so as not to attract attention. What are we going to do? The girl asked. How should I know? Utian snapped at her. The situation had made him very angry. Bastard, think of something quick. These people came here to kill you, stated reporter Wang. I'm not so sure. I mean, your father's in a high position. Who knows if he hurt anyone or not? Hurry up and call the police. Is this a good time to whisper and coo? Who's cooing? You shameless? The angry journalist started dialing a number on her phone. Suddenly, the barrel of a gun was jabbed into the back of her head. A man in a green vest through the window said, "Take your hands off the phone," and he held out his hand. The girl had to hand over the phone. "Thanks for the open window, otherwise we wouldn't have been able to get in," thanked the man. Now there were 3 of them, all 3 in brown pants, green vests, and branded caps. Their eyes were hidden under sunglasses. "Who are you? Who sent you? What do you want?" the journalist gibbered fearfully. "It doesn't matter. The only point is that you're both going to die today," the man said, taking the phone from the girl. "Are you going to her? Take all your resentment out on her. Just treat me like something transparent. I won't tell anyone about it." He tried to get away with it. The journalist threw her shoe at him. "Ye Yuchin, are you even a man? You are the most disgraceful man of all men in the whole world. I'll remember that. You're fearless. They say you're a worthless scoundrel. It seems you are." "I hate to kill a man like you," the man said, pointing the gun at the young man. "Then don't kill me. Let me go and it won't be disgusting," laughed Yushin right in the man's face. He seemed to have no fear of death. After a moment's pause, the trio of attackers simultaneously burst into laughter. "You are doomed to die today," the man with the gun said to E. "Hell, if I had only known he was such a bastard, I would never have done him such a favor." Gritting her teeth, the girl was silently angry. Uchan said, "I'm afraid you'll be disappointed. I will definitely survive because—" "Do you know who her father is?" he asked, suddenly pointing at the journalist. "Bastard, shut up!" the journalist yelled at the top of her voice. She looked like an angry cat, her face red with anger. "To be honest, her father is Dongchen City. You think you can get away with killing her like that?" Uchan didn't stop talking. "Are you done? We already knew that. Anything else?" one of the invaders asked. "What? You really knew about this? Then how dare you?" The young man was seriously afraid for his life, drops of sweat appearing on his face. "We won't kill her, but we might kill you. Besides, you are our target for today," the long-haired guest said. "Aha!" "Ah!" laughed through her tears. She was triumphant and genuinely pleased with the unexpected turn of events. "That's great. You deserve it. This is retribution for your betrayal. I assure you, I will burn an incense candle in front of your grave on the anniversary of your death next year." Smiling, she gently placed her hand on Ye's shoulder. The young man abruptly ripped her arm off her shoulder, shoved the gag in her mouth, and said, "Okay, jokes aside." "Bastard, what did you put in my mouth?" the journalist cried out angrily. Tears were flowing. She hadn't been in so much pain in a long time. "A powder used to neutralize medical properties, or simply an antidote." "Antidote?" Wang asked. Yuchin theatrically raised his hand and said, "Fall down." All 3 bandits fell to the floor as if on cue. What the hell was that? He just raised his hand and all the weapons along with the bandits fell to the floor, thought the girl. What happened? I can't move," moaned one of the guests lying on the floor. "I feel weak. Damn it. What have you done to us?" a third intruder called out. "How did you do it?" the journalist shrieked. "Quite simply. A little trick like rubbing and sprinkling can be done covertly. I was already doing that when they came in here." Yuchin showed how he prepared his clothes for the future trick. "Mentioning your father to them was to buy me some time until my drug kicked in. I had no idea you were so smart." "Hey you, tell me who appointed you to kill me. Tell me that and you will die without agony," offered E, standing over the long-haired man squirming in pain. "Of course you can keep quiet. Worthless wretch. Don't imagine you can get any clue from us," was his answer. "You must be used to using weapons when interrogating, but I am different from you," said E, smiling and unbuttoning his shirt. "Guys, take your pick and tell me what you picked," Utyan offered. It seemed that the whole lining of his shirt consisted of pockets filled with all kinds of drugs. "What's this?" the journalist asked, pointing her finger at one of the medicines. The girl was surprised by the diverse arsenal of her acquaintance. "Baby, this can cure you of constipation," answered E, smiling. He could tell her a lot about any drug. "Who's constipated? Can you see it? Can you feel it? You're the one who's constipated. Your whole family is constipated," Wang cried out in tears. "All right, forget I said anything. Let's get back to business." And Uchan turned to the uninvited guests, as if assessing them. "Hurry up. Have you made your choice? Otherwise, I'll have to make my choice. I'd recommend this one." He took a bag out of his pocket. "You're just a worthless scoundrel. You just want to scare me. I'm not afraid of you." The long-haired man gritted his teeth. "Due to the fact that you are very brave, the choice will have to be made by me." Yuchin tore open the baggie and sprayed its contents directly on the bandit's head. "I haven't had a chance to use this powder as it was made a long time ago. You are lucky to be my guinea pig." Some time passed. The attacker asked in surprise, "So nothing happened?" His partner saw more and said, "All the scars on his face are gone. Stop bluffing. When we can move, we will kill you immediately." "Really? You'd better take a closer look at how he's doing," Yuchin said. The bandit looked at his partner in bewilderment and realized everything. "God damn it!" What's wrong with you? He shrieked, glaring at the long-haired man. He didn't have a bit of threat on his face. Now he looked like an ordinary, cheerful guy. I don't know what happened. I was lonely for quite a long time. I suddenly felt that you were very nice. The ex-gangster spoke frankly. I can't help it, the second thug said softly, trying to kiss the third. He shoved him away and screamed, No, don't come near me. No, all right. I'll tell you everything. While the attackers were sorting things out among themselves, the journalist pulled out her phone. Wow, that's amazing. I need to videotape this right now. The drug is not fully effective now. It would be better to make the long story shorter, otherwise it will be very late after the rape, he remarked. It's Liu Fu. It's the guy from Liu's real estate group. He's the one who hired us, shouted the bandit who had already been flipped onto his stomach by the long-haired man. Did he hire you to kill me? Yuchin asked. He was determined to find out all the information he needed. We don't know. We're killers and we just kill people. Please set me free. I can already feel his penis on my back, the bandit shrieked. I know Liu Fu, the journalist suddenly replied, turning off the camera on her phone. She had already filmed everything she wanted. He handed the bag to the bandit and said, Eat the powder inside the bag and then you can move. I'll keep you alive this time. Get lost. Thank you for your graciousness. We promise this is the last time. The uninvited guests began to bow. Seeing them running away, the journalist asked, And you just let them get away? They came here to kill you. I didn't let them get away so easily. I left them a gift. The boy smiled enigmatically. He knew very well what was going to happen next. The bandits walked out onto the lawn, and one of them thought, I don't know why, but I feel weird after eating the antidote, and started to undress. It's so hot in here, came the thought to the second one. Uchin looked at the journalist with obvious desire, not even trying to hide his lust. She was surprised and looked perplexed at E. Why are you looking at me like that? Are you lusting after my beauty? Van asked. Tears came to her eyes. Now, give me your phone now, Wu Tian ordered. The girl asked fearfully. But why do I have to give you my phone? So you want me to cure your constipation? E asked, and reached out demandingly for the phone. The girl immediately remembered her angry outburst. Who's constipated? Do you see it? Do you feel it? You're the one who's constipated. And she felt very ashamed. Okay, forget it. Just keep the video to yourself when you get constipated. By the way, I'm not going to dwell on the video. Your legs will go numb if you sit on the toilet too long. Hey, wait, can you really help me? The journalist gently took the sleeve of the shirt of the already departing E by the sleeve. Oh, you are such a hypocrite. Why are you so eager to solve your problem right away? You should thank my abilities, otherwise I wouldn't bother diagnosing you. Okay, let me touch your belly. Why do you want to touch my stomach? The girl asked, offended. Uchan answered her question with a question. Once again I ask you, do you want me to cure you of constipation? Okay. Just touch it. It's just a part of my stomach anyway. If you dare to touch any other part of my body, I promise I'll cut off your hand, she threatened, lifting her shirt and exposing her navel. As soon as E touched the journalist's stomach, she started screaming. It took a lot of effort for her to force herself. Don't move, asked Yushin. He thought, so if I can't even handle such a naughty girl, how will I be called amazing doctor? I can actually diagnose through clothes. The journalist wanted to leave quickly. She asked impatiently, so are you done or not? It's just a shameful pose. Abdominal bloating, feeling incredibly heavy when touching, dry mouth and burnt tongue, sweaty hands and feet, said Yushin. Medicinal rheumatism, 15G, unripe bitter orange 15G, medicinal magnolia 12G, Glauber salt. The guy started the prescription. Add medicinal magnolia, 1 unripe bitter orange, boil 2,000 milliliters water and discard 1,000 milliliters waste. Add medicinal rheumatism, and boil it for 1 hour, then discard the waste. Finally add Glauber salt, boil it over low heat until it boils. Is this sure to work? The girl asked, reading the recipe with tears in her eyes. Take it or leave it if you want. By the way, it's not for free. There are more than 20 rare Chinese herbs written on it. In total, it will cost 20,000 yuan, said Ye. Son of a bitch! This is a robbery! You're telling me some bullshit about 20,000 yuan for 20 ingredient names. 1 ingredient name is worth 1,000 yuan? Are you serious? Wang was indignant. Gee, Vanzi, you're here, Li said cheerfully, entering the room and seeing the crying journalist. Ah, yes, journalist Wang. You arrived just in time. I bought a lot of groceries. Stay and eat with us, said Grandpa Li. Thank you. The girl smiled through her tears. Warner, burn this, handed her the recipe to E. What is it? Li asked interestedly. Just wait, I'll pay you, bastard, the journalist shouted, abruptly snatching the expensive prescription from his hands. Wu Tian stood calmly and stared at her. Van stay away from him. He's a ruthless and greedy guy. For 20 names of ingredients, he asks for 20,000 yuan. He's mean and cruel, whispered Wang in her ear. 2,000 yuan for 20 ingredient names, 1,000 yuan for one ingredient name. This is too expensive, Li shouted. That's still at a discount. Seriously, my recipe isn't that cheap, replied Ye. Although it's still tomorrow. I'm leaving, Wu Qian mumbled. Li Wan'er couldn't hold back her emotions. Tears welled up in her eyes. The next day, all three of them saw Yutenya off. He stood outside the house with his suitcase. He would have liked to stay, but he couldn't. I will not reveal the method of catching crayfish to the others. Otherwise, it could lead to a lot of trouble, said Yushin. He was standing on a cobblestone and therefore seemed 2 heads taller than the journalist. Yes, I know that. Ye Wuqian, are you sure you don't want to stay a few more days? Grandpa Li clarified. Are you seriously leaving? You said yourself that it can't be this soon, right? Wan'er was the most worried of all. She cried at the bitterness of the impending loss of her friend. I've been away for so long and I need to go back, said the young man and thought. Besides, hitmen have appeared. Anyway, I have to leave as soon as possible. Go on, go right now, Li shouted and turned away from him defiantly, hugging herself around his shoulders. Uchan only snorted. Especially I'm not leaving forever. Don't feel reluctant to part, said the young man, comforting the girl. She was still standing with her back to him. When I'm free, I'll come to your school to see you and check the injury, mumbled E. Don't remind me of my injury, Li shouted, involuntarily grabbing the snakebite sight. Yeah, bye. The boy waved goodbye. Where are you going next? Are you going to meet your fiancé? The journalist asked him. Together with E, they walked down the alley and got farther and farther away from Li's house. When I disappeared, she supported the company for so long and people set her up. I owe her a lot. The main thing is to find out who is behind all this, said E. Wu Tian and the journalist arrived in a huge metropolis. Candlestick houses, skyscrapers, and offices of 50 floors or more are the hallmarks of Dongcheng City. How do you like this place? The town is bustling and prosperous, right? You woke up in a small village after losing your memory, probably amazed by the bustling scene in the big city? Wang asked him. That's not bad, replied Yuchen, and noted for himself. Cars are running on the road. We don't have cars like this, and it's annoying when you talk under your breath on the street. Just wait and see for yourself, the girl promised him. Once in the Tianshan neighborhood, Ye noticed that the houses here were not so tall anymore. The tallest one had 20 floors. How's that? This is my apartment. Our picky miracle doctor, are you impressed? Wang asked, showing the spacious kitchen. Yep, every piece of furniture is very expensive. You must be surprised, thought the girl, watching Uchan examining the interior of the apartment. It's just an ordinary apartment. He tossed carelessly over his shoulder. It was obviously nothing new to him. How could that bastard be so stubborn? Would it kill him to say something nice? The journalist was angry. I'll just accept it and live here. No need to apologize. I'm not that fussy, Yuten said and flopped down on the couch. So you want to live in my apartment? Wang asked in surprise. Well, yes. Otherwise, why did I follow you all the way? I don't have any other place to stay, said Ye. You bastard! Do you want to live with me? The girl screamed. She clearly hadn't expected this turn of events. Of course, and I will defend myself well and not let you take advantage of me, uttered Yushin. Who would be so blind as to take advantage of you? I'm looking out for my own safety, thought the journalist. Okay, let's cut to the chase. In order for you to live here, you have to pay me, right? 10,000 yuan for 1 month, and pay me 20,000 for the security deposit. Not on credit. And no price negotiation, said the girl. Can the money I earned from my prescription be given as rent? You have a black heart, uttered Yuchin. An eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth. I learned that from you, said the journalist cheerfully. She was glad for the chance to get back at the young man. Crescent Nightclub, a 6-story building in the form of a cylinder with annexes. Many lighting fixtures around create a bizarre play of light and shadow. A corner sofa. 3 young men are sitting on it. There are 2 girls with each of them. 2 girls sit on the lap of one of the guys. He holds them by the shoulders. Mr. Liu, you're naughty, and you make me blush. The girls chuckle. The man on whose lap they are sitting is Liu Fu, a red-haired fat man. Chick, you should feel honored. So many beautiful girls are lusting after you. But unfortunately, they don't stand a chance, laments Qiu Hongsheng. Yes, you're right. How lucky you are to meet Mr. Liu. You must be pleased, echoed Zhu Yang. Qiu Hongsheng, Zhu Yang, you talk too much. Stop sucking up to me. Undereducated, said Liu, pointing his finger at them. Yes, thank you for your helpful advice, Mr. Liu. We will learn, said Zhu, and thought, heck, you bought your education from a diploma mill graduate with your father's money. And yet you talk about education in front of me. Shame on you. Suddenly, Liu's phone rang. He picked up the phone irritably. Who is it? Don't you know I'm having fun? Start talking or hang up. Yewutian is still alive. Someone saw him. Came from the tube. Okay, it's none of my business. What? He's still alive! Thought Liu, frightened. Ju immediately kicked all the girls away. Go away. All of you go away. Hurry up. The party's over. Where was he seen? Continued questioning Liu's phone receiver. Only Q and Ju remained seated on the couch. So find him and make him disappear. Otherwise, you disappear. With those words, Liu abruptly cut off the phone call. Mr. Liu, what's wrong? Q and Ju asked him in one voice. Liu Fu suddenly changed. Tears started to appear in his eyes. Are you sure Yewutian is dead? He asked his subordinates, who were trembling with fear of reprisal. Of course we did it ourselves. It can't be a mistake, replied Ju. But he's still alive, shrieked Liu. What? Alive? How can that be? I mean, we buried him. How did he survive? Joey tried to justify himself. It's the truth. Let him disappear no matter what measures you take. Otherwise your own days will be over. Do you understand? Do you understand me? Exclaimed Liu. Mr. Liu, what about Chang Kevin? What are we going to do? This Yewutian has to go meet his bride. What we did to Chang Kevin, began Joe. Just find him first, shrieked Liu Fu, gritting his teeth in anger. Things didn't go as planned. Baby, did you hear what I said? A mother asked her daughter in one of the houses that evening. The interior was rich, with upholstered furniture and tables on chrome legs everywhere. Get out of the company. We don't need this. You've done a lot for that ignorant and incompetent bastard lately. That's quite enough, continued Kikyun. Mom, this is not the best time to leave the company. We just have to find him first, said the girl, chagrined. Listen to your mom. You don't have to look for him anymore. I'm meeting with the E family tomorrow to break the engagement. That bastard is dead. It's what he deserved, said the girl's father, Chung Pejong. Shame on you. If it was you who didn't establish a relationship with the Ye family, then how could our daughter suffer so much? Shouted Chi. I owe my achievements today to your support, but I never thought that our daughter would lead such a bitter life. Damn it, said Chang. Mom, Dad, put it off for a while. I thought he'd be mean to me because I've been running the company for so long, but right now, I want to do my job. Other things are not interesting to me, said the girl. Wang Fengxi's apartment. Wutian sits on a chair and stares thoughtfully at one point. On the table in front of him are some papers. Hey, these are the materials you wanted. What are your future plans? Wang asked. To go and see him, of course. By the way, you have to do me another favor, said Yi. The girl looked at him with surprise. Lend me some money, Uchan asked, embarrassed. It was completely unlike Yi, but in this situation he had to humiliate himself and ask for it. What the hell? You live in my apartment and you want me to lend you money? Do you think I'm your mommy? Wang got angry. If you hadn't made a mess of it, I could have fished in that village in peace, said Wuxian. And now I'm being chased by murderers. You need to be more responsible, he said, pointing a finger admonishingly in her direction. All right, I owe you one. Sorry about that. There's 8, spend it wisely, the girl exclaimed, handing him the credit card. This money has a special use, Yuchin said, smiling enigmatically. He was thinking about something again. In the center of the metropolis, in the middle of the skyscrapers, is Liu Fu's office. He sat at his desk and tensely thought about Yewutian. Damn, he's still alive. I feel anxious. And I have no news from those 2 idiots, whether they killed Yewutian or not. A secretary timidly entered the office. General Manager, please sign these documents. She leaned over the desk. Okay, give it to me. Took the papers, Liu took the papers. Women's magic didn't work on him today. General Manager, why are you so indifferent today? It's been quite a while since you last caressed me. Go away, growled Liu. Did I mishear? The pervert rubbed me every time and now he asked me to leave? Did you hear that? Get out of here! The general manager yelled at her. What a son of a bitch. Just a fat pig with premature ejaculation. Crying, thought the secretary. As she left the office, she slammed the door. Then she thought about it and went back inside, hoping that the situation had changed. Liu immediately started yelling at her. How do you even do poses? Go away, did you hear me? Why did you come back here? Aha, Mr. Liu is crazy today. Who dared to make Mr. Liu mad? Mockingly asked Wutian while embracing 2 not-so-attractive girls. Yeah, Wutian, but why are you here? Just came to console Mr. Liu for his hard work. Look at these 2 beauties. I brought them for you. Pretty girls? Liu questioned. The girls immediately started winking at him, making eye contact and wiggling their hips. No, I just went out with some girls last night and didn't stop until this morning. Mr. E, you can keep these beauties. Damn, how could that bastard find such orcs? I believe in your body, Mr. Liu. Last night was a piece of cake. Recover your strength soon, said Ye. What does he mean? Wait, what happened to me? I suddenly felt very hot, thought Liu. Mr. E, why are you locking the door? Liu asked worriedly. This situation was already starting to bother him. Mr. Liu, you don't want to make love in front of your employees, do you? Relax, I've locked the door. Now no one will stop you from enjoying this moment, said E. Hey, you two, he's all yours, Wu Tian shouted. The girls were just waiting for this and pounced on Liu with joyful, glowing eyes. Stop it, come on. Do you even know who I am? Liu asked the girls, who started hugging and kissing him. Wu Tian was videotaping the whole thing. I had to pay a lot of money to serve you. Besides, Mr. Liu, you can't control yourself right now. Am I right? Don't hold back. Oh, what happened to my body? I can feel the heat. I can't take it anymore, thought Liu. He was just running out of sweat. Damn it! Liu tore his shirt to shreds. The admiring girls couldn't take their eyes off him. Yes, that's right, Wu Tian murmured as he continued filming the video broadcast. He was enjoying the process more and more. An hour later, a mass of people crowded under Liu's office. Through the ajar door, we could see that the girls were sitting on stools and smoking, and an exhausted Liu was lying on the floor in his underwear. Oh hell, he can sleep with even women like that, the crowd murmured. President Liu deserves his title because he has courage that we don't have. Stop talking, I feel sick, Liu moaned. Really? Great, said Ye. Hospital. Patients walk slowly along the corridor, and from time to time orderlies and doctors pass by. Only from behind the door of one of the wards comes a scream. I'll kill him! I'll kill him! Liu won't stop shouting. He has too much to do, and now he has to lie on this bed because of Wu Tian. Mr. Liu, calm down. The doctor asked you to rest. Besides, the doctor said you should take good care of your body and not take too much Viagra, said Q. It's never too late for a gentleman to get revenge. Your body is more important right now. As for Ye Wu Tian, I will definitely teach him a good lesson, promised Ju. I assure you, said the two of them. Wait, Ye Wu Tian was just an ignorant scum who was only interested in women. How could he suddenly turn out to be such a cunning bastard? Asked Liu. Nevertheless, I just have to find him and get the video. Otherwise, I'll go broke, Liu shouted. Ye Wu Tian obviously has something on me, so he won't leave it at that. What should I do next? Liu thought tensely. His thoughts were cut short by a knock on the door. Come in, Liu said. Hello, Mr. Liu, it's me again. Yu Ten stood in the doorway and smiled. Son of a bitch! How dare you come here? Why are you bullying me? Liu shouted. He couldn't see E. What are you talking about, Mr. Liu? I was just helping you blow off some steam. How can that be bullying? Besides, I have no money. I don't know if Mr. Liu, my dear friend, can do me a favor or not. I don't need too much, just, 30 million yuan, that's all. Yes smiled indulgently, showing the amount on his fingers. 30 million yuan? Are you kidding me? This is impossible. Go away! Liu was furious. Okay, just forget about it. Take care of yourself and watch your health, Mr. Liu. Besides, since we've become friends, I'll help you call the police. The police? Why? I don't want to call the police. Why are you calling the police? Bastard! Are you trying to kill me? Liu shouted hysterically. As a bastard trying to kill you, I will hand over the video to the police as evidence at the police station. They should prosecute me and release the video to the media to expose my crime. How beautifully the circumstances are shaping up for you. Damn it. If the videotape is turned over to the police and exposed by the media, I'll be destroyed, thought Liu. I'll give you 30 million and you delete my video. Liu had to make a deal. I got the check, he thought happily. But then the police appeared in the doorway of the room. I'm Chang Xiaomei, a police officer. Here's my ID. Who called the police? A girl with a big bust asked. My God, they're so big, Wu Tian thought. It's a misunderstanding, a small misunderstanding. Dear officer, we don't need you right now, we're sorry, chuckled Liu and thought, son of a bitch, fucking bastard, how dare he call the police? Do you know what you just did? You think you can call the police whenever you want? I have no idea if Wan'er has been taking her medicine lately. Her breasts must have gotten bigger now, thought Ye, glancing at Xiaomei. What are you looking at? Calling for no reason is interfering with our work. You're coming to the police station with me, she shouted, catching his gaze. What? Come on! I was just looking at your breasts. It's not a big deal, is it? Can't other people look at your big boobs? Okay, I'll go with you to the police station. We have to clear this up. Why am I not allowed to look at your boobs? You, shrieked Chan angrily. Calm down, relax. Dear police officer, it's just a simple misunderstanding. It's all right now. Please don't take my friend to the police station. Please, Leo said. With 30 million yuan, Chung Kekson could calm down for a while. Although I've never met my so-called fiancée, I'm worried about her for some reason. Anyway, I have to go to the bank now. At Dongcheng Bank, a young man stood in front of him. Shui, are you free tonight? He asked the teller. I'm sorry, Mr. Zhou. Please don't distract me from my work. This guy has his eye on this girl? Interesting, thought Yushin and watched the events unfold further. Sweet Shui, I want to make a contribution. By the way, are you free tonight? Can I take you out to dinner? Zhou couldn't get enough of me. Please wait, replied the cashier. Mr. Zhou, your money has been deposited. Please take the check. I remembered that I need cash today. Please withdraw 100,000 yuan for me. Mr. Zhou, you have already deposited and withdrawn your money many times. It's not advisable to do that, said the cashier. Dude, it's useless. Try other ways, said E. What? Do you have some problem? I have enough money and I can do whatever I want with it. And anyway, it's none of your business, said Zhou. Are you showing off your meager fortune here? Aren't you ashamed? Uchan asked. Zhou got angry and slapped the checkbook on the table. Take out all the money from the deposit book. There's a total of 1 million in there. Open your eyes. Take a closer look at it. Why are you asking me to look at your poor deposit? Don't embarrass me, said Ye and stamped his check on top of Zhou's deposit book. Four Eyes, look at this. Look at how much money is in this check, Utian asked condescendingly. 30 million? Zhou shrieked incredulously. Hey, you are in a bank. Don't make any noise, please, said the teller. She counted out the money and handed it to the customer. Mr. Zhou, here is 300,000 yuan. Please take it. Who knows? Maybe it's a fake check. Look here, this is real money. Zhou waved the wad of money in front of Ye's nose. Asshole. Have you even seen this much money? A group of robbers entered the bank. They were all carrying bags. One of them shot in the air as they walked by and said, Nobody move! This is a robbery. Don't move! If you try to call the police, I'll shoot you in the head, shouted Q. At the same time, Zhou said to someone, Sit down! On your knees! A bank robbery in broad daylight? Thought Yushin. The bald robber noticed the wad of money on the table and thanked him. Friend, you've helped me a lot. Thank you for preparing this money for us. No, don't touch them. It's my money, Zhou protested. Now they are mine, aimed the gun at him robber. Yes, they are yours, confirmed Zhou. Ha, way to go, bro, exclaimed Wuqian. Seeing that E was standing still, the robber turned his attention to him. You weren't scared? You guys just came here for the money. You're not going to kill anybody. I don't own the bank, so I have nothing to worry about. Interesting. Good point, boy, laughs the bald man. Attention, you're surrounded. Come out and surrender. The police arrived through a megaphone. I didn't think the police would come so soon, said the robber. Boy, I'm afraid you're going to have to become our hostage. The robber put the barrel of the gun to E's chin. Dude, are you stupid? You can't pick a hostage like that, you know? Is it appropriate to choose a brave guy like me? As far as I can tell, a timid rascal like him is the perfect hostage. Wuqian happily pointed at Zhou, who was shaking with fear. Son of a bitch, what are you talking about? Why are you pointing at me? Who is the timid rascal? Zhou protested. The robber said to Wuqian, You can leave now. It is no longer your business now. Something is wrong with this guy. He looks dangerous, thought the bald mugger. Look over there! Look over there! A policeman shouted. Everyone turned there and saw Yutenya walking slowly toward them with his hands up. Did someone go outside? Chang Xiaomei took aim at him. Don't shoot! I'm a hostage! Don't shoot! You again? Said the police officer. We meet again so soon. Robbing a bank? How dare you? Arrest him, she ordered it. What? What are you doing? Screamed E. Let me go, you must have misunderstood. I am a hostage. Why are you arresting me? Wutian was indignant. Someone pretended to be a good citizen in the morning but turned into a robber at noon, Xiaomei said. Honey, like I said the other day, I can't think of you as a good citizen, said her partner. Who's in charge here? She is abusing her authority. Where's the justice? Shouted Yi at the top of his voice and thought, Damn it! Woman, you have a grudge against me. I'm not worthy of my name if I don't make you love me. I am Shu Yuanhua, her commanding officer. Why did the robbers let you go? A police officer approached and asked. I don't have money, and I'm not afraid of it. Wait, money, said Wutian. He suddenly remembered. My $30 million check was left on the cash register. How could I have left it there? I'm sorry. Can you think of something so I can go back and be a hostage? He asked with a strange expression on his face. Going back to confront the robbers face to face? Are you a complete idiot? They have guns, said Xiaomei. My check was left inside. If you let me go back, not only will I get my check back, but I'll also help you catch the robbers. Why should I believe you? Xiaomei asked. There are some hostages in there. This is a difficult task for you guys. You don't have a choice. You can go back, but tell me, how many % are you sure of yourself? Asked Shu. All 100%, Wu Tian replied confidently. Why did you let him come back? What if he is one of the robbers? Xiaomei asked her commander. No, he's not a burglar, at least according to his outstanding personality. A womanizer can't be any outstanding personality. Xiaomei watched his papers, shouting after him, Shameless! Scum! Pervert! Why did you go back? Wondered the bald robber. He must have been sent by the police. Why don't we kill him? Asked Ju. Please don't. I'm your friend, I just came back to pick up my check. Damn it, where's my check? Shrieked Wu Tian. Buddy, did you happen to take my check? Asked E, the bald raider. I don't know where your check is. It's useless to me anyway. Miss Shui, have you seen my check? Wu Tian turned to the cashier. Well, the girl hesitated. That's him. She pointed at Joe. Fuck! You're the one who took my check. I need to help my wife. Give it back. Hurry up! Wooten jumped on the guy. The slide of a gun clicked behind him. If you don't want to die, tell us why the police launched you back inside, the bald man asked. It's pretty simple. I'm here to detain you guys. Wu Qin smiled, even though he was at gunpoint. The bald robber laughed. Ha ha ha, you really are an interesting guy. Ye grabbed Joe by the collar and warned, Kid, you better return the check right now or else. Hey, what do you want from me? I didn't take your check, he yelled. Talk fast. Where's my check? Wu Tian got angry and kicked Joe in the stomach. I really didn't take it. He bent down in pain, and then a piece of paper fell out. What's inside your pockets? Ye asked worriedly and began to shake out the contents of Joe's pockets. A whole bunch of scraps of paper came out of them. No, 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 screamed E, trying to put his check together from the scraps. He realized there was no way to get it back. You fucking bitch. How dare you tear it up? Wu Tian punched Joe in the face. The cops were watching the CCTV cameras in real time and were puzzled. What? What's going on out there? He's beating up a hostage. What should we do? Xiaomei asked. Let's watch some more anyway. The commander answered her. Asshole, give me my money back. It was 30 million. Why did you tear up my check? Wu Tian kicked Joe with all his might. He fell to the floor screaming. That was very cruel, said the bald man, watching Ye drag Joe's legs. Aha, the raider agreed with him. No, please, no more. Maybe it can still be fixed, wailed Joe. What? Miss Shui, can this check still be exchanged? I'm afraid not, replied the cashier. That money was supposed to help my wife. You fucking bitch. Grabbing Joe by one leg, Wu Qin kicked him in the groin. Aye! Stop it no more! Screamed the bespectacled man. This is too much. Should we send our men? He's not the greatest guy, but he's still a hostage, Xiaomei suggested. Wait a little longer. Even if we don't intervene, the robbers won't do anything unusual. This guy isn't easy. I think he can do something, said her commander Shu. Joe asked the bald man. Boss, what should we do next? What about this guy? This could end very badly. We're not here to kill, and everyone's ready to go. Let's take a few hostages. Then take it. The bald man hesitated and ordered the cashier. You, come here. I? The girl asked fearfully. The bald man shot into the air. If you don't want to die, come here. Otherwise, I'll shoot you. Okay. Trembling with fear, Zhu started to walk towards him. You look pretty good. If I'm not busy, I'll play with you later, the bald man said voluptuously and took the girl by the chin. I'm sorry, but she's mine. Wu Tian suddenly intervened, intercepting the bandit's arm. He put his other hand on the cashier's shoulder. Hey, what are you doing? The bald man grinned in confusion. He was still holding the gun. She will come with me. I said it all, replied Wu Tian, continuing to claw his arm. Are you trying to save her? The raider asked. Rescuing the girl is a matter of course. When I went inside, I told you. I came to detain you, uttered Wu Tian, hugging the girl. She clung to him. Suddenly, one of the robbers started laughing shrilly. Mutu, what's wrong? His partner asked him worriedly. Oh no. Dad, why did you kill my dog? Just because its meat tasted good? Oh, why didn't you at least add more salt? Another gang member started rambling. Answer me. Why did you give me horns? I know I'm not very attractive, but aside from my looks, poverty, and gambling addiction, how is this bastard better than me? Clung to the flower vase of the third raider. What happened? The bald one didn't understand. Just then he flipped the plant vase over his head and shouted, Ha ha ha, my beautiful hair. Whose hair can compare to mine? My beautiful hair. Ah ha ha ha. What happened to them? Did you do it? Shu asked. What do you think? Cool? Satisfied that he had succeeded in making an impression, Wu Tian said. In the interrogation room, Yu Tian sat with his feet on the table. Jerk! What's with the interrogation attitude? Xiaomei was indignant. I risked my life to save these people, but you arrested me for beating up a man who tore up my check. Pfft, woman, replied Ye. You think deliberately inflicting pain is tolerable? Besides, what happened to the muggers? They're laughing and crying. They could die if this continues. It's not my problem. I just said I could help keep them in line. But I didn't say I could detain them normally. In fact, I detained them, said Yutian. You idiot! If they die, you'll be their killer. Get rid of them. Hurry up! Xiaomei yelled. Get rid of what? I'm good at ridding girls of their clothes, grinned Yutian meaningfully. Do you want to try it? You! Screamed the officer. Okay, I don't want to be charged with murder. I can get them symptom-free. But you have to promise me one thing, said Yi. You have to be friends with me. Befriend you? Xiaomei questioned him in surprise. Crescent Moon Club. Xiaomei stands in a smart evening dress and asks, Didn't you say make friends? Why did you invite me here? If you ask me, a friendship ceremony should be accompanied by a dance. You promised me. What a bastard, Xiaomei thought. All right, I'm sure you won't try to grope me, she said, following Duck up the stairs. When they started to dance, Wu Tian slid his hands down from her waist to her buttocks. Otherwise, I'll cut off your hands, Xiaomei promised. Seriously, yes, said Yi and thought, as an amazing doctor. I can't handle a girl. And then she slapped him sharply, pushing him away from her. Shit, why did you hit me so hard? I thought we could be friends, didn't I? He asked the girl resentfully. Of course we could. I, Zhang Xiaomei, back up my words with actions. That's my principle. I'll continue to dance with you. But if you dare to grope me again, don't blame me for being rude. You showed the girl's long fingernails threateningly. Seriously, smiled Yushin, and they continued dancing. The girl with her dancing outfit attracted the eyes of everyone around her. God, said one of the dancers. What a chick, said another. I never thought there were such beauties. This guy was lucky to get such a girl, he said with sadness in his voice. Wait. This doesn't really sound like a dance, said the first one. There was indeed a mixture of dancing and fighting going on the dance floor. As soon as Wu Tian tried to touch the girl, she would immediately dodge to the side and slap him sharply. Are they fighting each other? Perplexed, one of the dancers asked the other. The girl was really wiggling and slapping so fast that it might have looked like a fight. Half an hour later, Xiaomei and Ye were already chatting outside. Don't forget who I work for. From now on, don't underestimate my strength, said the girl. Suddenly her phone rang. Hello, I'll be right there, Xiaomei shouted and went to the car. Wu Tian came over to her. What are you doing here? Get out, Zhang said angrily. It's hard to find a cab in this neighborhood. You're not going to make me walk home, are you? What are you in such a hurry for? Did something happen? The hell with you, we don't have much time. You can come with me, but don't get in my way. She pressed the gas pedal and the car sped away. Dr. Wei, what's wrong with my mom? Crying, she asked. Calm down. Her condition is not optimistic, replied the doctor. Can I see her? Xiaomei asked. Yes, but not for long. She needs to rest. Wu Tian looked at the doctor and thought, he looks extremely familiar. Is it just me, or have I seen him somewhere? God, what a small world! Here we meet again, you hypocritical bastard! He shouted, lunging at the doctor. Ya Wuqian? Your mom is in room. I have very important things to do, so you'll have to go yourself, said the doctor, hurriedly retreating. He thought, it's better to stay away from that bastard. Mom, it's me, Xiaomei said as she entered the room. Wuqian accompanied her and also came in to look at the patient. I'm not a little child, there's no need to worry so much. Compared to my illness, I'm more worried about your marriage. When are you going to find a man? I know you have a bad temper, said the mother. May, who is this guy? She asked. Nice to meet you, Auntie. My name is Ye Wutian. How long have you two known each other? Do you like her? The woman started to ask. Mom, stop it, Xiaomei asked. I think she is a great girl. Gentle, sweet, and beautiful. She also always says I'm the most handsome man in the world. Hugging Zhang's shoulders, Ye improvised on the fly. Good, I'm glad. May, Mystery is a good man. Don't let him go. Mom, we have something to discuss outside the door. We'll be back soon, said the girl, leading the young man out of the room by the hand. Who said you're handsome? You're the prettiest, right? You're running around. There's no problem with cabs here, so go home. Xiaomei was furious. Auntie likes me. She wants me to be her son-in-law. I said that just to make her happy, because she's in serious condition. Without good treatment, she won't last 2 months. Uchan clarified the situation. For God's sake, she's my mom. You won't die if you don't talk nonsense for at least 5 minutes. May was angry. I'm serious, but it doesn't matter. Even if I can't cure her, I can prolong her life, Uchan said. You're not kidding. the girl asked. She remembered that the dossier also mentioned, known as the miracle doctor in the fishing village. He also stopped an epidemic. I swear on your goddamn feel-good ass that everything will be all right. What do you want in return? May asked. When this is over, give me another dance, said E. Moderate hematoma, weak spleen, began writing in his notebook as they walked back to the room. Diabetes, diarrhea, weak kidneys, numb limbs, pallor, malaise, undigested food in the feces, fibrosis, weak pulse, he continued. With only one look, he listed all the symptoms without a single mistake. With tears and astonishment, Xiao Mei thought. The main thing right now is to relieve the diarrhea. The rest of the symptoms can wait. White root herbal balls 20G, Chinese angelica 20G, dried herbs 10G, enzyme peeling gel with mangosteen extract 5G. Even where I come from, this kind of thing is hard to cure. I can only extend her life by about 2 years, he thought. Put them in an earthen pot. Add 500 milliliters of water and boil them down to 300 milliliters. Let her take it morning and evening for 7 days. In the extended 2 years, my abilities will improve, and then I can cure her completely, thought Uchan. Mr. E, are you a doctor? The woman asked. No, but please trust me. I'll do my best to dance with your daughter. Pervert, May thought, clutching the prescription in her hands. Where'd you learn all this stuff? I saw your file. It says you're just a bum. Then how do you know all this? The girl asked him on the street, and I'm once again cornered by this question. Why are all women so nosy? Who's the nosy one? I'm just worried about my mom and the quality of your recipe. All the more reason to ask something yourself, said Xiao Mei. I'm sure 10 years ago you were as flat as a board, but now they're as big as my head, Yuchen said. Fuck you! Ho! Miracle doctor! What a meeting, exclaimed Wei, getting out of the car. Just get away like last time, or are you following me? Said Wu Tian. I really should have gone last time. By the way, Dr. E, about my ailment. He should help me this time. Don't worry about your reputation. The most important thing at the moment is my penis, thought Wei. I've already told you that I'm not a doctor. Your ailments are not my problem. Go away, shouted Wu Tian. I beg you, miracle doctor. Please help me. You know that my illness affects my whole life. Wei fell at his feet. For the last time, I'm not a doctor. I'm not in the mood or committed to treating you, so leave me alone. Come on, he said to the girl. Why didn't you help him? A surprised Xiao Mei asked. Why don't you let me touch you? Because I don't want you to touch me, asshole. I just don't want to help him. If I start helping everyone I meet, I'll get tired to death, admitted Yi. Wei was watching them, red with anger. His fingers were curled up. He said hatefully, Ya Wuchen, you'll answer for everything. What? What did you say? The check is invalid? Is it true? Asked Liu. He was still in the hospital room. Yes, absolutely true. The check was torn to shreds. He won't be able to withdraw a penny, said Ju. Q stood there smirking. Aha, my 30 million yuan is back. This is so great. With 30 million yuan I can date countless hotties. Why should I give it to him? By the way, Mr. Liu, should we do something about Miss Chung Kexin? Asked Ju. What are you suggesting? Of course I will continue to pursue her even if progress is slow. Ta-damn, said Ju pathosally, showing some kind of vial. I can help you speed up the process by simply dropping the spell potion into the bottle. Idiot. Ignorant asshole. To get a girl is to enjoy the feeling of excitement. Do you think I'm stupid enough to use a spell potion? Why don't I use money to hit on a hot chick directly? Idiot. Liu knocked the vial out of Joe's hands. What the hell, you've never left a drop before. And now you want to pretend to be a gentleman? Joey thought resentfully. I'll use it when my patience runs out. Liu handed him the vial back to him. By the way, how is Chen Kaixin doing? He asked. She owed the bank a lot of money, and now they are demanding that she pay it all back. If you lend her some money, perhaps she will be grateful. Maybe she'll attack you for it later, Chu answered him. I just got my 30 million yuan back. It would be nice to lend her some of that money. By the way, where is that bastard Ye Wutian now? I have to kill him, said Liu. Understood, Mr. Liu. We'll find him as soon as possible, Ju and Chu shouted with one voice, ready to show off in front of the boss. Did I hear someone's looking for me? So, I'm here. A young man entered the room. Ye Wutian. All three of them were confused. Ju, stepping back, sat down on the floor altogether. Bastard, how dare you come here, shouted Liu. Liu, calm down. It's okay. Take your lackeys away first. Hey, who's the lackey here? Angrily asked Ju. Go away, Yuchen ordered them. Let's go. After all, he's a child of the E. We can't hurt him now, said Q. As they left, slamming the door, E said, Liu, I assume you've already been informed about that accident with the check. So could you write another one for me?
No, you couldn't! You couldn't keep the check! Why are you asking me for another one? Aren't you ashamed of yourself?
Liu shouted indignantly. Are you serious? Have you heard of something called a backup? If this video is released to the media, you won't ruin your reputation over 30 million yuan, right? Wu Tian asked. Shit, I'm not writing you another check. You want it? Over my dead body. Okay, I hope you won't regret it. Yuchen was about to leave. Wait! The video backup! Give it to me, groaned Liu. Yi walked out of the room. Ju and Q looked at him with hatred. Walking past the guys, Wu Tian thought, Liu Fu, did you really think that 30 million yuan could calm me down after I found out that you hired people to kill me? I'm just keeping you alive for being my ATM. When I don't have any money left, I'll... With these thoughts, Yi left the hospital. Mr. Liu, started Q. Who the hell does he think I am? Does he think he can come and go as he pleases? Liu said angrily. Kill him. No matter who kills him, I'll pay 10 million yuan to whoever kills that bastard. Don't worry, Mr. Liu. We won't let you down. His assistants looked at each other with one voice. Dongchengye Mountain Villa. The man in the chair rattled the notebook on the table and asked, Are you sure the news is correct? Yeah, I'm sure. That bastard is still alive. Dad, let me hire some men to kill him, okay? Asked the young man with the earring in his ear. Don't act rashly. Just focus on your own problems. What about you and Ouyang Xinyue? The man asked. Xinyue is different from ordinary women. She ignores me and even rejects me outright. And I am a man with dignity, said the young man. Sometimes a person's dignity is as precious as gold, and sometimes as cheap as paper. You must realize that. Then how about drugging her, and then forcing her to become my woman? The young man asked. Are you sick of living? Asked the father unhappily. One of the side rooms of the family E. The young man's father talks to the patriarch of the family. I want to bring him home. Why don't you agree? He's my son. Because he doesn't deserve to be part of the Yi family, replies patriarch Ye Huteng, a sturdy gray-haired man wearing a red shirt with a dragon embroidered on it. Although Weirong is not his biological mother, he is still my only son. Daddy, I beg you, please let me bring him home. Ye Hendong, a member of Ye's family, begs me. Let you bring him home. Should I let that womanizer back? Let that ignorant shit come back? We, the E family, were disgraced because of him. This conversation is over. As long as I'm alive, that bastard has no chance of returning to our house, said the patriarch. Ye Haoteng was finishing his third bottle when Weirong came in. She took his hand and asked, Did he give it up completely? This is all my fault. It's because I couldn't give you a baby. It's not your fault. I feel sorry for my son. I am just indebted to his mother, said Hoteng. Okay, I have something to tell you. Your son's company seems to be in trouble. Someone's giving them trouble. You better check it out when you're free. Is someone giving my son's company a hard time? They must be tired of life. Is it them again? Huteng asked. Nothing is known yet. We need to find proof, replied Weirong. Shit! Huteng banged his fist on the table. Is everything ready for the meeting? Asked Chung. Yes. Maybe I should get you a companion to accompany you, suggested the secretary. A companion? Oh my god. Don't I have a fiancé? Why would I bring a companion? But your fiancé is missing in action. Besides, you know Manager Ju's character. He's a total asshole. What's the worst that can happen? Said the assistant. Don't say another word about it. Since I'm this jerk's fiancé, I don't need protection from another man. Let's go, Chang said. The secretary thought of Wutian. Yeah, Wutian, you asshole. Where are you now? Poor CEO. It's not her company after all. That idiot doesn't deserve her loyalty. At the Zhenhao restaurant, the girl was already waiting. Manager Ju, I apologize for being late. Chang apologized. It's okay, Miss Chang is a busy person. We all know that. Have a seat, Miss Chang. The strange man pulled her chair to the table, and she asked, And you? This is Manager Wang Lutian, was hired by our bank the day before yesterday. Introduced him to Ju. The manager poured tea for the girl. Aha, Miss Chang, you really are as strong a woman as Governor Ju said. It's really nice to meet you, said Lucian. I am honored. As for today, I really appreciate your help. Thanked him Chung and shook his hand. He won't let go of my hand, thought the girl, and said, Manager Wang, my hand. Just then her hand was released, and everyone laughed. Oh, I'm so sorry. I'm such an idiot. I'm sorry. I never realized Miss Chung's hand was so soft. Oh, don't mind me. I'm sorry. Lucian started licking his hand. Let's order something. Just while we're eating, we can discuss, Chang began. Miss Cheng, how about your secretary leaves the room? I think she shouldn't know some things, said Ju. Don't pay any attention to them. If you send me out the door, you'll be in an extremely dangerous situation, thought the secretary. My secretary is like a sister to me. How about letting her stay here and pour her some wine? Asked Chung. Don't you trust us? Since there is no sincerity, I think there is no need for us to continue our conversation. Zhu said irritably. Shit, thought Chang. Mrs. Chung, Go away, the girl ordered the secretary. The secretary was very scared for Chung. Aha, finally we have successfully gotten rid of the last barrier. Manager Zhu and Lucian looked at each other. The table was bursting with drinks and appetizers. Zhu raised his glass. Miss Chung, cheers. Everyone clinked glasses and drank. Miss Chung, I thought you were a decent woman. I didn't expect you to be so sloppy, said Zhu. Sloppy? Why? Look at this. After you drank, there was still some wine left in the glass. I guess you don't know all the rules of etiquette, said Lucian. It's just that this wine, I didn't like it very much. But you had to drink it all the way through, said Lucian. I think you are completely ignorant of the rules of etiquette. But that's where any cooperation begins, he continued. I made a mistake. Okay, never mind. As an apology, I'll drink another glass to finish. Ha, okay, said Zhu. Miss Chang, you're so smart, echoed Lucian. Miss Chang, let me propose another toast, said Lucian. Okay, not quite confidently agreed the girl. Manager Zhu, regarding the loan for our company, could you do me some favor? After so many glasses of wine, she's already getting a little tipsy. I'm full of temptation, thought Zhu. Once Miss Chung keeps us company for this evening, there will be no more problems with extending credit. Zhu poured her another glass. Thank you, Manager Zhu. An hour later, there was already a battery of empty bottles lined up on the table. Miss Cheng, let's have another drink, Lucian suggested. Chung took a drink and realized, my alcohol tolerance has almost reached its limit. I can't keep drinking. Excuse me, I need to go to the restroom, she said. The secretary said to her, Madam, please stop drinking. If you continue like this, you may lose control of yourself. It's okay, I can handle it, Chang said, standing over the wash basin. She was clearly not getting any better. God. Quote S so. I'm so angry. Chang's intoxication was making her mind confused. The secretary said, I'll be waiting for you outside. Is it worth it? To be an illiterate puppet, said Chang to her reflection in the mirror. Should you resent a fiancé you don't care about at all? No, wait. He owns this company, but I'm the one who runs it. Anyway, we have to settle things. Even if I have a stomach bleed today. Chang is determined. I'm sorry to keep you waiting, said the girl. Zhu and Lucian looked at each other, and Lucian said, I just talked to Manager Zhu. You're a woman, so it's not appropriate for us to get you drunk on alcohol. Okay, this is our last glass for today. We won't be drinking after this. He presented the glass to Chang. She was happy and took the glass. Really? Thank you, I'll drink it then, said the girl. Both managers watched with anticipation as Chang drank to the bottom. After we have stopped drinking, I suggest we start eating, said the girl cheerfully. But she suddenly felt sick. Wait a minute, there's something wrong with this wine. Those two pigs, she suddenly realized. But it was too late, everything was blurring before her eyes. Sorry, I have to go to the restroom again. Wobbling and barely standing on her feet, Chung left the room. She was followed by the undressing stares of the managers. She walked, struggling to move her feet and holding onto the wall with her hands. No, I need to leave, as fast as I can. When Chung was walking down the hallway and almost fell to the floor, someone picked her up. Oh, I didn't expect to meet you like this, said Wu Tian. She just went to the bathroom. But why did she want to go there again? Besides, she's not in a big hurry. Did she really run away? Said Lucian. If that's the case, she reacted very quickly. But the drugs should have already affected her, Zhu replied. Hurry up, we have to find her. At this moment, she's completely powerless and couldn't run far. Let's go, hurry up. Lucian and Zhu ran out of the office. Chung lay in the bathtub of a city hotel right in her clothes and only oohed and awed under Ye's watchful eye. You must feel awful. Don't pass out, said Yuchin, holding the girl's head. I don't have any medicine on hand to relieve your symptoms. I need special medicinal substances to do that. The courier is taking so long. In my past life, I didn't even have a girlfriend, but now I have a fiancé. It's so strange, thought Yi. Suddenly, Chang grabbed him by the neck and dragged him into her bathtub. Uchan resisted the temptation as best he could. Take me. Hurry, please, please, begged the flushed girl. Stop! No, I won't take this opportunity. Don't make me, said Uchan. Ye Wutian's past owed a lot to her. If I use her, she will be too pitiful, thought Ye while sitting in the hot bath with the girl. Inner peace. Like a miracle doctor, I have strong willpower. I won't be enamored with such a sexy little girl, he reassured himself. Woo! Howled the wolf inside him. It was getting harder and harder for him to resist. Oops, my dick! Ooh, calm down, now! The howling wolf immediately turned into a small dog, and Yutian was relieved. Phew. Turns out medication is more reliable than willpower. Good, I've made it through. This is so unbearable, please take me. I feel awful. Chang continued to pester him. How many drugs those bastards put her on. If this continues, she might die. I'll have to use the most primitive way to save her, thought E. Finally, the courier's here. There are no tools here to boil the medicine. I can only use the utensils I have on hand. Even if I can't cure her now, it will be enough to relieve her symptoms. The medicine is sprayed on the appropriate acupuncture points. I'll have to take off her clothes. I'm sorry, thought Uchan. Half an hour later, Chung was lying in bed, covered with a blanket. Ye realized that she was getting better and the crisis was over. If Wang Fangxi hadn't informed me in time, what would have happened tonight? Fucking Ye Wutian. How could he let a woman go through such a thing, thought Wutian. He looked at the sleeping girl and said, Get a good night's rest. As for the rest, leave it to me. In the restaurant, one of the rooms is locked. The sign on it says it's Shuyun's office. Not catching up with the intoxicated girl, Manager Ju and Lucian returned to the site of their binge. After pouring himself and his business partner another glass, Lucian suggested that they finally get a bite to eat at least a little. He reasoned that whatever the case, they should fill their bellies, even if the girl ran away. The alcohol loosened his tongue and he admitted that he comes here to try new things. Ju decided to correct him and said that it's they who come here to try new things. Lucian agreed that they were coming here together to try something new, and they laughed disgustedly in one voice. The office door opened and Ye Wutian, the strange doctor, appeared on the doorstep. They paid absolutely no attention to him, as they were already drunk. Yuchin allowed himself to laugh at them himself, smiled and asked why they were so funny. The managers immediately put on a businesslike demeanor. Ju asked Wutian who he was, and Lucian was simply rude. The doctor silently walked over to the table, picked up an empty wine bottle and began to examine the label. Ju had no way of knowing what he wanted. Wutian suddenly cracked Ju on the head with the bottle. Blood poured all over the manager's forehead. He clutched at his bruised spot, and Lucian looked on in amazement. He said they shouldn't have hurt his woman and they wouldn't just get away with it. Lucian immediately started shouting that it was none of his business. And who does he mean anyway? Ju sobered up a bit and started threatening Wuqian. The manager was surprised to be hit on the head. He said that Ye did not yet know who he had messed with. Shifting his attention to Lucian, Yi began to look for something more massive on the table and settled on a large plate. Swinging around, he launched the plate, which was destined to become a flying saucer, directly at the aggressive Lucian. The manager's head was a mess of plate shards, scrambled eggs, blood, and God knows what else. This didn't seem like enough for Wuqian, and he immediately gave Ju the same portion so that there would be no offense. Now both managers had their heads rested against the table, thoroughly smearing the tabletop with blood. Lucian didn't quite understand the situation, though, because he began to heave and ask how he even dared to raise his hand at him. He began to threaten E and lunged at him, one hand holding onto a bruised spot on his head. The alcohol seemed to be taking effect, and Lucian stopped hesitantly. His eyes were all double. Lucian could not take a step. His legs refused to go any further. All his muscles were stiff. Finally, he just collapsed on the floor, no longer reacting to his surroundings and just breathing heavily. Ju was still trying to crawl at this time, but he had similar symptoms. He complained that he couldn't move at all. Uchin walked around the room thinking of something else interesting to make. He found that the soup was still hot and looked salty. He approached the defeated opponents with a bowl full of soup. The soup was still very hot. It had not had time to cool down, and his opponents knew it. They stared in horror at the steam billowing over the plate. The bowl began to inexorably flip downward, and a thin stream of soup began to drip onto them. The deputies squealed and tried to dodge the stream of hot liquid, but in this situation they could only swivel their heads to the side. Yutian slowly poured the soup over them, making sure to get the liquid on the injured parts of their bodies. Lucian began to scream that he was in a lot of pain. He was yelling and swearing, the hot soup burning his chest and face. Besides, there was also soup on his back. So helpless Lucian could not even turn around, suffering from pain. Ju was just lying in the soup and he was screaming, resenting that Wuqian is a scoundrel and he won't just let him get away with it. He doesn't know who they are yet. At that moment, another plate flew at Ju. The shards scattered all over the room. His face was covered in blood. Wuqian took him by the scruff of the neck, shook him, put him on his knees, and asked him to answer the question if Ju knew who he was. Ju now looked frightened and muttered that he couldn't answer affirmatively to that question. Taking another plate, Ye tossed it and asked how it was that Ju didn't know who he was. No need to lie that he had never even heard of the great healer. Ju began to faint from the pain. His whole face was quickly drenched in blood. Yuchin looked at his hand, which had blood splattered on it, and said that this kind of bullying was really very tiring. Ju was fed up with him, so he turned to Lutian and asked him if he knew his rival. Lutian fearfully began to assure him that he knew him to be a great healer. Speaking rapidly and constantly interrupted, he began to beg to be let go, inserting great physician every 2 words. He grabbed Lucian by the hair, lifted his head and told him that the great healer was asking him if he liked guys. The one started shaking his head in all directions and yelling that no, of course not. He doesn't like guys. A plate flew in his face, and Liu Tian heard that it was the wrong answer. Liu Tian said that Liu Tian actually likes guys. Bleeding, Liu Tian rushed to confirm and assured that he just adores guys, yes. Yu Chen defiantly pulled out one of his med packets and ripped it open over them. He raised his hand and lazily tossed the empty bag at their feet, looking at them squeamishly. As he left the office, the young man said that they would like it soon. They would like it very much. The waiter was carrying the food ordered by the head of the department. The door to the office was closed tightly, and moans were clearly coming from behind it. He knocked on the door and told Zhu, the manager, that his order was ready and waiting outside the door. Of course, he wondered what those sounds were coming from the other side. Trying to make as little noise as possible, the steward began to slowly open the door to get a peek. From what he saw, he lost control of his actions and dropped the food he had brought from his hands. The dish shattered into tiny shards. The rumbling startled the girl, who was standing with a kettle and talking to her partner in the hallway. She asked him what was wrong, and the guy suggested we go see for ourselves. All three waiters were now standing in the doorway. They all had expressions of disgust and horror on their faces. There was a lot to be surprised about. The half-naked Lucian sat on the lap of the waist-naked Zhu, and they hugged each other happily. The girl's partner rather remarked that those two were so beautiful they could do it while bleeding. The girl blushed all red. She couldn't believe it could happen. The guy pulled out his phone and said they needed to take a quick picture of the two pigs and upload the photo to the internet. No doubt it would be very scandalous. Restaurant manager's room. Police and manager reviewing surveillance footage. The restaurant's general manager found a lead and asked the officer to review the snippet. She said the camera showed an unfamiliar man walking through the door. The image showed a man in a white shirt standing in front of the door. Zhang Xiaomei immediately recognized him and started cursing him, waving her fist in front of the computer monitor. Eastern City Bank. Same bank that Lu's men tried to rob, and the same pretty girl behind the counter. Walking over to the window, Wu Tian smiled and asked Miss Xu how she was doing. He assumed that the girl couldn't sleep at night. Zhu began to thank him heartily for saving her life. She was really in mortal danger. Yu Tian, smiling, told her that a casual thank you wasn't enough, and asked how she felt about keeping him company tonight. Zhu agreed and said, turning aside, that she was free after work. There was no hiding her embarrassment from Yu Tian, and he told the girl so. Zhu turned to him formally and asked if he had any more questions, or if she still had work to do. Yu Tian asked to be called simply E. He said it was very simple. Meanwhile, a line began to form behind him. The woman behind him said she wanted to call the main office of this bank, so let him deposit the money or take it out, but hurry up. Wu Tian apologized to her and told Miss Xu that they would talk after work, took out a check and asked her to cash it. Zue was surprised to find that it was a check for 30 million. She thought to herself that in front of such a rich guy, one should not skimp on politeness. Meanwhile, at the city hotel, Miss Chen had just started to wake up, lazily opening one eye. She realized she wasn't in her own home and tried to figure out where she'd gotten to. Pulling back the blanket and realizing that she was in just her shirt, Chen screamed exhaustedly in a voice that wasn't her own. She tried in a panic to remember why she found herself without clothes, but she couldn't. Crawling with her head under the blanket, Chen began to roar. She thought the supervisors had raped her. Sitting down on the bed and covering herself with a blanket, Chen cried for a long time. She was ashamed and hurt. She scolded everyone and cried again. It suddenly dawned on her that she felt no pain, and she had a little hope. Carefully examining the sheet, Chen didn't find a drop of blood on it, and she thought that someone had saved her. With difficulty remembering the events of the previous night, Chen tried to reconstruct the events. She dreamed of Uchan, who had picked her up in the hallway. The girl thought that most likely it was Uchan who had pulled her out of the clutches of the sneaky bankers. Her head was splitting from the horrible pain, and there was no Uchan around. Chen couldn't believe it was him. She remembered she was alert, and turned on the sound recording on her phone so she could just listen to the recordings. With great interest, the girl pulled out her phone and pressed the play button on the recording. On the recording, she recognized her voice, questioning whether it was worth it for the company. Another voice was ordering phytotherapeutic drugs, bitter ginseng, and big yellow slipstone over the phone, and asking for them to be delivered urgently. Chen hesitated for a moment. The man's voice was very similar to her fiancé Wu Tian's, but it was like he was a little different. Meanwhile, the voice on the recording said that he needed those herbs fast and couldn't wait that long. Uchan's voice came from the phone. He asked the girl to hold on and assured her that she should not lose consciousness. It would kill her. With surprise, Chen recognized her own passionate voice, begging to take her immediately, and Yuchen's voice. He waved her away and demanded her to stop, saying he couldn't take this opportunity. Chen cried with shame and happiness as she continued to hear his voice. She was under the influence of the drug and could not disengage from Uchian. Chen grabbed her head. She didn't want to believe it was that jerk who had saved her. She convinced herself that it was definitely not him. He was a womanizer and couldn't refuse any woman who came on to him. Finally, she was tired of finding out who it was. Chen remembered that she had offended Manager Ju and began to worry that now she wouldn't be able to pay the bank. The door to the hotel room suddenly opened, and her secretary flew into the room, panting. She asked Chen what she was doing here, and told her that she had been trying to reach her all night. The secretary asked if she had been abused by the superintendents, and indicated her intentions to call the police. Chen smiled and, crying with happiness, said that everything turned out well. Someone had saved her. The secretary rejoiced and said that was just great news, but there was one more thing. She pulled out her phone and opened the news. A close-up of the bank managers kissing each other. The caption under the photo, 2 gay governors, and that was not all. The secretary leafed on, and on every page was a new photo and new captions. Real love between governors, the Claymores and their political affairs, and so on. Chen was trying to figure out who had done this. Is it possible that her savior? The secretary added that on top of that, their company received a certain amount of money, 29 million yuan. Chen, not believing her ears, asked where they were from. She suggested that they were from customers, but the secretary assured her that was impossible. The transfer was done by one person. The girl wondered who it could be. She came to the conclusion that her night savior could be the incognito. At that moment, there was a knock on the door of the room. Chen broke away from her long contemplation and invited her in. They were police officers. After introducing themselves and showing their official IDs, they asked for assistance in investigating the attack on Julun last night. Qianshan District, Wang Fangxi's house, a gray, dull high-rise building surrounded by the same. Someone knocked on the door and woke Yutina, who clearly had no intention of getting up since morning. He stretched lazily and muttered that he didn't know who it could be since morning had just come. He opened the door while standing in just his underwear. Standing outside the door was Zhang Xiaomei in the uniform of a police officer. A little embarrassed, she called Yi a pervert and said he could have put some of his clothes on. Smiling, Yutian asked the girl why she was blushing so much, and if it was because she was fascinated by his gorgeous body. Xiaomei shouted that he had nothing to brag about and demanded to follow her to the police station. They have suspicions that he was involved in the attack at night. Uchan asked for time and asked why she was the one who always accompanied him to the police station. He reminded her that they were related and asked her to be more polite to him. This enraged her and she demanded to get dressed. She said she needed to get evidence, not put him behind bars. Very slowly walking away to another room, Wu Tian paused, showing off his back, and said that he was going to get dressed. Xiaomei could barely contain herself. He took his pants and started to put them on right in front of her. Xiaomei couldn't stand it anymore and yelled at him that he was doing it on purpose. She demanded he change in the other room or she'd smack him right here. A posh black executive car was parked near the sidewalk. Xiaomei stood near the door and invited Wu Tian to take the passenger seat in the Mercedes. He turned the other way and declared that he didn't like this car and had his own car. Mei gritted her teeth in anger. She kept wondering why he might not have liked her car. Soon Yuqian himself appeared from around the corner. He walked proudly and drove an ordinary bicycle that shone in the sun with its polished parts. Xiaomei couldn't believe her eyes and asked Ye if this was really his car. Wu Tian was glad that he was able to impress Xiaomei. The young man said that it was a really cool thing. He could barely find it for a lot of money. Ye admitted that he wouldn't even sell it for 5 million yuan. Mei repeated his words, and nothing he said was beyond common sense. Getting on the bicycle, Wushan thought that the girl just didn't understand anything. After all, in the place where he came from, a bicycle is a very precious antique. He waved her goodbye and said they would see each other later. Xiaomei tried to stop him, but it was useless. She only looked helplessly at Ye's white back and started her car. That's how they drove down the road. Wu Tian was driving leisurely in the center of the lane, and Xiaomei was cautiously following him in the car. There were 2 guys watching them. One of them said it was relevant 10 years ago. His companion called the bike a wreck and the driver crazy. The first guy noticed that the driver of the car apparently knows the cyclist. Xiaomei tried to drive as slowly and carefully as possible. She just gripped onto the steering wheel. She was uncomfortable. Finally, they arrived at the police station. It was a tall yellow brick building. Stopping, Yuqin got off his bike and pulled out a bicycle cable with a lock, securing it to the rear wheel of his means of transportation. Mei asked him how he could be afraid that his bicycle might be stolen outside the police station. Uchan replied that she couldn't even imagine the true value of the thing, and added that he didn't want to argue with her further. The girl was simply shocked by his beliefs. After escorting Wu Tian to the interrogation room, Xiaomei opened the door and invited him in. She warned him that there was a man in the room who may have also been involved in the night's incident. Ye walked into the room and saw Miss Chen. She recognized him immediately and was startled. The girl obviously didn't expect to see him here. Wu Tian was also surprised and called the girl by her name, Chen Kaixin. Uchan approached the girl. They stared at each other in silence for a long time, an ocean of thoughts swirling in their heads. Finally, Wushin broke the silence and asked Miss Chen how she was feeling. A note of tenderness could be heard in his voice. The girl smiled and looked at him happily, and then asked him what he himself thought about it. Yutian scratched his head and said that he was actually just asking, and there was nothing wrong with it. The girl's face changed. The smile disappeared. She became a serious businesswoman again. Chen angrily asked what Ye meant. She had just knocked herself down and still couldn't find it anywhere. Does Wutian really take her for a toy? Chen demanded to immediately explain who Wutian took her for and what she meant to him. Yushin couldn't explain anything to her. It wouldn't seem true anyway. So he just gave a pathetic attempt at an apology. The girl with tears in her eyes stood looking at him. It wasn't long ago that she hated him, and she wasn't the only one. But now she wanted to go back to the old relationship. Zhang Xiaomei brought the papers and asked them to put aside the family squabbles as they were here for business. After a while, Wutian and Chen left the police station and headed to a cafe. They sat at a table on the luxurious couches opposite each other and were just as silent, hesitant to start a conversation. Finally, Wushin asked first if Chen was happy that she was engaged to him. Kexin looked at him carefully, her eyes starting to water. Her gaze became sad. The girl says she will only tell when Yi answers the question of whether they rescued her last night, and she demands an honest answer. Yuchen said it was really him and saved her completely by accident. Chen wondered how Ye knew that was where she was. And besides, given the circumstances, why didn't Wutian take her up on her offer? Ye said he discovered her completely by accident, and Chen would hate him for the rest of his life if he did. He said he felt sorry for the girl. She had been through a lot. Miss Chen, hesitating, thanked him. He had saved her honor anyway, and that meant a lot to her. She was surprised to think that Ye had never apologized before, and this wasn't like him at all. Thinking back, she asked Yuchen why he was using those Chinese phytotherapeutic herbs and doubted that he had basic medical skills. Yuchen explained that he happened to come across a folk remedy that is an antidote to the aphrodisiac. Wushin said that Chen hadn't answered his question yet, and voiced it again in case she had managed to forget, whether Miss Chen was happy to be engaged to him. The girl immediately cried and asked how she could be happy. After all, he's always gambled in casinos, and now he's run off somewhere, leaving his fiancée alone. Wushin closed his eyes and sat for a while, thinking about something. Did he regret what he had done? Without raising his eyes, he told Kexin that he was sorry, but they would have to break their engagement. Chen cried even more. She didn't understand why Wutian felt this way about her. After all, they had just found each other. Wushin stood up from the table, showing that his decision was final and irrevocable. Ye explained that Kexin wouldn't be happy with him. After breaking the engagement, the company will belong to her personally. Wutian thinks she deserves it more than he does. The girl couldn't say a word. Yi added that he would find time and come to her house to talk about it in about a couple of days. Chen was sad. As she followed his back with her gaze, she kept crying. No, this was not the meeting she had expected. Chen family mansion. It's late evening, the sky with a beautiful dark blue hue. Chen sat in her home on the spacious couch and was silent. She didn't feel like talking to anyone. The parents were sitting right there. Chi Chiyun, the girl's mother, asked what was wrong, as Chen hadn't been so glum and depressed in a long time. Chi asked if she was sick. Cheng Peizhong also asked his daughter what was bothering her. He wanted to help. Finally, Chen started talking and revealed that the young man wanted to break their engagement. Qi asked who she meant. Chang interjected that he had really said that and asked what would happen to the company now. The girl said that by mutual decision, the company would stay with her. Peizhong rejoiced at the news and exclaimed that it was great. When he realized that he looked very happy, he faltered and asked him to ignore it. Of course, the company had nothing to do with it. But he was just happy that his daughter was finally rid of that cretin. Qiyun informed Chen that her sister was coming back tonight and suggested we celebrate. Even though her parents were happy, Chen still said that she was in absolutely no mood and went to her room. Watching her, Qi noticed her sadness and asked her husband if he thought Chen was being overly sad. Peizhong confirmed that she really should be happy, but she looked very disappointed. The girl retired to the shower. Here she could finally put her thoughts in complete order. As she adjusted the right temperature, Chen thought about the fact that Wutian looked completely different now, not like before. Even though she had managed to get rid of Yushin, the girl still couldn't lift her spirits, and that made her even sadder. Wutian arrived at Miss Chen's house the very next day, on a bicycle. He looked sad, too. When the girl's parents saw him, they were stunned. Peizhong exclaimed how he could have come on a bicycle. Chen thought he had become a different person, and didn't even look at the car worth less than $1 million. She was amazed that Ye arrived on a bicycle. Wutian sat across from Chen's parents and decided not to sit around for long. Turning to Mr. and Mrs. Chen, he offered to get right down to business. Ye explained that he had come to break off his engagement to Keishin. Wuchen said he wasn't good enough for Kexin, and she has suffered a lot since their engagement. And now it's finally time to end this strange relationship. It's for the best. The girl's parents interjected. E had managed to evoke positive emotions in them. Pejong remarked that he seemed to know his place and asked about his future plans. Chung asked if he was going to return to the Ye family. Uchin said dismissively that he would not do what he was told to do, much less intend to return. He has his own principles. Pejong resented not being welcomed back into the family and asked why he was leaving Keishin's company then. Wutian replied that the girl deserved it much more. After all, she had put a lot of effort into the development of the company, while Ye had done nothing for the company or for Keishin. Turning to Miss Chen, the young man asked her to sign her documents. Immediately afterward, the company would be taken over by her. Keishin asked for the papers to be left for her, saying she would read them at her leisure and then sign them. Seeing Chen's hesitation, Pejong immediately started to press her and persuade her that this is a big chance and they still want to break the engagement. She won't lose anything, and Ye will never touch her again. The girl responded by saying that she knew perfectly well how to act, and asked E if he had transferred that huge sum of money for the company. Uchun had to admit that he was the one who had saved the company from collapse. Chen watched him sadly. She shouted at him and asked him for what reason he wanted to break the engagement and why to do so. Uthion asked to consider it as compensation or atonement. She exclaimed, "What redemption can we talk about if he just gave her 29 million without hesitation?" Pejong clearly wasn't prepared to hear such an amount, and he immediately felt sick. He clutched at his heart, tried to stay on his feet, but still slowly settled to the floor. Ki asked her to bring the pills as soon as possible, while she herself was trying to support her husband at this moment. Chen looked at her father excitedly. She was also very worried about him. On the table in a special case were 4 kinds of pills, each in its own box. There was a glass of water next to it. Pejong was put on the bed and covered with a blanket. Ki reproached him for being so overexcited and asked him what was the reason. Pejong exclaimed that it was 29 million, as much as 29 million, and grabbed his heart again. He had another seizure, and Chen said in a firm voice that did not tolerate objections that they would take him to the hospital. Yuchin asked them not to worry, assured them he could handle himself, and rolled up his sleeves. The girl's parents looked at him dumbfounded. They didn't know how E could help them. Clasping 3 fingers into a fist, E left only his middle and index fingers. Making intricate movements with those fingers, and as if striking Pejong from afar, Wutian began to rapidly recite something between incantations and gibberish. Huajai, Yutang, Zigong, Zhongwen. His fingers made lightning-fast movements that no one could follow. Pejong closed his eyes in pain. Mother and daughter were very anxious and clung to each other's hands. Uchi began to make pinpoint jabs, going from the caddy lower down to the ribcage. Finally, a satisfied Pejong said he felt great. A stunned Chen S caught herself thinking that Ye knew how to give a massage and she didn't even know it. Wutian nonchalantly listed the symptoms: lumbago, coldness in the extremities, drowsiness, and weakness. He said that Pejong needed careful care and began to write a prescription: 10 grams of ginseng, atractalodes, ginger root, licorice or bear licorice. Giving the recipe to Kexen, Yi asked her to boil 1,500 milliliters of water to a volume of 500 milliliters. He said that this remedy should be taken 3 times a day for a week. Both mother and daughter were utterly amazed at the talents of the man they had just recently called a jerk, and now looked at him with grateful eyes. Yuchin, on the other hand, asked them what the big deal was and asked them to look at the prescription, not at him. Ki asked him in surprise when it was that he had time to become a doctor. Yi replied that he just picked up a medical book and learned it by himself. The young man apologized and said he had to go. Pejong thought about the fact that perhaps all this time Ye had just been playing dumb. The girl's parents were left to stare astonished at the back of their failed son-in-law. Kaisen picked up the company documents from the table and twirled them in her hands. She wondered what would happen next if she left things the way they were. She thought it was a nice try on Yi's part, but she still wouldn't sign the papers and threw them on the table. Wang Fangxi's house, a dull gray high-rise building that didn't stand out from the others. Wutian plugged the phone charger into the outlet and sat down to study the documents. He was surprised to find that the Ye family was well known in Dongcheng. Yi analyzed the data. It turned out that the original owner of his body looked like a popular playboy, but he was bullied and looked down upon by his family. Yutian decided he just had to get justice for exploiting his body. He was sure that even if he did nothing, someone from Yi's family could still make a claim. After all, it was a matter of inheritance. Wuqian lay back and pondered that now the company had disappeared along with the bride. But coping with Yi's family without money was just a waste of time. Making money is the main problem at the moment. Chen Kaishin Company, a large high-rise glazed building with phantasmagorical curves. That's where Mr. Yuchin was headed, having picked up some fancy dressy clothes and fancy shoes. He walked leisurely, hands in his pockets. Over his shirt was a green jacket with yellow lining, his favorite. Upon seeing him, the staff immediately started discussing his appearance. One waiter said that Mr. E was back, which was cool. The other guy remarked that he hadn't seen Mr. E for a long time either. One girl asked why Wu Tian was not having fun at the casino, but had come to the headquarters. Paying no attention to anyone, Yuchen walked down the hallway until he reached the door he needed. In the office were Miss Chen and her secretary. Both of them were surprised by the appearance of the young man. Without saying hello, Ye asked if Kexen had signed the documents and said that he had come to get them. Immediately, he held out his hand for them. Kexen intercepted his hand and squeezed his fingers. He didn't understand why she did that. The girl admitted that she didn't have those papers right now and continued to hold his hand. Chen said she had to meet an important client and invited him to follow her. Yuchen couldn't understand what had gotten into her head. She never explained anything. Kaishin was literally pulling him along and didn't want to hear any excuses. Wuqian thought for a moment that she had lost her mind and didn't want to accept the company. The secretary was also quite surprised. She knew very well that her general manager simply hated this loser, so why introduce him to important clients? The three of them arrived at the hotel, a high-rise glassed-in building with bizarre asymmetrical shapes. Kaishin and the secretary walked ahead, Wutian trailing the procession, wondering why they had come here. Engrossed in his thoughts, he glanced at the exquisite figure of his former fiancée. He only now realized how good-looking Kexen was. When it was too late, Yudian stared at her luscious buttocks and long legs and realized he had rushed in. Closing his eyes, he followed the girls and regretted breaking the engagement. Kexen caught his gaze and asked him to stop staring at her and explained that he should help her today since he knew how to drink a lot and not get drunk. She reminded him that Ye used to drink wine and pick up girls with his friends. Walking in the door, Chen happily told Jun that here they were. There were three men sitting around a round table. In the center sat Zhong Jian, the CEO of an international group in China. Jun told Miss Chen that she looked absolutely gorgeous and invited everyone to the table. A terrible thought occurred to Yutina that he just couldn't get rid of. Ye noticed the 8 bottles on the table and began to suspect that the fat man just wanted to get Chen drunk and rape her. John said that since Miss Chen is ready, he suggests getting right down to business. He demanded a drink with him in order to deal with him. It was the only way Jian recognized people's character. Kexen whispered in Ye's ear that it was necessary to have a drink with him. Otherwise, it would be difficult to do business with him. Wutian thought that he was acting as a drunkard here. Jian said that he decided to make an exception, and he would agree to a deal if the three of them would drink more for him. Kexen lit up, but Ye slowed her down. He had his own considerations. He asked the girl to take her time deciding, and asked how much was at stake. Kexen replied that 10 million, and without that, the company would be doomed. She is confident that they will succeed. Ye's brain started frantically regenerating ideas. He had to beat Jian by any means necessary. Yutian smirked. His own idea was clearly more interesting than the one he had proposed. He asked John if he wanted to play a bigger game. Wutian said that 10 million was too little, and he wanted to play for 50 million. Kaishin turned white with horror. She figured E would definitely ruin the company, and she shouldn't have brought that idiot here. Jian smiled and was interested in the offer. He was starting to get into the excitement. Yuchen offered to drink him 2 bottles of liquor, and then E would add 5 million for each new glass. Kexen tried to stop it all and told Jian that Ye was just joking, and not to take him seriously. She thought that Ye was definitely an idiot, and there was no need to bring him. Jian asked Chen if she doubted his sincerity. His eyes were wary. Chen said she just knows him very well, and he can't drink that much. He would fall down from 1 bottle, let alone 2. Wutian grudgingly thought that he didn't seem to be that bad. Why else would they have called him here? Yushin put his arm around her shoulders and asked her to give him a chance. They should take a chance. The girl froze. She didn't have the words to express her emotions. She didn't know how to exit with dignity. Chewing his food, Jian asked who Miss Chen was to the young man. Ahead of Kexen's answer, Ye smiled and said that he was her fiancé, Ye Wutian, and immediately added that it wouldn't be soon, as he would break their engagement tomorrow. This was news to the secretary, and she wondered why they would break off the engagement. Kaishin was distressed and lost in speculation as to what was wrong with her. She didn't know why Ye was in such a hurry to break off the engagement and suspected that he had another woman. Wutian ordered Wang Man to prepare a new contract, and he himself apologized that he needed to go to the bathroom and promised to return soon. He stepped out and closed the door firmly behind him. He looked around to make sure no one was watching him. Yutian pulled a small envelope of powder from his pocket, fastened with 2 pins. He poured the entire contents of the envelope into his mouth. Now he was a part of any drinking party. I carefully licked the powder residue from my lips. It was time to go and defeat the enemy. Yutian entered the hall and apologized to the audience for keeping them waiting. Taking one of the liquor bottles in his hand, he asked John to watch carefully. Immediately, he grabbed the bottle, drained it in a volley as if it were a bottle of plain water. Jian was very surprised. He had never seen such a thing before, even opening his mouth. Kexen still didn't believe in him and eyed him with suspicion. She was afraid he would fall under the table immediately. Wutian calmly finished the second bottle to the bottom and loudly placed the empty bottle on the table. Wiping his mouth, he said he hadn't had such delicious liquor in a very long time. Kexin walked over to him, took his hand, and asked him worriedly if he was okay. His hand went to the hollow of Chen's breasts, and he felt how soft they were. Yuchen said he'd be fine if she didn't let him go. They stood back to back, and Chen wondered if it was time he stopped pretending to be innocent. John was delighted. He praised Ye in every way possible and suggested an innovation. A bottle now counted as 3 glasses. Wushin didn't mind and took the bottle. He said he would do as Jun wanted. Kexin asked him to be very careful and not to force himself. She thought that he might die if he continued like this. Opening the bottle, Ye turned to her and asked if Chen was worried about him. She was indignant and thought it was bullshit and it would be better if he died of drunkenness. Wu Qin drank the 3rd bottle standing up. John was very satisfied with what he saw. He turned the bottle upside down, showing that he had drunk it all and was not withholding a drop of liquor. Kexin exclaimed joyfully that they were saved and earned 15 million. The secretary also praised Wu Tian, but here Yi takes another bottle of liquor, drinks it calmly, and puts the empty container on the table. A minute passes, and Wu Qin reaches for the next bottle, pours it down his throat, and finishes the rest of the liquor with his last strength. With a clatter, Yi joins the empty bottle to the ones already standing earlier. The liquor is gone. He looks at Jian with a victorious smile. His breath has turned into alcoholic vapors. Leaning over to Jun, Ye demands his 50 million and expresses his hope that he won't regret it. Jian laughed and thanked him for his excellent work. He said he was sincerely convinced today and asked him to give him the contract to sign. Both Kexin and the secretary were thrilled that it was so simple. As they left, they bowed to Jian. Wutian remained standing and didn't even tilt his head. Chen threw herself around his neck and exclaimed that it was amazing. She asked how he did it. The secretary was more restrained in her emotions and just thanked him warmly. Wutian, holding his bride in his arms, confessed that he was obsessed with Bacchus. Kaixin did not understand him. Chen Kaixin Company, a large high-rise glazed building with phantasmagorical curves. Chen was sitting in her office filling out paperwork. She thought about the fact that could Ye be her fiancé. After all, he didn't take advantage of the moment when she was in a drunken state. He has great medical skills and seems to have become an adequate person. Leafing through the document, the girl thought she had to sign this agreement to break the engagement. She started to sign the contract, and then the phone on the table rang. Kexin happily picked up the phone. She was very happy that Hao had returned. Kexin and Hao met at a large 2-story restaurant. Hao could afford it. They sat across from each other at a comfortable table on the 2nd floor. A vase of plants stood beside them. Ouyang Hao told her that he had heard about what happened to her and asked if everything was fine now. Kexin cried and couldn't say a word. She was tormented by doubts. On the one hand, she should break off her relationship with Ye. But on the other hand, this was already a completely different kind man with healing skills. Hao said that she can cry all she wants. She shouldn't be killed so much. Chen covered her face with her hands and burst into tears. Hao sat silently and waited. Finally, Kexin began to tell, sobbing every now and then, that Ye had suddenly disappeared, leaving her alone in this company, and she was really upset. Hao took out a handkerchief from his pocket and stood up, intending to wipe Chen's face. Suddenly, she intercepted his hand, thanked him for the handkerchief, and told him she could handle it herself. Hao first thought that she was amidst the stress. She was refusing him unconsciously. He said he came back just for her and asked her to go with him and forget about that jerk finally. Hao offered to live with him exactly as they had imagined it before. The girl hesitated a bit and didn't know what to say to her companion. Seeing her confusion, Hao continued to press her and told her that he knows her fiancé and that he doesn't deserve her. Chen swiveled her head in all directions and couldn't find a comfortable position anywhere, and simply asked to change the subject. Hao insisted that they should talk about it. He didn't take advantage of expressing his feelings on campus then, but he wouldn't give up this time. Hao asked if Kexin loved him. In tears, Chen asked Hao to leave. She was starting to get fed up with this topic. Hao started yelling at the girl and proving that her whole life will be ruined if this continues. Was she really hoping for a happy life with Ye? Kexin got up from the table and, stammering, said that she didn't know anything, and she had to go. Hao rushed after her and tried to stop her, but she silently walked away from him. Finally, he stopped resentfully, realizing it wasn't going to work anyway. It's late evening. All the windows in the Chen family's mansion were lit. Chen came home. Qi cheerfully said that Hao came by this afternoon and was supposed to call her. She was just putting flowers in a vase. Kexin didn't react in any way to the message about Hao, only throwing in a glimpse that she would go take a shower. Qi told Peijong that their daughter looked unhappy, though she should be happy that Hao was back. Her husband replied that she just needed time. Kaixin sat in the bathtub and thought that Hao was right and should have ended this absurd relationship. But she refused him, and she doesn't know for what reason. She thought she might have fallen in love with Eutenia. But then she dismissed the thought, telling herself that she couldn't fall in love with such a womanizer. The next day, Miss Chen approached the large building where her office was located. She wasn't feeling quite right, as she hadn't slept well, and was trying to set herself up for work. While thinking about her own thoughts, Kexon almost collided with an enormous bouquet of roses. Hao himself was rushing towards the girl from the office building, holding flowers in his hand. Chen was surprised to ask Hao what on earth he was doing here. She looked confused. With a smile, Hao handed her a bouquet of roses and told her it was for her, and at the same time asked if she was free at noon to have lunch with him. The girl staggered back. She wasn't ready to accept his offer, certainly not now. Wu Tian rode up to them on a bicycle glistening in the sun and asked what they were doing here. Smiling, Yi clarified, not interrupting them by accident. He was wearing his favorite yellow-green jacket. Kexon was embarrassed. She was almost crying and couldn't say a word. She didn't dare to make a choice. Hao approached Wu Tian and asked him to step aside for business negotiations. Wu Tian asked if he knew that Kexon had a fiancée. He thought it was very brazen of Hao to flirt with his fiancée. After all, he could have waited for a spat. Hao felt right about the situation, so he started being rude and said that it didn't change anything. He told Yi that he was not thinking straight and had done nothing for the girl in the last year. On that basis, he is hardly worthy of being her fiancé. Wu Tian replied that it was none of his business and advised him to stay away from her. Then he asked who he was that he had come here. Hao replied that he had no right to tell him what to do, but he himself was not forbidden from courting Kaixin. He asked him to leave the girl alone so that she could be happy. Leaning his face closer to Hao's head, Ye confidingly informed him that it was the girl's choice, in case he wasn't aware. He added that Hao wasn't that good since the girl still hadn't agreed to be with him. This infuriated Hao, and he warned Ye that he forbade touching the girl or he might regret it greatly. Rolling up his sleeves, Ye shrieked that he didn't know who he was messing with and offered to punch him if Hao had any courage. Kexon couldn't watch the growing conflict any longer and screamed, demanding that it stop immediately. Wu Tian slowly turned to her, looking at her face for several seconds with a studying gaze. Suddenly, he unclenched his fists and said she was mistaken to think he was really willing to fight for her. Quickly turning around, he walked out of the building, causing the stunned girl and Hao to stare at his back. He walked away with his hands shoved carelessly in his pockets, showing that he didn't care about what was going on. Miss Chen looked after him and wondered why Wu Chen looked so disappointed and why she herself was having such a hard time going through all of this. Hao just hummed and asked the girl again if she could have lunch with him today at noon. Kexon apologized and said she'd be busy, most likely. Chen then said she had some things piling up and asked him to leave the building. When she went into her office, she was surprised to see Eugenia there. He was sitting in her seat. Pretending to fill out some paperwork, he motioned for her to enter as a regular visitor. Chen was very surprised by the young man's behavior and asked if he was drunk by any chance. Ye replied that she was right. He'd had a few drinks, but he wouldn't want to have a conversation on the subject. Kexon said that she meant something completely different. Wu Qian said it was none of his business at all, and he just wanted to know when she would sign the agreement. He added that today is his last visit to the office and he will not set foot here again. Kexon looked at him with sadness in her eyes, and thought about how Yi didn't need to do this if he just wanted to hide from her. In Kexon's office, Wu Qian stood up, stretched, and said that the work was finally finished and could go home. Chen was already ready and stood with her purse in the office doorway. Hao wasn't going anywhere. He waited for them near the exit of the building with his hands in his pants pockets. As he passed by, Wu Tian threw carelessly in Hao's direction that this guy annoyed him a lot, and he didn't understand what Hao was keeping here. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw a red sports car rapidly approaching. The Ferrari braked sharply at the sidewalk, making a circle on the spot. The smell of burnt rubber spread quickly through the air. Wu Tian looked at the car driver in surprise, not understanding what he wanted here. The driver got out of the sports car and cheerfully said it was the scum of Yi's family, and remembered that they hadn't seen each other in a while. Hao bowed to the driver and said that he was happy to see Mr. Ye and welcomed him. He replied cheerfully that he had not expected to see Mr. Ouyang here. After pointing his finger at Kexon, Mr. Ye asked Hao if he had come for her. Miss Chen held Ye's hand and was just outraged that things were being decided for her just like that. Duckling let go of her hands, hummed, and turned around, intending to leave. The girl immediately rushed after him and grabbed Yi by the sleeve, trying to stop him. Ye turned around. Kaisen asked why he was going to just pick up and leave. Wu Tian said he had no business being here anyway, unless she wanted him to be the third extra. The driver of the car approached him and asked him to wait, calling him a loser. He said that Wu Tian sees the future heir of the Yi family in front of him, and wanted to know what Wu Tian thought about it. Wu Tian asked if he was really the future heir of the family and said that he didn't care at all. He added that they were wrong to think that the Ye family was so powerful, and he was very worried about leaving. So he asked Yi to tell them that Yi's family would soon be taken over, and it will be in Wu Tian's hands, and will be completely under his control. Kexin watched Wutian's behavior and was surprised. After all, he used to hide every time he saw people from the family, but now he was talking to Ye Guang in such a tone. Hao also found Wutian's actions unusual, and he decided to find out what was going on. Guan started yelling that Ye is crazy, and the family will never go under his control. Wutian mumbled that Guan had made a good point, but they would soon realize on their own that they were the ones who had been thrown out of the Yi family by the losers. Guan clenched his teeth in anger and said that he would look forward to that moment to see his desperate look. Wutian said that he would take back everything that the topic rightfully belongs to, and added that the Yi family belongs to him. Keishin thought admiringly that he was nothing like that Ye Wutian, and he was really so cool. Guan hummed and threatened Ye that he would answer for his words someday. He decided to return to the original purpose of the visit, and thought it was very important for him to make a good relationship with Hao, and this loser wasn't going to run anywhere. Ouyang continued to press on Kexin and forced her to make her choice here and now. Chen said she forgot to do something, so she had to go back to work. A disgruntled Hao tried to detain the girl and shouted after her, but Guang told him that he knew some things about Wutian. He said that he had heard about Ye's impending breakup of his engagement to Kaixin, and that he had given her his company. Guang friendly offered to arrange a date with Kaixin. Hao should only tell him. Ouyang was immediately interested in the offer and accepted it, asking for more details. Kexin stood in her office and watched the scene through the large office window. She asked aloud, as if she were talking to Yutina, about his life's journey and what he had experienced during that year. Remembering the way he had proudly walked away from her in the distance, Chen thought of Ye going to break off the engagement. As if understanding her thoughts, the secretary tried to reason with her boss and asked her to just get over it. She said that Ye Wutian was no match for Chen at all, and Ouyang Hao was much better. Even though Ye had changed a lot, he was still a womanizer. The secretary said he could have done it just on a whim and she'd better make a decision before he changes his mind. Kexin didn't know what to do anymore. She was very confused lately. Chen went to the window again, looked thoughtfully into the distance, and said she needed to think. Duck, meanwhile, was approaching his two-wheeled means of transportation. Taking the bike for a spin, he ordered the previous owner of the body to calm down and said that he would bring back Yi's family for him. However, he added that his fiancée seems to be involved with another man, and Yi is not sure if he can keep her. Getting on his bike, Wutian told himself it was time to become a miracle doctor, and rode off into the distance. Soon a great many people were gathered in one place. Some came with interest, some out of curiosity. There were some who asked him to stop. On the cross hung a white cloth with a large print inscription. The banner offered a variety of services to those who wanted them. You could kill the enemy. You could be cured and become perfectly healthy. You could be cured of impotence. You could give birth to a girl or a boy. And in all this, only he, the miracle-working doctor, the one and only one, will help. At a small table, with only a notepad and pen on it, sat Wutian, wearing dark glasses, nonchalantly. He attracted a lot of attention, and soon there was a long line to his makeshift office. With his glasses down on his nose, he gazed into the eyes of potential clients, arousing even more interest. The table was immediately overrun with visitors, asking what hospital he represented and whether he was licensed. Wutian replied that he does not belong to any hospital as his services are too expensive for any hospital. People started shouting from the crowd that he had escaped from a mental institution altogether, and no one would believe him anyway. He said that freedom is always for volunteers, and people who trust him treat him as a priceless treasure and nothing less. A small minibus was driving slowly down the street. Those sitting in it noticed a large crowd of people. The girl was interested in the noise and asked to stop the van and said she had to check it out. Pushing through the crowd, journalist Wang walked towards the future sensation. Immediately, she recognized the wonderful doctor even with dark glasses and was surprised. She laughed and asked Yuqian what he was doing here, the fool that he was. He replied that it was fine and he could safely call it a panacea or something and asked her to mind her own business. Wang said no one would approach him if he kept this up and offered to help. A journalist interviewed him and he was quickly launched on television. Yan stood in the frame and was asked if clients would come to him. Smiling, he said that soon everyone would know about his miraculous powers. The journalist asked if Yuqian considers himself a special person. He replied simply, and said that while others laugh at his insanity, he laughs at their short-sightedness. Kexin watched the broadcast in her office and choked on her water with laughter. She started laughing loudly and called her secretary to laugh at Yutina. The secretary asked if Kexin was angry, because Ye is her ex-fiancé and he should be ashamed. Kexin replied that it looked interesting, and she wanted to see how it would all end. The secretary shrugged and left, thinking that Kexin and Wuqian had changed a lot, and Chen would have gone crazy if this had happened sooner. The large 4-story mountain villa of the Yi family was also watching the video broadcast. Wutian stood right in the frame and revealed that he wears dark glasses to get a better view of the beauties. He noted that girls usually wore dark silk stockings under his dark sunglasses. Guan urged his father to look at Ye and see what a moron he really was. The Ye Hengchai family's eldest son asked his younger brother with a smile if his son was now on the screen. Wu Qian's father thought that Ye hadn't contacted him since he returned to Dongcheng and couldn't understand what he was doing now. The patriarch of the Yi family smashed his 5 fingers on the table with a swing, unable to contain his emotions. He started cursing and cursing Wu Tian, what a lousy sheep he was. The patriarch told Hendon that he was aware of his secret funding and asked him to stop supporting Yushin from now on, as it had gone too far. Hendon tried to persuade the patriarch and pleaded that it was his son. Guan added fuel to the fire and told his grandfather that he had seen Wu Tian yesterday, and the latter had promised to throw everyone out on the street. The patriarch flushed with indignation that Yi had dared to say such a thing and asked Hendon to stop supporting him or he would regret it himself. Turning to Hendong, Guang said that he would be left without a daughter-in-law apparently, and explained that Ye Wutian had proposed breaking off his engagement to Chen Kaixin. Hendon couldn't stand it himself after that. He had spent too much effort to choose the perfect wife for his son, and he simply breaks off the engagement. His wife Weirong gently took his hand and asked him to calm down. Hendong's youngest daughter Ye Feqiao gently hugged his other hand and said that her brother must have some reason for doing so. She asked him not to be angry with him. Guang revealed that he also saw Ouyang Hao, who likes Chen Kaixin, and this is their chance to get along with the Ouyang family. The patriarch angrily replied that Ye was the most influential family in Dongcheng, and you can't compare their family and the Ouyang family. He said that Guan could do Hao a favor if necessary. Ye Dongshuan, Wu Tian's aunt, told the patriarch that Chen Kaixin now owned the company and cleaned up the mess left by Wu Tian, and she knew how to deal with such a businessman. Hendon couldn't take it anymore and demanded that everyone calm down. He reminded them that she was his daughter-in-law and demanded that they stay away from her. The patriarch of the family slapped his hand loudly on the table again. He was finally fed up with this. Sitting down on the couch, he asked Fendon what he wanted, and told him that Wu Tian would not return to this house as long as he himself was alive. Wu Tian stood at his desk, inviting everyone to use the services of the miracle doctor. The journalist was sitting next to him. She reminded him that it was noon and no one had approached him yet, and asked if he was sure of what he was doing. Wu Tian replied that it's always difficult at first and sooner or later someone will come up anyway. A man approached him, pushing through the crowd. There were cheers from the crowd, and they immediately recognized the man as Dr. Wu, a famous professor. Happy to have finally found Wu Tian, he said that he had a suitable patient for Yi and he should be interested. Yi said he was interested in whether he would be paid and asked about the patient's symptoms. A fellow in the crowd remarked that Dr. Wu was familiar with the quack. His companion remarked that he might be able to do something. The doctor called Yi the patient's symptoms: hemiplegia, numbness of limbs, slurred speech. He also added that it had been 2 days. Yuqin assumed it was a stroke and said that 2 days wasn't that bad, not all was lost. An obese man started making his way to the table. He shouted that he had to see the doctor. Utian pulled his glasses down on his nose to better assess the customer and began to gaze at him. He quickly assessed the client's symptoms and ability to pay based on basic features. Bald and fat, wears a huge gold necklace, an expensive watch, and a fancy suit. He thought the fat man should have a rich man tag on his head. He liked rich customers like that. A man ran up to the table and said his name was Shen Ding, and asked to tell the doctor what was wrong with him. After throwing a fleeting glance at him, Yi said quickly and without hesitation that he had swelling, fatigue and weakness, bad stools, and kidney failure. Tink rejoiced, recognized that he was indeed a miracle doctor, and asked for help, shaking his hand with his own too. Wujin said it's no problem, but we should discuss the cost of treatment, as his services are not cheap. Holding out the promissory note, Ding cheerfully said that he only needed to help, and the 100,000 yuan check would become Ye's property. Wuqian showed a look of surprise on his face, and said that 100,000 yuan was too little. His services cost 1 million yuan. The man was amazed. It was very expensive, but health is more expensive, so he agreed. He shouted that he would agree if Ye could really cure his illness, and hurriedly wrote a check for 1 million yuan. Wuqian laughed and said that he was happy with their deal, and the fat man wouldn't regret it. He began to quickly write out a prescription: Zog medicinal dogwood, Poria coconut, Tuchung, Frustus brucinetti, fennel, medicinal morinda, polygala root, Chinese magnolia fruit, etc. He handed over the prescription and said that the man should mix the Fructus brucinetti with liquor and soak the medicinal morinda in the liquor. At the drugstore, one should make pills of these at 10 grams per pill. You need to take this twice a day, and then Tink will feel rested and energetic. He added that there is no problem with the prescription, the man just needs to take it. Fatty thanked him and thought that if even Dr. Wu thought the prescription was effective, then this guy really is a miracle doctor. Wang looked at Wuqian with envy and thought how easy it was for him to make 1 million and asked herself how much she as a journalist had to work to get 1 million. Wu Tian told Wang that she should now realize that 20,000 yuan for a prescription is not much at all, and asked her how she was feeling. Wang hummed that she wasn't feeling so good. She was in a frustrated state of mind. It was late evening. All the windows in the Chen family's house were lit. Kexin was lying on the couch reading the latest city news on her laptop. A cell phone was lying next to her. The news posted a large photo of Ye and wrote that the first patient was treated at a cost of 1 million yuan. No one knew whether he was a quack or really a miracle doctor. Kexin smiled and decided that Wu Tian was indeed an unusual young man. He was becoming interesting to watch. The phone rang and vibrated. The display showed Hao's name. Chen didn't want to talk to him, so she waited for him to disconnect the call himself. But the phone wouldn't stop ringing, so Kexin shoved it under her pillow. Even from there, it buzzed annoyingly. Ouyang sat in the car and called Chen's phone while watching her windows. He knew the girl was home. Finally, Hao got tired of the girl ignoring him, opened the car door and got out. The look was very sad. He couldn't understand why Chen was ignoring him. Hao looked at the window the girl was hiding behind and exclaimed that she wouldn't be able to hide from him forever. Qi went up to the second floor and knocked gently on her daughter's door. When she opened the door, she cheerfully said that Hao had come and asked her to come out and say hello to him. It was news to Kexin that Ouyang was already here, and she flashed downstairs. Appearing in the living room, she greeted Hao as if nothing had happened. Hao first asked the girl why she hadn't returned his calls and if she was sick. Chen assured him that everything was fine and not to worry, she was just a little tired. Qi said she was working too hard and suggested that Hao go to the movies or something with her, just as long as they didn't stay home. Kexin started to refuse. But Hao had already taken the lead and said it was a good idea, and for the sake of propriety asked what Kexin thought. Chen had to agree. Soon she was ready for an evening stroll. Walking through the night city, they soon reached a large square with a beautiful cascading fountain. Hao said the square was a great place for a walk. But Chen looked as glum as before, and Ouyang wondered if Wu Tian was the reason for her sadness. Chen began to deny in every possible way that she had nothing to do with Wu Tian, and that it was a bad joke in general. From behind them came the ringing voice of a little girl, asking her uncle to hurry up. Behind them, Ye Wutian was riding a bicycle. He held the handlebars with one hand and held the little girl close to him with the other hand, holding her higher. The little girl was having a good time, and she was laughing and asking him to go faster. Uchan told her to hold on tight. He began driving in circles, changing hands as he went and grabbing the steering wheel alternately with his right and left hands. Kexin was surprised and wondered if this was definitely the same Ye Wuqian who had always been a womanizer. The girl's mother walked over to them and told Qianqian's daughter that it was getting late. They have to go home, so it's time to say goodbye to her uncle. Ouyang also recognized Wu Tian and asked Kexin what he could be doing here. Chen tugged his arm. She wanted to leave quickly, but it was too late. The lantern illuminated their faces and Wu Tian recognized them too. He immediately approached Chen Kaixin and asked what she was doing here. The girl turned away. She was excited and didn't want to blame or make excuses right now. Hao angrily asked him what was wrong, and didn't he see that they were on a date? Ye turned around and left, but told Kexin lastly that he didn't mind if she met someone else, but she should remember that she was still his fiancée. After that, he asked to do all this after the official signing of the agreement. Wu Tian added that he hopes to still get the signed breakup agreement in his hands tomorrow. Tears came to Kaixin's eyes, and she tried to justify herself to Wu Tian. She said that he had just misunderstood her, and it wasn't what he thought. Kexin immediately returned home. She was angry at the whole world, especially since Hao meant absolutely nothing to her. Without even undressing, she tossed her bag onto the bed and immediately buried her nose into the pillow herself. She cried bitter tears and seemed to be having a conversation with Wu Tian, proving to him that he had misunderstood everything. Qi asked her husband if he knew why Chen returned so quickly. She looked very worried. Pei-jung replied that it was better for her to find out for herself. Kai yelled at him that after all, she was his daughter too and he could take some interest in her life. As she continued yelling, she said that she didn't understand why she didn't like Hao, because Wu Tian was much worse. Pei-jung asked Qi to keep her cool, because it's her daughter's decision, not hers. The next day, the alarm clock on her phone rang merrily in Chen's room, waking her up with the phrase, "Lazy piggy, time to get up." The girl sat up on the bed and realized that she had overslept again. The alarm clock kept blaring. Chen put her phone in her purse and yawned sweetly. She still had to wash her face and go to work. Opening her purse, she noticed it was missing and instantly woke up completely. She felt uneasy. She quickly shoveled through the contents of her purse, but she couldn't find what she was looking for. It was strange, because just yesterday the separation agreement had been in her purse, and now it wasn't. Kaixin was angry and crying and sad. She just couldn't understand where it had disappeared to. Chen Kaixin Company, a large high-rise glazed building with phantasmagorical curves. Chen rushed to the office and searched through all the nightstands and filing cabinets, but she couldn't find him anywhere, not even in the office. A cheerful secretary came running into the office and said she had good news. She handed Kexin a business card and informed her that someone was looking for her to cooperate. With just a glimpse of the business card, Chen was stunned. It belonged to Ye Dongxuan. After making herself comfortable, Ye Dongxuan III, Wu Tian's aunt, expressed her confidence that Chen was not surprised by her visit. Kexin assured her that everything was fine and said that she was welcome in the company. Dongxuan mumbled that she was a straightforward person and didn't like to beat around the bush. She was willing to cooperate with the girl on one small condition. Holding out the document to Chen, she asked for a break in her engagement to Ye Wutian. Dongxuan looked straight in front of her, studying the girl's reaction. Kexin nervously stood up from the table, intending to speak her mind. Dongxuan calmly asked her not to worry and look at the contract first. After a quick read of the terms of the engagement breakup, Chen stumbled over the numbers. She couldn't believe her eyes. She was being offered 300 million, a huge sum of money. And that was just for one signature. Dongxuan said that they would soon break the engagement anyway, and she was well aware of that. She said that as an intelligent person, Kexin should clearly understand the pros and cons. Chen was in no hurry to sign. She said she wanted to know what Dongxuan was after, and until she knew, she wouldn't sign the contract. Dongxuan replied to her that she was surprised by Chen's concern for her fiancé. She had thought that the girl didn't care. Kexin said that it's her personal business, and she shouldn't talk about personal relationships. Chen asked if she was doing it because she wanted to hurt Wutian. Dongxuan replied that the girl has personality but no weight in society, so she asks for a reply before lunch. She doesn't like to wait. Chen hesitated, holding the potential 300 million in her hand. She wondered why exactly Ye Dongxuan was coming to her after the agreement to break the engagement disappeared. She realized she had to rush home and find an agreement as quickly as possible. In the doorway, she faced her secretary. Behind her stood two men. The secretary asked if she was going home. The secretary said that Chen was being sought by two lawyers. The men approached Kexin. They said hello and said they were acting on behalf of Ye Wutian and were conducting a company handover. One of them held out a business card with the Tianjin Trading logo on it. Kexin asked what kind of transmission they were referring to. She didn't understand anything. The lawyer explained that since she had signed an agreement to break her engagement with his client Ye Wutian, the company should be rewritten in her name. Chen screamed that she hadn't signed any agreement and it was a mistake. The second lawyer handed the first lawyer the documents, and the latter handed them to Kexin. He said it was an agreement that she had personally signed. She quickly snatched the document from the lawyer's hands and wondered where they could have gotten this agreement. Looking at the end of the document, she saw her signature, but Kexin knew for sure that she hadn't signed it, and she couldn't figure out where they'd gotten the agreement. Kexin started yelling that it's impossible and she didn't sign anything at all, so the document is fake. The lawyer politely told her that if Chen doubted the authenticity of the report, she could apply for a handwriting expert. Kexin scowled and ran out of the office, nearly knocking the lawyers to the ground. Chen had tears in her eyes. She couldn't believe it. After all, it was impossible. The document was nowhere to be found. When Kexin ran out of the building, it was raining heavily outside. But Chen didn't care. She ran down the sidewalk and called out to Yutian, urging him to come back and explain the situation. The enraged Chen never tired of screaming. She ran on her heels and called out to her fiancé. Her screams were being confused into sobs and cries, and Chen was just asking him to show up and explain everything. While running, Kexin didn't look down and got caught on a rock sticking straight up in the sidewalk. Chen couldn't keep her balance, started to fall, and hit her face on the ground painfully. Kexin didn't care about anything now. She sat in her office clothes in the pouring rain, her hands resting on the sidewalk. Crying, the girl asked herself the same question. How could this have happened? She knew for sure that she hadn't signed anything. She hadn't signed, that's all. It was in this position that Hao found Chen. He ran to her rescue with an open umbrella and asked what had happened. Wutian stood on the other side of the street and watched Hao drop to one knee to help Kaixin to her feet. He told himself that this was the end, and she was no longer his fiancée as of today. Continuing his monologue, he added that this relationship might not have happened and apologized. Suddenly someone stopped him, putting his hands out in the middle of the sidewalk. Wutian slowed down. The secretary asked him why he was doing that and why he was treating the principal that way. He asked why she cared, since everyone around her wanted a rift, including her. The secretary started yelling at him that she was on the principal's side and that Wutian made her look sad all the time. She added that Kexin didn't sign the document and she was curious about what happened. Wutian asked in surprise about the signature and said he was sent the contract this morning. The agreement had Chen Kaixin's signature on it, so Yes signed it as well, that's all. He hummed and said he was leaving anyway, much to everyone else's delight. The secretary laughed after him and said that she now had a tape recorder and would solve any misunderstandings. Wutian arrived on the grounds of the private clinic with Dr. W. There were armed men standing near the facade and guarding the entrance. There were also fighters with machine guns everywhere in the building. and Ye reminded the doctor that he had promised to pay him after he arrived at the place. Wu Tian admitted that the place was a little scary for him. The doctor was silent, and he wondered who his patient was. Dr. Wu says his last name is Ning, and that's all the information he can give. Before entering the room, the doctor paused and asked me to watch my words inside and not to talk nonsense. There was a patient lying on a bed in the ward. There was a table with a chair next to it. There were also 2 men in the room. It looked like a father and son. They looked like each other, visually separated by about 20 years. The patient was an elderly, toothless grandfather. His eyes were closed and he was barely breathing. Coming closer and taking a closer look at him, E asked the doctor if this was the man they had been talking about. W replied in the affirmative. Wuchen looked thoughtfully and listed the symptoms: numb limbs, crooked eyes, powerlessness, purple horrible tongue. It was very serious, he said. The older man looked at him respectfully and thought he must be a very capable doctor. Grabbing Ye by the shoulder, he asked how much Wutian could be trusted. Wutian said that if he uses his medicine and special massage technique, he can be 70% sure. Getting to his favorite point about relating to clients, Ye said medical expenses will run into a penny. Dr. Wu turned pale after all he had warned E. He mentally advised Wutian to shut up. Had he forgotten about the armed men outside? But it all worked out. The guy handed Yu a check for 5 million and the man said he would get a little more later. Wutian almost snatched the check out of the young man's hands and asked him to prepare a pen and papers, noting that he liked to talk to people who understood. At the table, E was quickly scribbling down a recipe: white snake flour, black snake, narcissus, turtle meal, white cardamom, dead silkworm, black aconite, dissected crocodile brain, Chinese clematis root, ephedra, cardamom, Chinese celery root. Finished with the prescription, he handed it to the man and asked him to bring clean towels. After 2 hours, he would wet the towels in a bowl of special solution. Wutian was applying lotions to the patient and thought that this disease required special treatment, and it was very likely that there would be complications. After finishing the towel treatment, Wutian was satisfied with the result and began the massage. When Ye finished all the necessary preparations, it was already midnight. The moon was shining brightly. Wutian started yawning and said he would appear here 3 times a day to make sure he knew the patient was taking everything on time. The man carefully wrote everything down in a notebook. He added that only in a month, perhaps 2, would his condition improve. The man continued to write down his every word in his notebook. Wutian and Dr. Wu walked through the city, strolling leisurely. The work was already behind them. The doctor praised Ye and said that Wutian's skills were much better than his own, and added that he was sorry to hear about the guy's fiancée. Wutian questioned the doctor if he meant the engagement, and said he didn't think the rumor would spread so quickly through the city. The doctor hinted that he has a granddaughter who is a stewardess, and she is a beauty. He asked E if he was interested. Wutian gasped with excitement. He didn't expect the doctor to have such a wonderful granddaughter. Wutian was already dreaming rosy dreams of a beautiful, long-legged and lush-breasted girl. Putting his arm around the doctor's shoulders, he said it sounded great. Dr. Wu promised that he would invite him to dinner when the time came. He would make all the arrangements. The doctor thought that E was too talented, and he just couldn't afford to lose him. Another night had fallen in the city. There was not a soul in the streets, only the wind rustling the signs of the buildings. He tossed and turned in bed for a long time and couldn't sleep. He even threw his pillow on the floor. At last, Wutian got what he wanted. 4 beautiful women appeared in his dream, and all of them wanted him. A sudden knock on the door interrupted the idyll, and the beauties disappeared in a flash. Wutian was even a little startled by the uninvited guests, but he didn't show it. He started yelling, why was there so much banging on the door, and who was up there at night? He could barely sleep as it was. Putting on his room slippers, E grudgingly started to open the front door, saying that he was dreaming about beautiful girls and shouldn't have been disturbed. A girl police officer stood outside the door. She looked silently at E, who came out in his underwear. She stood in front of the door and ordered him to dress immediately and follow her. He started to resent that it was actually his house, and if she's okay with it, he'll decide when he wants to get dressed. The officer repeated her request in a serious tone. She didn't like this naughty boy. Wutian said it was the first time he saw her at all and didn't understand why he would take her orders. Unexpectedly, he flew back into the apartment. His uninvited guest stood on the doorstep and demonstrated stretching. She said that no matter how humiliating it was for him, he couldn't afford to be lenient. Wutian sat under the wall and couldn't understand what was actually going on at all. The uncomprehending Utanon lifted himself, lurching onto his knee. He asked the girl who she was and told her she was finished. She got angry, got into a fighting stance, and told him to shut up immediately. Angry E shrieked again that he was seeing her for the first time at all and scolded her. Wutian tried to close the door and pulled on the doorknob, but the girl held the door with her hand. To make it more secure, she rested the heel of her boot on the floor and pulled the door toward her. Wutian realized that this girl was indeed very strong, and it was difficult to resist her. Immediately, she kicked him hard in the head area, turning E the other way. Putting her foot down, the girl said he'd better watch his tongue more. He said that she might even kill him if he had the courage. But if the girl fell into his hands, she would regret it a lot. Woo-chin couldn't understand what was going on. After all, he was just sleeping in his house. Why was it necessary to attack him? The enraged girl took acceleration and ran at E with the speed of a cheetah. Running up, she jumped and hit Ducking in the face with her knee. The moment E was already rapidly falling on his back, the guest ran up to him again. This time, she motioned him hard with her fist, just to be sure. E was lying on his back and grunting from the beatings. His body was all sore and painful, and he couldn't even move. But the bitterest truth was that he, the miracle doctor, had been beaten by some wench. This thought gnawed at him the most. Wu-Tian continued to lie on the floor, moaning in pain. The guest asked him not to say anything stupid, or she would beat him to a pulp. After a couple of minutes, E finally managed to lean on his trembling arm, and he realized that not all was lost yet. Mobilizing all the resources of his body, he managed to sit down on the floor with great difficulty. Wu-Tian stood up and said that she would soon be unfortunate. Just let her wait for a while. It didn't take long for the girl to react, and she took another swing at him. The very next second, she swung her fist at his body. He sat on the floor and didn't know whether to cry or laugh. The girl had already bored him to tears. Wu-Tian showed his steadfastness in every way possible and pretended not to care. She stood over him with clenched fists. Wu-Tian just sat on the floor and laughed that he wasn't afraid of her in the slightest. She asked E if he was afraid that she could easily kill him. Wu-Tian said she could kill him if she had the courage. But if the girl caught his eye again, E would make her march down the street naked. To reinforce his words, he showed an expressive gesture signifying non-cooperation. Wu-Tian thought he could make her sleep with him, but right now he was without miracle drugs. The gesture had a sobering effect on the girl, and she asked E in a different tone what her grandfather's condition was and whether he was sure he could cure him. Wu-Tian smiled. Naturally, that explained everything, and he told the girl that he could have told her earlier that she was his patient's granddaughter. He now had a different attitude and said he would definitely not treat him now. She instantly put a gun to Eutenya's forehead and pulled the trigger. The girl said he should dress immediately and follow her. A private clinic where a VIP patient is lying in bed. No security guards anywhere in sight. As soon as Wu-Chin stepped out of the house, the girl immediately kicked him straight into a minibus parked nearby. Accelerating to top speed, the armored minibus raced through the night city. The clinic was no better. With a similar kick in the back, E found himself in a patient's room. His granddaughter was standing behind him. Walking over to the man sitting at the table, Wu-Tian apologized and refused to treat the patient. The man immediately jumped up and asked what the reason for the refusal was. He had just begun to believe in his father's recovery. Seeing the bruises on E's face, he inquired as to the nature of their origin. Wu-Tian couldn't stand it and shouted that he shouldn't have beaten him up. Everything is fair, an eye for an eye and a tooth for a tooth, so he is not going to treat this man. The man turned purple and asked who dared to beat him up. The girl stepped out of the shadows and timidly admitted that it was her. Wu-Tian could barely stand on his feet. The man asked why Sitsi had done it. With a frown, she replied that it was a mistake. Wu-Chan couldn't believe his ears. He questioned whether it was a mistake and showed the numerous bruises and abrasions on his body by lifting his shirt. He said he wouldn't charge them for yesterday's treatment and would return the check. Tossing the check across his back, he said they should find someone more qualified. The man begged him to stop and apologized for his daughter's foolish transgression. In response, Wu-Tian remarked that he should have given his daughter a good upbringing. Siki stood in front of her father with her gaze lowered. She didn't look victorious now. The man punched her face with all his might. Siki immediately fell down. The uniform headdress fell off her head. The man shouted that she was an idiot and swung again. Sitsi was lying on her back, turned sideways. The fallen bangs hit her eyes. Wu-Tian stood with his back to the father and daughter near the door of the chamber and watched them. He asked me not to hurry and not to make a family scene in his presence. Nothing would change his decision anyway. He left with a sharp slam of the door. Shiki asked if Ye was even capable of curing Grandpa. The father replied that he was better than the previous doctor, and Wu Kunsheng speaks very well of him. The girl said that she learned everything about Ye. He's just an ordinary major from Ye's family, and a womanizer with no medical skills. Father hesitated and said that it wasn't as simple as she thought, and he didn't care how, but Sitsi should bring Wu-Tian back. The daughter obediently agreed. There was an impressive abrasion on her cheek. Chen Kaixin's office. A large metropolis with bridges and many high-rise buildings can be seen from the window. I think all the stuff is packed. The only thing on the table is the laptop. Everything else is packed in boxes and bags that stand nearby. The secretary came running in and asked Kexen what she was going to do. Chen told her that she had recently learned the truth. As it turned out, it was her mother who had signed that unfortunate agreement, and she had already rented a new house. she would never go back to that house again. Keishin asked the girl if she had learned anything about Wutian. The secretary replied that he did not have a phone, and therefore the young man was not easy to find. The secretary thought that Keishin had become much more worried about Wutian since she had listened to the tape recorder. The sun was slowly rising over the city, blinding all the oncoming windows with its rays. Wutian stretched and said that he had finally managed to get some sleep and come to his senses. Remembering the night's incident, he vowed to kill last night's guest as soon as he saw her again. Wutian got out of bed and pulled back the curtains, letting more sunlight into the windows. He stood contemplating the neighboring house, illuminated by the sun. Suddenly, he saw a girl in a short robe at one of the windows, and couldn't help noting that she was very pretty. The girl stretched and began to exercise. It made E think that the beautiful girl living in the house across the street had a perfect figure and perfect breasts. He wished he had a telescope. Meanwhile, another girl appeared in the room that Wutian was watching. She was similar to the first, and possessed the same figure. Unable to contain himself, E exclaimed with delight. He was pleased that there were already two girls, and they were sisters. Something confused the second girl, and she looked intently in the direction of the young man. Then she hummed and wrinkled her nose dismissively, not forgetting to shoot her eyes. Wutian immediately realized that the girls had discovered a secret watcher. They stood in front of the windows, whispering and laughing merrily, looking out the window. E thought, mentally addressing the girls, that they should know that being naked in the fresh air strengthens the body. He slowly unbuttoned his shirt, hoping they would understand him and undress as well. Laughing, the roommates pulled off their robes in a single motion, leaving only their bathing suits on. This infuriated and frustrated Yushin, and he yelled that there is no such thing, and no one wears a bikini under their robe and they are just messing with him. The girls stood looking at their neighbor through the window and just burst out laughing. One of them showed him her tongue and clenched her fists, leaving only her index fingers. Uchan smiled back at her and promised her that he would show them again who the miracle doctor was. He got dressed and ran out of the apartment, kicking open the door with his foot. On the way out, he shouted that stupid girls had no right to bully him. Going down quickly, jumping over several steps, E threatened to get to them and show them what he had. On the street, he almost ran into his overnight guest, Sitsi. She was just walking toward him. He ran past with clenched fists and turned his attention to the girl. She looked at him sadly. There was no trace of her recent hatred left. Yudian hummed in lieu of a greeting and ran on. The girl was disappointed. From that moment on, she followed E wherever he went. She wanted results. They walked around the city all day, and everywhere Siki just followed him. Uchin sat in the cafe and broke the chopstick with anger, making two of them. He had ordered himself some noodle soup and was now eating it with two chopsticks. There was a glass of water on the table. Sitsi sat down beside E next to him without waiting for a special invitation, and he was getting terribly tense about it. Wutian asked why Shiki was pursuing him. He added that she wouldn't be able to atone for her sins with her body since she was totally not his type. The girl turned to him and bluntly asked him what she had to do for E to cure her grandfather. Wutian asked if she meant that she would follow him around until he agreed. He had an idea and he told Siki that he needed to go to the bathroom. He asked the girl what she was going to do. Sitsi fiddled and hesitated, but still decided not to back down from her decision. She went to the restroom with Duck and stopped behind him in front of the stall. Wutian told her that she had better move farther away as he might stain her new dress. The girl said she still wouldn't get off his back until he agreed to treat her grandfather and asked if he needed help. Yuchin laughed loudly, thinking she was joking, offering her help. Siki smirked and remained silent. She walked right up to Uchan. She held her hand out to the side, indicating what the healer should do. At the same moment, the girl pressed herself tightly against Yushin so that he could feel her charms with his hand. She repeated that she would accompany Ye until he cured her grandfather. Wutian gritted his teeth, resisting the temptation. He was getting pretty fed up with it all, but he didn't know how to get rid of the annoying girl. Wutian turned around and yelled that if she was trying to take advantage of him, it wasn't a bad attempt. Walking out of the cafe, the first thing E did was pull out his binoculars and smirk. He thought about his gorgeous neighbors from across the street. What else he would show them? Turning back, he saw Sitsi. She was watching him with a strange expression on her face. Wutian asked why she was looking at him like that, as if something had happened to his binoculars, and asked her not to gawk at him like he was a pervert. The girl said she had some military HD binoculars and offered to lend them to him. Wutian proudly refused and said that this was enough for him. Evening came. Sitsi walked Utenya all the way to the apartment, hesitant to go inside. Wooten told her that he likes to walk around the house naked if she's interested in seeing it. The girl replied that he was a pervert and walked out of the building. Wutian sat down comfortably on the bed that stood under the window and armed himself with binoculars. Unfortunately, the windows of the beauties from the sister's house were already tightly shuttered. E was not happy. He told himself that he would have to wait until next time now, since it was over for today. Wutian began to move the binoculars in different directions, hoping that somewhere else there were girls who would show him their bodies. Through his binoculars, he saw a girl who was just standing on the street and she looked just like Sitsi. Bringing the image closer, Yi saw that the girl was watching him through binoculars. When Sitsi realized she was exposed, she smirked and hid the binoculars. Yuchen was angry. He didn't think the girl carried binoculars with her. Meanwhile, Siki went to the hospital to check on her seriously ill grandfather. She asked Father how Grandpa was feeling, and he said the doctor was making an examination. Father asked if she had been able to persuade Yi to resume treatment. Sitsi faltered and said she was moving in that direction. Dr. Wu finished his examination and said that Mr. Bin was even worse than yesterday because Wu Tian didn't give him a special massage today. The man asked if the doctor was referring to a special massage technique. The doctor confirmed and said that it should be continued as soon as possible, as the patient was getting worse every day. Shiki looked at her with a sad gaze. She felt her father's mute reproach, because she was the reason why Wu Tian had gotten angry and stopped treating her seriously ill grandfather. Bright day. Dongcheng University is a low but multi-story building. Riding past on his bike, Wu Tian caught a glimpse of the female students walking with their bow nearby. Ye remembered the girl from the village and thought that Wan Er had already started attending classes. Wu Tian realized that he hadn't seen her in a long time and missed her a lot, and began to imagine what Wang might look like now. Catching the first beauty he saw, he ran up to her and stretched his arms out to the sides, asking if she knew a girl named Li Wan Er. The girl smirked and hummed, not answering him anything. Wu Qin looked perplexed at the departing girl. It was strange to him that she didn't say a word. Overtaking another girl, Yi said hello and asked her the same thing. The girl suggested that he back off quickly. After letting the girl and her boyfriend pass, Wu Tian made a third attempt, but barely had he had time to say hello to the third girl before she blew him off in a rude manner. Wu Tian was completely disappointed to find that the students in this era were very rude. He was finally fed up with this, so he called out to the first young man he saw. Yi asked him where Li Wan Er was. The fat man laughed and asked how he hoped to date the prettiest girl on campus while riding a bicycle. He called Yi stupid and showed him a famous gesture. Duck got angry and jumped on the bike with all his might, almost breaking the pedal. He drove around town cursing everyone around him and said he would find her himself. An hour later, Wu Qin still met Li. She was smiling and looking at him with big eyes. He had been so out of breath during the ride on the hot day that he was now running out of sweat. Was wearing a jacket and shorts. She grinned, told him she was glad to see him, the rascal, and laughed. Wu Tian grudgingly remarked that he had asked not to be called by that word. You could say, little brother. Li Wan Er wrinkled her face, showed her tongue, and agreed with him, still adding rascal at the end. She enjoyed watching Wu Tian get angry. Wu Tian began to look at Li's figure, and thought that she looked different now than before with such large breasts. He noticed that the girl seemed quite mature, and it was not at all surprising that she was considered the first beauty on campus. Li saw that he had arrived on his bicycle and asked if he had time to get home, since it would soon be evening. Wu Tian seized on the thought and said that he might not be back until tonight. Yi asked if he could sleep over at her dormitory tonight. Li instantly felt sorry for him, tears welling up in her eyes. She said with some hesitation that he could certainly sleep over at her dormitory. They were walking down a campus corridor. There was a sign near the entrance, urging male visitors to stop. Ignoring the sign, Li and Wu Tian were soon standing in front of the door to her room. Once inside, Yi noticed the absolute mess. The girls' belongings were scattered all over the room and were even lying on their beds. Wu Tian admired, and said that this girl's dormitory looked pretty good. Ye thought Li was very naive to let him in so easily, or asked him to stop looking at everything around him and just behave. Wu Tian sniffed and noticed that she smelled like perfume, hinting that her body actually smelled better than perfume. Li bounced away from him and demanded silence, putting her hands out in front of her as if defending herself against him. Wu Tian lay down in his clothes on one of the beds and offered to get straight to the point. He said that he had come to examine her about cobra venom and tried to convince the girl that the latent phase of cobra venom was quite long. Li started yelling at him that he was bullying her and thought she was stupid. Wu Tian said she'd better hurry up before anyone else is gone. Ye assured her that he would do it quickly. Besides, he had already seen her buttocks, so it was no big deal. Li turned purple with anger and told him that she had specifically searched the internet and verified that the latent phase of the poison wasn't that long, so she didn't need an examination. Wu Qin smirked and noted that the girl wasn't as stupid as she seemed. Immediately, she slurred and said that unlike her butt, her breasts had gotten much bigger. She told me that many people stare at her, and some even suspect that she has enlarged her breasts through surgery, and asked Yi if he could reduce her breasts a little. Wu Qin smirked contentedly. This was just what he needed. He said that the girl needed a special massage technique. Li hesitantly agreed and said she was quite happy with the massage. Wu Qin looked at the girl, assessing the figure and the amount of work. Li threw the scissors on the bed beside her. They caught Ye's attention. He looked perplexed at the scissors and wondered why Li had brought them. Er picked up the scissors and explained that it was for self-defense, just in case he decided to molest her. Wuqian smirked and said they could begin the procedure. From behind the door of the room came the moans of a girl. With her arms around Ye's neck, Li lamented that she was in pain, and Wuqian said she needed to be patient for a while. He would try to be more gentle. Wuqian sat at the girl's back and hugged her bottom to her breasts and started rubbing them against each other. Moving a little higher, he continued to massage her breasts. Hugging the girl, Wuqian assured her that he was trying his best to make it as painless as possible. Getting to her nipples, he began to gently stimulate from. Wuqian assured Li that the first time always hurts so much, you just have to be patient. At first, the girl behaved with dignity and restraint, investing herself within the bounds of propriety. Suddenly, she realized that she could no longer contain herself. She began to moan with pleasure. The sensations were completely new. Li couldn't take it, and soon enough her panties were wet. She exclaimed, asking how much longer. Wuqian assured her that it was just a little longer. He was already on edge himself and could barely contain himself. He remembered the scissors the girl had used to scare him, and that cooled his ardor. He forced himself to just not think about it and do his job. Duck managed to distract himself from sinful thoughts and just massaged onward. From outside the door came the voices of the girls and their ringing laughter. A couple minutes later, their footsteps were already under the door. It turned out to be the girls from Li's room. Opening the door, the three girls stopped in the doorway and silently watched the massage. They were clearly surprised. One of them even opened her mouth in surprise. They were exposed to the large breasts of the campus' first female beauty being massaged by a guy they didn't know. Hitting Wuqian's chin and pushing him away from her, Li shouted that it wasn't what they thought at all. The girls closed the door behind them, leaving a small gap, however, and apologized for the disturbance. Jumped up from the bed and grabbed one of the girls by the arm, pulling her back into the room. She asked the girls if they knew why her breasts had gotten bigger. The girls took the hint and started pelting her with questions. They were interested in absolutely everything. How much bigger her breasts had become, and how long they had been dating. Li started making excuses right away that he wasn't her boyfriend at all, but just a doctor who knew how to enlarge her breasts. So he made her breasts bigger. The girls became animated and started whispering that he was an amazing doctor and also beautiful. One of the girls went straight to the question of price. Wuqian was surprised to note that the girls were so frivolous that they would ask for a massage themselves. After thinking for a while, he concluded that girls in his time were even more naive. Realizing the situation correctly, Li waved her hands and tried to explain to her friends that they wouldn't need the procedure, because they already had gorgeous breasts. But the girls only laughed at her. One of them looked at her thoughtfully and said that she was jealous now, most likely. Wuqian told them that they were most likely Li Waner's classmates, and he was her acquaintance. He said his name was Ye Wuqian, and he was very happy to meet her. The other girl said that she will call him Brother Ye. Her very name is Zhang Guanjing, and Jiang Chuxin and Chen Xiaoyan are standing next to her. Jiang asked him how he enlarges his breasts, also calling him brother. She asked him to make their charms a little bigger too, adding that they would pay him well. Wuqian stood in the middle of the room and thought about the fact that women were never shy about investing in their appearance, but now was not the time to start a business. He could revisit the matter later when he returned to the city and set up an official company. Li sat there and was sad. She saw pictures of the future that she didn't like at all. She imagined girls undressing, and a voice from a loudspeaker urging patients to head to the cosmetology department to see Dr. E. Clad in a white robe, Ye Wuqian would tell the next client with a smile that they could begin their treatments. With horror, Li imagined her classmates would experience the same thing she did. She quickly jumped up, slammed the heel of both hands on the floor with all her might and screamed, "No," with all her might. Li held her head in her hands, uncomfortable at the thought. The girls were watching her, or said that they were students first and foremost, and should focus on their studies. It wasn't quite right to think about such things now. Jiang looked carefully at the girl's eyes and asked if was jealous. Chen took a closer look and smirked, confirming Jiang's guess. Jiang laughed loudly and said that she was jealous naturally. Wuqian expressed his gratitude for their kindness, and said there was nothing he could do to help right now. Jiang pressed herself tightly against him with all her strength, and asked him why he shouldn't think about it. She would cover all the costs of the operation if he agreed. Besides, she would treat him to dinner so they could talk about it. Wuqian said he would be greatly embarrassed and pay the bill himself. He figured she wasn't just going to give up and could just chat anyway. They were walking through the daytime city, heading towards the center of the metropolis. The weather was nice outside, and it would be wrong to miss the chance to go for a walk. In front of them stood a large U-shaped building with a small plaza and a gazebo inside. They walked all five of them. Wuqian led the bicycle along the road. Jian was surprised that they were going to such a fancy restaurant and noticed that it was very expensive. Chen remarked that she had no idea how rich he was. Meanwhile, Wuqian and Li Waner were walking and chatting merrily along the way. They were watched by a girl from family E. She was surprised to recognize Wu Tian. She herself was sitting in a spacious white sedan parked in the restaurant's paid parking lot. She couldn't believe her eyes that her brother showed up here on a bicycle. The girls entered the restaurant premises and were amazed at the abundance of food on the table. A disgruntled Li asked Wu Tian why he ordered so much food. Zhang said that Ye really shouldn't have ordered so much food. After all, it was an unnecessary waste of money. Chewing his food, Wu Tian raised his hand with his knife and assured them that it was fine. He could afford it. Zhang felt bad. She quickly calculated in her mind that this money could buy several bicycles. Zhang wondered if each of the dishes cost at least 1,000 yuan, and if he could really afford it. While disposing of another bite of food, Wu Tian asked Li how her grandfather was feeling. Replied that he was fine, but she didn't want him to continue fishing. He's too old to pull the net. He told the girl not to let him go to sea. He would find time and return to the village, and then Grandpa could make a living from fish farming instead of fishing. Li asked how that would work out for Grandpa. Yuchen smiled that there was no need for her to worry, and he would personally take care of it. Zhang asked him in a whisper what about them, if he wanted to think about it, since they would pay him well. He reported that this requires special massage, and it is not enough to use only medical remedies. Massage strengthens acupuncture points, and a person can get hurt because of improper technique. Therefore, the procedure is very complicated. At that moment, both sashes of the front door began to slowly open, attracting the attention of those present. Opening both halves of the doors fully, the girl stopped on the threshold, examining the restaurant's clientele. Wu Tian turned around and squinted his eye. He recognized her immediately. He wouldn't mistake his sister for anyone else. The girl recognized him too and was surprised to call him brother. This caused a commotion at the table. Jian tried to figure out what was wrong. Zhang was surprised that Ye Fei Chao was calling Ye Wutian a brother, and only Chen quickly guessed that they belonged to the same family. Pouring himself some wine, Yuchen asked the girl as if nothing had happened what she was doing here. Fei Chao replied that she had just seen him and asked for permission to join them. Ye said she could sit down, as long as she wasn't being such a nerd as usual. Li said she and the girls also don't mind, of course. She immediately yelled at Yuchen for being a jerk and being too mean to her sister. Wu Qin covered his eyes and asked just to tell him what happened. He doesn't like to beat around the bush. Fei Chao replied that his parents wanted to see him and asked him to come home. And in general, not everyone in the Ye family is bad. She added that they are biologically related for what it's worth. After finishing the wine, Wu Tian said that he no longer had anything to do with Ye's family. Tears came to the girl's eyes. Ye coldly asked her to leave them alone and let them eat dinner. Fei Chao was astonished. She didn't expect this kind of behavior from her brother. Taking out her business card, the girl placed it on the table. She said that it was her number and Wu Tian could call her if she needed anything suddenly. Seeing that Ye didn't even turn to her, she resentfully said she was leaving. Li was surprised to see Fei Chao leaving the restaurant hall. Wu Tian leaned over his empty glass and empty plate in thought. He looked at Fei's business card. Her number was written on the back, only the first 3 digits, the rest encrypted. Wu Tian closed his eyes. It was a shame he had hurt the girl so much, but right now she would only be in his way. Walking out of the hall, Chao ran into some man. He said he was about to see who dared to invite his little girl to dinner. Pushing Fei back to the door riser, the fat man piled into the hall with a group of attendants and shouted where was his Wan-er. Li told Chang Shuhong to stop talking nonsense and not to call her that. Shuhong smiled obsequiously and noticed that Miss Fei Chao was also here, happy to see her. He thought that such a chance to show off in front of 2 beauties from the university at once was very rare. Utian was lazily sliding his fork around his plate and did not participate in the conversation in any way. Fei Chao didn't leave anymore. She stood there and looked at Shuhong attentively. Fatty told Wan-er that he had found out about her lunch, so he quickly put on his 46,000 yuan leather shoes and drove here in a 3 million yuan luxury car. Suddenly he turned to Uchan and shouted that he didn't know him or who he even was. Li resentfully replied that she didn't have to tell him anything at all. Yuchen called security and asked them to throw that mud out. He reminded them that they were in an elite restaurant and they shouldn't let any scum in. Shuhong shouted and asked Wu Tian to repeat his insult. Fei turned to Shuhong and ordered him to leave the restaurant. Chang immediately fell silent. He saw Fei Chao standing next to the stranger and realized that he couldn't offend the Ye family. As he left, Shuhong threatened Wu Tian that he would get even with him soon. Very soon. Wu Tian was leaving the restaurant together with the girls. There was nothing for them to do here either. He said it was for nothing that idiot ruined their dinner. Wu Tian said he could give them a ride to the university campus. To leave no doubt in anyone's mind, Yi showed the girls his bike. Jian laughed and folded her arms as a sign of refusal. She said that the university was not far away and they could walk there. She thought, of course she didn't mind, but there wasn't enough room for everyone anyway. At that moment, they heard Shuhong's voice. When he saw the bicycle, he laughed at Ye and said that he had a better opinion of him. Staring out the car window, the fat man said that Yi turned out to be just a pathetic worm. Wu Chen squeezed Li's hand tightly and dragged her behind him. He said he would take Wang back to the university. The girl got excited and said she hadn't ridden a bike in a long time. Shu Hong began to ride in circles around them, preventing them from making their way to the bike. He got out of the car and said he didn't mind at all if she found someone better than him. But not this pathetic asshole. Li shouted that it was none of his business at all. Holding on to Wu Tian's hand, the girl blurted out that she loved him, and Shu Hong better get off her back. The girls watched on the sidelines, hesitant to intervene. Chen thought that Shu Hong was the biggest bully of their college, and no one would dare to make him angry. Jiang didn't know how they should act either. Hiding around the corner of the building, Fei stealthily filmed everything with a video camera. She wondered what Uchan would do in such a situation. He was rumored to have changed a lot. Shu Hong was boiling. He was all over Li, proving to him that Wu Tian was trash, and it was disgusting for Jun to even be standing next to him. He asked Wu Tian if he was going to run away from him. Li couldn't stand it, and demanded that she shut up. She said that Wu Tian was the kind of person who was better off not getting angry. Shu Hong started taunting Ye, and said that if he was protected by a woman, he'd better die. Wu Tian smiled and answered him that he was mistaken. Leaning on the roof of the car, he interrogated Shu Hong if he was correct that the car was worth 3 million. The fat man laughed and said that Yi wouldn't be able to afford one in 10 years. Wu Chen took out one of his miracle vials and opened it with one finger. He drank the contents of the small bottle in one gulp and immediately felt a surge of strength. Muscles repeatedly enlarged, the shirt began to crack right before my eyes. The veins on his arms swelled, and a wooden club appeared in his hand from some unknown source. With terrifying force, he landed the first blow on the windshield of the car. The windshield shattered, and Shu Hong held his head. A few minutes passed, during which nothing could be seen in the cloud of dust. Then Ye Wutian came out of there. He smiled and held a baton on his shoulder, muttering to himself that he liked it better this way. Shu Hong was left standing in a pile of shards from the windshield of his prestigious car. And another blow on the glass. That wasn't good enough for Duck. So for the next blow, he accelerated properly, jumped up and hit the glass with his baton with all his might. Shu Hong couldn't look at it calmly and shouted that it was Yi doing to his car and demanded that the outrage stop. Chen thought that Ye Wutian had created a very big trouble for himself. John assessed the damages and concluded that a sports car worth more than 6 million rubles was too much for Ye, and he would not be able to recover all the damages. Li tried to hold him back and screaming that he was crazy. Asked Yi when he would stop already. Wutian whispered in her ear that she didn't have to worry and he knew exactly what he was doing. The girl only gasped in surprise. Wutian took out and gave her the elite gold card. He asked her to come back quickly. Li Wan-er ran to the bank as fast as she could while Wutian contemplated his destruction thoughtfully. Suddenly he threw away the baton and, as if remembering something important, said that he had forgotten that such cars are very strong and one blow is obviously not enough. Walking over to the car, Wutian opened the car door and clicked the ignition switch. Immediately I shifted the gearbox, depressed the clutch and stood there, enjoying the rumble of the powerful engine. Immediately he pressed the gas pedal, locked it, and leaped out of the car with the speed of the wind. The car was rushing in a straight line, gaining speed faster and faster. At full speed, the reinforced vehicle crashed into a concrete pole that was in its path. A crack appeared in the pole and it immediately collapsed. Shu Hong was overwhelmed with resentment and hatred, and he vowed to kill Wutian for the wrecked car. I leisurely approached the car. The radiator was smashed. Smoke was billowing from under the hood. Wutian opened the door and sprawled out on the front seat, closing his eyes in bliss. He told Shu Hong that he had wrecked his car and asked what the man was going to do. Hearing no response, Yi shook his opponent and repeated his question. Soon they were surrounded by gawkers, almost all of them filming the aftermath of the accident on their phones. One of them said he had never seen a luxury car dented before. Wutian and Shu Hong stood near the wrecked car and shouted at each other. Someone in the crowd said the police had already been called and they would be here soon. Just a minute later, a police car pulled up next to it. With a slam of the car door, police officer Xiaomei jumped out of the car with a bullet. After running out of the car, she immediately went towards Ye Wutian as if she knew he was the culprit of the accident. She asked him what he had done again and told him that he couldn't do what he wanted just because of the opinion that the whole world was in his hands. Shu Hong spat and demanded that Wutian be arrested immediately. He should be held accountable for the property damage and pay every penny of it. Xiaomei twirled the handcuffs on her finger and told Wutian that they were going to the station. But Ye wasn't going anywhere. He asked the girl to wait, because Shu Hong wanted compensation for the damaged property. Wutian intercepted Xiaomei's hand, took it off his shoulder and slowed her down. He clarified with the officer that if he paid for the damages, would Shu Hong let him leave. The recent owner of the car shouted at him that let Yi try to do it, because he was a beggar and had not a penny to his name. He said that as soon as he got the money, he would let Uchan go. Otherwise, he would put him in jail. Ye gently hugged Lieutenant Zhang's arm and said that he could leave once he paid the car owner. She jerked her hand away sharply, glaring at him with indignation. Uchan smirked and asked if she understood. Zhang looked at him, and the only thing she could think of was that he was an idiot. Shuhong kept pushing at Ye and said that he had to pay him now, or he wouldn't leave so easily. Suddenly, a shout came from somewhere at the back of the crowd. A woman's voice demanding to be let through immediately. Lee rushed over with the bank employees. They were carrying 4 large bags. Out of breath, they dropped the bags on the pavement with a huge noise. Lee took a breath, and she struggled to utter that this was exactly what he needed. Fei Qiao was simply surprised to see as many as 4 bank bags. She hadn't seen so much money at once in her entire life. Xiaomei held her head and thought that Wutian was definitely crazy. Shuhong laughed and asked if these were all the bags he could accumulate and demanded that they be given to him. Wutian smiled. He opened the zipper on one of the bags and turned out its contents. Neatly packed bank wrappers of money instantly sprinkled onto the pavement. Taking the 3 packs in his hands, he advised him to look at the situation more closely. Wutian walked up to Shuhong and just flicked him on the nose with a wad of money and told him it was money he owed. Shuhong was humiliated and insulted. He realized that he had been left a fool in this situation. Wutian took out 3 packs and raised them as high above his head as possible for everyone to see. Showing them to Shuhong, he held out the money to him and asked him to count it. Shuhong stood there not knowing what to do or say. Wutian threw the money in his face and shouted that he could choke on his 5,200,000 on top. Gawkers looked around the battlefield in surprise. Wads of money were lying everywhere. One of the guys easily calculated that there were 10,000 yuan in one stack. The second one wondered how a person felt when a stack of money flew at him. The third one thought with envy that he would like that too. John opened her mouth in astonishment. She hadn't realized such wealth. Chen was a little sad. She said it was normal. After all, he belongs to the E. Of course he is rich. Zhang added that this is why he rides a bicycle to pretend to be poor. And only Wan was angry at Wutian. She shouted that it was a pointless waste of money, yet only smiled back as he continued to throw money left and right. Shuhong shouted to Xiaomei that Wutian had damaged his car and humiliated him, so he should be arrested immediately. The lieutenant just plugged her ears. After waiting for a pause, Mei asked Yi if he had heard that. In any case, he should go to the police station with her. Wutian countered that Shuhong himself had said that he would waive the claims if Ye paid everything, especially since there are plenty of witnesses who can easily confirm it. Ye turned to the crowd of gawkers and asked if they had heard their arrangement with Shuhong, but no one in the crowd responded to his call. Who would want to deal with rich Shuhong, who was also the first bully in college? Duckling didn't like all this very much, and he began to think how he could get out of it. Finally, with a thumbs up, he said that there was just as much money here as this trough was worth. The crowd exploded, and everyone started shouting at each other that it was wrong, and the fatty had broken his word. Somebody said that if Shuhong was his son, he would give him a good spanking. He turned around, satisfied with himself, and Shuhong indignantly shouted after him that this wasn't the end, and that he would get even with Wutian. However, this did not save Ye from reprisal, and Lieutenant Xiaomei still took him to the station. Having given the necessary indications, Wutian taxied the bike in the desired direction. He laughed at everyone because even though he was taken to the police station, it was a very fun adventure for him. Suddenly, he heard a familiar female voice saying something about throwing money around. Sitsi stood right behind him and wondered how he could even think of that. Wutian stood on the road and held the bicycle by the handlebars. He asked the girl if she was following him. The girl replied that it didn't matter, because she would do anything for him to help cure her grandfather. Wutian asked what would happen if he asked her to undress to give him pleasure. Looking at Sitsi's lush breasts, Ye added that it would be great. The girl hesitated and said she could do it, but she had a husband. Wutian laughed and said that he really liked married ladies. However, after Ye learned that Siki's husband was a professional MMA fighter, the smile fell off his face and he wondered. Wutian said that in that case, he wouldn't waste his precious time on it, and would just go home. Shiki shouted, demanding that he stop. She fell on her knees in front of him and began to beg him to help her grandfather. Wutian asked why she would humiliate herself like that and said she hates it when others threaten me with pity. Without getting up from her knees, the girl replied that her grandfather was getting worse every day and that he had done nothing to hurt Yi. It was only her fault, and she was very much asking for her grandfather's help. Wutian told her that he was not a doctor at all and had no medical credentials. He asked the girl if she believed that begging could work. Sitsi says she can only promise one thing if he agrees. She agrees to do whatever he says and for as long as she can. The girl added that this is very hard on their family, and this hardness cannot be measured in money. An interesting thought occurred to Wutian that the Ning family had a lot of influence here, and it was indeed a tempting offer. He recalled that he had spent almost 7 million, and to reach his goal, he needed to continue saving. Wutian voiced his sum of 10 million and 3 more conditions and no bidding. The girl was resentful in her heart, but there was nothing she could do. After hearing about the terms of the deal, Shiki's father said that 10 million wasn't that much for them, but he was a bit alarmed by those 3 conditions, and asked if there was anything else. The girl replied that those were all the conditions Wu Tian said. The father asked to speak to Yi to see if he could waive these conditions. If he refused, they would be forced to accept them. The girl agreed and assured that she would do her best. Chen Kaixin's office, a large high-rise glass building with an asymmetrical shape. Someone knocked on Miss Chen's office door. It was her secretary. She brought a bag of documents and said that Liu Fu had arrived. Kexin asked the secretary what Liu wanted here. The secretary replied that he had come with a proposal for cooperation. Chen replied that cooperating with him was ridiculous, and asked her to tell Liu that she was sorry. At that minute, someone crossed the threshold of the office and laughed. Liu walked in with a huge bouquet of roses and asked Chen if she was willing to turn down such a sincere potential client who was willing to work with her. Kexin reminded him that being uninvited was a sign of rude behavior. She said they wouldn't cooperate, it wasn't even a stipulation, and asked him to take the flowers back. Fu said she doesn't need to jump to conclusions, as Liu is aware that the company has been experiencing some difficulties lately, and he really wants to help her. Chen called over Secretary Man and asked her to throw the flowers in the trash. Liu's face changed and became indignant. He asked Kaixin to be more polite to him. Chen asked how he became aware of the financial problems with the company. Liu smiled and said that he has reliable sources that he trusts. And Fu is a rich client who wants to spend his money. He added that there is no need to turn him down even if things are going well. Kexin said that she herself considers him a big client, but her fiancé has a different opinion. Liu exclaimed in surprise that she had broken off her engagement to Wu Tian, as far as he knew. Chen said that Liu knew too much about her and asked if he was really that bored in his spare time. Pausing, Kexin said she had to get back to work. That pissed Liu off. He didn't want to believe such a quick rejection. He started shouting until hoarse and proving his feelings for Chen. Unwilling to listen to him any longer, Kexin summoned the secretary and demanded that Liu be escorted out of the office. In the end, Liu threatened her that he would now destroy her company and make it bankrupt, and she, Chen Kaixin, is to blame for not being able to distinguish between good and bad. Kexin made a parting gesture to him with her hand and assured him that she wasn't the least bit afraid of him. The enraged Liu turned around. He was very angry. It wasn't going to be nice. He slammed the door so hard that it was a miracle it didn't fly off its hinges. Zhou's faithful footman was waiting for him in the hallway. Smiling obligingly, he asked Liu to calm down and said that they could find another way out of the situation. The angered Liu showed the well-known gesture to everyone and shouted that he had spent a lot on such a big bouquet of roses, but it didn't work at all. They should have used those pills right away. Smiling, Zhou answered him that this was the correct conclusion. He himself thought about his master in a completely different way, that everything happens like this, precisely because he is just a disgusting person and does not know how to communicate with people normally. Liu asked Zhou if he had learned the whereabouts of that cretin. Zhou replied that Wu Tian lived in Tianxin district and clarified if the chief wanted to do it now. Liu hesitated for a moment. This way was too easy. He told Zhou he would do it a little differently. It was a sunny summer day in a large metropolis. Kaixin's office stood proudly among the other buildings, taking in more sunlight. The video footage clearly showed Ye Wutian throwing wads of money in the face of his abuser. It was a family viewing from the Fei Qiao camera at the Yi family's mountain villa. The patriarch thought about it and asked Fei Qiao if he could add anything to it. She exclaimed that her brother had changed a great deal and did not look like his old self. Guan melancholically said that Wu Tian was an idiot who wasted money. Grandpa asked Fei Qiao if she had any proof that Wu Tian had changed. She faltered and said she didn't have any hard evidence yet. Guang said what Fei meant was that Wu Tian had become even more insolent and laughed. Fei took offense at him. Turning to her mother, she told her that she sensed a change in her brother's behavior but could not prove it and asked her to believe her. His mother replied that in any case his grandfather would not accept him back into the family, whether he had changed or not. Fei turned to her father then and tried to talk to him at least. Tears came to her eyes from the resentment that no one believed her. The girl thought that she had to convince her grandfather to bring Utena back by any means necessary. A sunny day, Tianxin district, Wang Fengxi's house where Ye Wutian now lives. There was that awful rattling at the door again, as if someone was trying to blow them off their hinges. Wutian grudgingly fiddled. He had a sense of déjà vu. He shouted who was there, banging on the door. Standing outside the door was Siki. She looked at Ye carefully, as if she wanted to tell him something. Wutian opened the door and stared at her intently, as if asking why Shiki had come. A swarm of thoughts swirled in his head, and Wutian couldn't control them. Immediately, Yi walked back into the apartment and slammed the door behind him, leaving his guest in the hallway. She was taken aback by this attitude and took great offense to Wutian. Sitsi pulled out her pistol and took the safety off it, putting it in the fighting position. She began to quickly shoot the lock of the front door at point-blank range, and Wutian was very surprised. Now the girl could safely enter the apartment, which she did immediately. The muzzle of the gun was still smoking. Wutian sat with his back to her at this time and pondered, swaying back and forth. He turned to the girl and shouted that his door was in no way his fault and he shouldn't have shot at it. As proof, he showed her a very eloquent gesture, which in many cultures means non-cooperation. Sitsi put the gun away and said she just came to talk to him. Wu-Tian didn't say a word. He only repeated his gesture. Smiling, he asked if Sitsi dared to undress and give him pleasure. The girl slowly took off her jacket and said he had to help her grandfather. Wu-Tian yelled in panic that she must be joking. After all, they had already agreed on 3 conditions, and besides she has a husband, what would he say to this? Shiki said that it's already his problem. If he comes to Wu-Tian, Ye will have to take care of himself. Smirking, Wu-Tian told her to continue, and said that he hadn't promised her anything anyway. Sitsi protested angrily because they had agreed on everything. Wang Fengxi started yelling that he was letting himself go too much, and taking girls to her apartment was too much. She was amazed at what she saw. Wu-Tian offered her a cool down, and said that not a word had been said about the girls. So why can't he bring them to the apartment? Ye said she had no right to say such a thing. Fancy yelled that he was being too rude, and it was her apartment in the first place. Wu-Tian countered that he was paying her crazy money in rent, and she was restricting him. Wang said he shouldn't be so rude to her. After all, she had learned it from him. Shiki was trying to talk on the phone at the time. She turned to them and ordered them to shut up, then informed Wu-Tian that she had bad news and Bride Ye had been kidnapped. Wang Fengxi and Wu-Tian interrogated Shiki in one voice if this was true. Wu-Tian asked Shiki to tell him what had happened and where she was now. The girl asked why he wanted to know. She hinted that he wanted something from her. She smirked and said they were now in the same position. Wu-Tian said she'd better not make him angry and looked at her angrily. Immediately, a hard kick to the body knocked him to the floor. Wu-Tian sat on the floor, clutching his heart. Fancy stood beside him and sympathized with him, she thought, seeing this girl for the first time, and it's actually very cruel. Wu-Tian started to get up from the floor and said he really disliked being beaten, especially by women. Siki laughed and said that she was directly relieved, and if Yi wanted to save her bride, let her save her grandfather first. Wu-Tian began to loom over her and said with a threatening tone that Shiki had better tell her where Chen was right away. Otherwise, she would regret it very much. Fancy was fed up with this, and she stepped between them, demanding that the beating stop. But Sitsi was already on the move and realized with horror that she wouldn't be able to stop. And she kicked Fancy with her foot. Wang was able to block the kick at the last moment. Wu-Tian looked at this with sad eyes. Now Wang Fengxi had also suffered because of him. Still, Fancy was very hurt and offended. Wu-Tian put his arm around her shoulders and asked if she was okay. Wang replied that everything was fine, but it hurt a lot. An exasperated Wu-Tian got up from the couch and said that he didn't like hitting girls, and Shiki should just apologize to Wang Fengxi and tell her where Chen Kaixin is. Then Ye will forgive her for last time. The girl said she wouldn't do that and crossed her arms over her chest. Suddenly she realized that something was happening to her, but she couldn't figure out what. As Wu-Tian approached her, she had already knelt down exhaustedly. Sitsi strained to figure out what was going on here. At that time, Ye walked up to her and kicked her in the ribs. Shiki screamed in pain. Yu-Chin looked at her with pity and said she could congratulate herself, for she was the first woman he had ever raised his hand to. Kneeling down and resting her hands on her knees to keep from falling, Siki shouted angrily and asked what he had done to her. Wu-Tian looked at her carefully and asked where Chen Kaixin was now. Siki cried out in tears that as long as Ye didn't agree to her terms, he wouldn't know anything. Wu-Shin smiled and said that he didn't think so. Ye took out one of his miracle packets and said that the girl from the Ning family was very fond of seducing men, and he wondered what she would tell him now. He added that this should be very interesting, and chemical vapors flew out of the torn bag and enveloped the girl. Sitsi wondered if he was trying to intimidate her that way. She was getting stuffy. Fancy replied to her that Yushin doesn't bully. He just does whatever it takes to get what he wants. At this time, Shiki was kneeling under the influence of the drug. She began to realize the meaning of Fancy's words, and she looked at Ye angrily with threat in her eyes. But immediately her eyes dimmed and something began to happen to her. Sitsi was thrown from hot to cold. She was gradually losing control of her body. Feeling a sudden rush of passion, the girl screamed and asked Yi what he had done to her. Wu-Tian looked at her with pity and asked her to tell him where Chen Kaixin was now, and added that if anything bad happened to her, the Ning family would regret it greatly. Only now did Sitsi realize that this guy wasn't that simple and was now completely serious. Wu-Tian suddenly softened and said that he was willing to change the previous 3 conditions into 2. The girl was only required to tell him where Chen Kaixin was. Weary of desire, Sitsi said that she had already sent her men. They would rescue his bride. Soon they arrived at an old abandoned factory. It was already overgrown with grass. They walked through the old empty workshops. Nothing had been produced for a long time. Centuries of dust crackled beneath their feet. When they entered one of the rooms, they saw Liu. He was on his knees in his underwear, his hands and feet bound. His mouth was covered with plaster. The guards were standing on either side of him. Chen Kaishin was sitting under the wall in one of the rooms with her head down on her knees. She no longer believed in her salvation. Suddenly, someone walked up to her and gently lifted her head. It was Yewutian. As if appearing out of nowhere, he asked if she was all right. Chen thought she was dreaming at first and couldn't believe her eyes. Tears came to her eyes, and she began to cry at once, both from the offense and from happiness that it was all over. Throwing herself on Wutian's neck, Kexin finally cried and started telling Liu all about how he had kidnapped and hurt her. Wutian asked her to calm down and told her that he was there for her. Everything will be fine now. He added that she shouldn't cry, or her beautiful eyes would swell up. Keishin asked in surprise if Ye cared about her. Wutian didn't say anything. His actions were more eloquent than any words. Chen asked how he knew about her and why he was in this place. Yuqian smiled and said it was a very long story and asked him to wait for him outside. He had unfinished business here. Chen grabbed his hand and wouldn't let go. She kept saying she was scared. Wutian smiled and said it wouldn't take long. Shiki came to the rescue, took Chen with her, and returned alone after a while. Together with Wutian, they came to Liu and his escorts. Liu was trembling with fear. He had not expected this kind of situation at all. Ye asked Ning Shiki to deal with Fu. He added that it was one of the conditions of their agreement. The four of them stood looking at Liu. He felt worse than a hunted animal. Sitsi told the escorts that they could be free for the time being. They bowed and left. Shiki looked at Wutian thoughtfully with some new feeling. She couldn't understand why this strange young man had given them 3 conditions, and was now using one of them for some girl. Wutian ripped the band-aid off Liu's mouth and waved it in front of his nose. Ye said he was going to let him go, but after playing with fire like that, Fu trembled in fear. Liu immediately started making excuses that there had been a mistake, and he would pay for it, begging to be spared. Wutian looked at him and interrogated him, as if considering whether or not to pardon him. Not far away, a decent scrap of water pipe caught his eye. Wutian bent down, picked it up and twirled it in his hands, assessing its combat suitability. Liu continued to babble and beg. He vowed to him that he would never, ever, ever commit such a transgression again. He assured him that he wouldn't be able to do that either, and asked Siki to untie the bully. The girl gave orders to the escorts, and they came to release Liu. Fu didn't trust Wutian and was wary of what was on his mind. As soon as the last rope hit the ground, Liu jumped up and burst from his seat. He didn't believe they would let him go so easily, so he knew his only chance of escape was to run, as fast as he could. Running past Wutian, Liu managed to notice the gloating smirk on his face, and he really didn't like it. Fu ran away from the evil place and kept looking back to see if Wutian was chasing him, but his enemy had his back to Liu. Wutian waited a couple seconds and turned around to see how far Liu had managed to run. The result pleased him, and he swung a scrap of pipe. Taking good aim, he threw it with all his might, intending to knock Liu to the ground. Fu turned around and at the same moment realized that he could not escape. The piece of metal was so close that there was no way to dodge it. Liu realized his only chance was to speed up, and then maybe he wouldn't get it. But his hopes were not realized. A heavy piece of pipe slammed into Liu's leg, and he fell down, pulling a tendon in the process. Liu lay there and tried to crawl away. He didn't want to believe that this was the end. When he turned around, he saw Yutenya. He was standing over him, laughing with his hands in his pants pockets. Reluctantly, Wutian bent down for a scrap of pipe and began methodically beating Liu, breaking his bones. Even Shiki couldn't watch this and just walked out of the factory building. She thought that Wutian was actually very cruel. The girl thought of Ye breaking his legs, one arm, and damaging his genitals. The thought occurred to Shiki that with his injuries, Liu would rather just die because he had been treated so cruelly. Throwing away the bent and bloody piece of pipe, Yutian walked out to the girl. His white shirt was also splattered with blood. Ye asked her for Liu Fu's father's number. Sitsi looked in horror at the abandoned piece of metal, just drenched in blood. Yuqin smiled and said she had the right contacts, he was sure of it. Liu's father's organization was housed in one of the high-rise buildings that towered over the metropolis. Suddenly the phone rang in his office. Liu's father sat sprawled out in a comfortable chair and dreamed of the company's prosperity. It was in this blissful mood that he picked up the phone. Wuqian introduced himself and confessed that he had beaten his son badly. Therefore, he should come there immediately. Liu's father became furious. If it had been in the study, he would have killed him immediately. After getting the town on its ear, he drove a police squad and an emergency vehicle to the abandoned building. Soon he showed up. Zhang Xiaomei watched with the police chief as the medics ran out of the building with a stretcher. The sheet on the stretcher was soaked with blood. It was hard for her to look at it. Father Liu almost fell to his knees in front of the stretcher. He himself was in great pain to see this. He turned and screamed, asking who could have dared to do such a thing. Putting a hand on his shoulder, Wuqian calmly said that he did it, because Liu kidnapped his fiancée and tried to rape her. Ye smiled and said that as a father, he should be grateful that Ye didn't kill him. The man became completely enraged. He was ready to tear Yi apart with his bare hands. He yelled at the police chief that he was in charge of the police in the city and was just standing by, and ordered Wu Qian's immediate arrest. The police were well aware of which side the truth was on, so the police chief ordered Captain Zhang to handcuff the young man. Xiaomei walked up to Ye and half-heartedly began to tell him off, that she had asked him to stop, that he should have behaved with more restraint, and what had come of it all. Strangely enough, this time Wu Qian didn't resist. He just put his hands up and said that there was nothing to stare at. He would go to the police station with her. Zhang immediately suspected that there was a reason he surrendered without a fight, and Ye must be up to something. As Xiaomei was handcuffing Wu Tian, the doctor told Liu's father that his son was very badly injured and could not recover. He immediately grabbed the doctor by the scruff of the neck. This turn of events did not suit him. Liu's father ordered him to do something immediately, or he would kill the doctor. Liu began to moan, slowly regaining consciousness. He asked his father to help him. Fu didn't want to die. Wu Tian sat in handcuffs and smirked. That's when everyone turned their attention to him and started yelling. Liu groaned and begged his father to help him quickly. He was too young to die. Both the doctor and Liu's father stood by the stretcher helplessly. None of them could alleviate Liu's suffering. Suddenly, Liu, covered in blood, got up from the stretcher, threw off his bloody sheet, and asked for help. He puzzled everyone. No one could say a word. Everyone was dumbfounded. Zhang Xiaomei freaked out and climbed onto Wu Tian's neck, yelling that Liu had turned into a zombie. Liu's father was even more frightened and hysterically asked everyone around him what had happened to his son. The doctor was amazed. He reported that Liu's legs were broken and there was no way he would be able to stand up. Father Liu summoned all the doctors and orderlies and asked them to do something. Xiaomei still sat on Ye's neck and clung to his hair. Wu Tian asked if it was true what they said about Mr. Liu being rich. Finally, everyone sorted out the situation, and Wu Tian and Chen left the city's industrial zone together. Ye decided to move Kexin to Fangji's apartment, which was in Tianshan district. Chen was still not well. She needed constant care, so Wu Tian spoon-fed her and gave her the right formula. He said that she should take a mixture, and Chen would feel better immediately. She just needed to get a good rest, and everything would be fine. Kexin tried her best to smile, but she only managed to smirk. She thanked Wu Tian, her eyes just glowing with happiness. Chen managed to fall asleep. Wu Tian remained seated on the stool beside the bed in case she needed anything. He sat beside the bed and held a cup of medicine in his hand, guarding Chen's sleep. Kexin was sleeping serenely. She was finally able to relax. Duckling began to slowly get up from his chair so as not to wake her up with any accidental noise. Some sound came from behind, and Yi was alert. Someone gently tugged him from behind by his shirt. Wu Tian didn't even turn around. He realized it was Siki. She stood under the wall and watched Wu Tian's procedures. The girl said that Kaishin trusted him. Wu Tian absent-mindedly agreed with her, thinking about something of his own. He remained silent for a while. Yi finally thanked Sitsi without turning around. Siki was surprised. She had never seen such a display of care and warmth in Uchian before. She felt sad for some reason. Wu Tian said he would visit Shiki's grandfather and he wouldn't die, not forgetting to add that the price was the same. The girl said that he had just cheated Liu Kongyu out of 10 million, and Ye shouldn't hope that he could just take the money and walk away with impunity. Wu Tian smirked, and corrected her that he was the one who wouldn't let him go so easily. After all, he had kept Liu Fu alive not to give him another chance, but to make his life a living hell. Shiki was very surprised, for she thought Uchan had done all this for money. Yuken replied to her that it wasn't just for money, and once he reached his goal, it would no longer be a matter of money. 3 hours later, Chen Kaishin began to show signs of life. Her eyelashes fluttered. Chen opened her eyes to get used to the daylight, then closed them again. Finally, she opened her eyes again, and it was as if she had begun to live again, looking at everything around her. Wuqian was sitting right there on the chair beside her, and Chen tugged at Ye's shirt. It was as if she wanted to make sure that Wuqian was real and hadn't disappeared anywhere like a ghost. Something was bothering her. The girl fidgeted in different directions. Finally, Kexin, frightened by something, asked him how long she had slept. Wuqian replied that she had slept for 3 hours. He asked if Chen was hungry and said he had prepared a couple of dishes for her. She needs to eat a little. Kexin was surprised that Wuqian knew how to cook. After all, he had only been fed by various pretty girls before, and had almost forgotten how to use chopsticks. But there were indeed a few dishes on the table, and it amazed Chen. She ate with such gusto that she hesitated and sucked on even the chopsticks. Keishin sat and thought about Wuqian, how much he had changed in the past year. Different habits and character, more caring and warm. Yuchen got up from the table and asked with a smile if his cooking was good. Kexin replied that it was quite edible, oddly enough. They were silent for a while, and Chen continued to devour the food. Then she put her wands aside and said that she had wanted to tell him something for a long time. Chen admitted that she hadn't signed any agreement, but her mother had done it behind Kexin's back, and she wasn't even going to sign it herself. Yuchen looked at her as if with regret that things had turned out this way. However, he quickly pulled himself together and said that it was already over anyway. Yuchen turned away and sat on the back of the table in protest. Kexin couldn't eat anymore, tears overflowing her eyes. She was very hurt. After a few minutes, there were so many tears that a whole puddle had formed on the table. Chen roared and sobbed that she hadn't signed it and was asking for a chance to explain. Yuchen calmly told her that it didn't matter at all who signed the agreement. It was already in force anyway, and she should just forget about it. Kexin realized that the conversation was not going to go any further and stood up from the table. As it turned out, she still didn't have enough strength. Her legs gave out and Chen began to fall. She couldn't help herself and fell to the floor with a clatter, finding herself unconscious. The young man reacted instantly and jumped up from the table, turning around at the sound. Wu Tian immediately ran up to Kexin and gently took her in his arms. He immediately took her pulse and was amazed. The pulse was barely palpable on her wrist. Wu Tian couldn't believe that it was because of him and his selfishness that the girl had become so weak.